10,
9,
8,
7,
6,
5,
4,
3,
2,
1.
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And they've done it. I've done it for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. Could you not be serious?
Come back around, full 360, striker coming from the backside, Kate.
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again.
And Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome, friends. Welcome to Watchpoint for week number 2 of our spring qualifiers. We are going to bring you all the action once again from our desk and get you ready for a day packed with Overwatch. I'm Zoe Schwinn. Joining me is Danny Lim, Jake Line, and Johnny Larson.
You're finally going Johnny.
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm trialing a new name.
Ah.
You know, we'll see how it goes. I might swap back to a different name at some point. Like maybe tomorrow I'll be Dave or Mark.
I could see you as a Dave.
It's my uncle's
No, he looks more like Michael.
Gonna work a day.
Michael?
No, my dad's name is Michael. Like,
Michael Jr.
Michael Jr.
Michael Jr., there you go.
I don't want to be
Perfect.
Michael Jr. I'm
Absolutely loving it. Also, Jake, you had a very exciting morning.
Yeah,
I got
I
a bit
did.
of a
It was
procedure done.
very peaceful. I was getting
Wait, what did you-
my ears molded for a custom in-ear for the show.
Wow. Really? What in the world?
God,
That does not look comfortable. I don't know, man.
it was a little. I felt like I was gonna drool the whole time. You have to keep your mouth open the whole time. It's like to get the mold right in.
I think they trolled you because we had
Yeah,
that done
I don't
too.
think-
I don't think
we
they
had that.
asked me to do that.
All right, it was pretty legit, guys. Like I'm pretty sure. You know what? Maybe I did get trolled, but you know what? It was okay. It was peaceful. You know, put the world on mute for a second. I'll take that. Especially with these guys on either side. You know, I gotta.
Yeah, you need that hour of peace and quiet
Yeah,
before the show.
exactly.
I get you, Jake. I get you. Yeah, these are the behind-the-scenes peaks that literally no one asked for, and we're going to provide them anyway. One thing we do ask for, however, are standings. Let's take a look at where we at of just 1 week of play. I think it's pretty obvious the teams which are on the top right now. Those are kind of the team we're expecting, at least during the spring qualifier, to see them at the top, just based on the meta. But I want to discuss the sleeper picks, the teams which, if we're going by score, you know, might not be up there, but they have the potential. Unfortunately, if we're stacking up against Atlanta Reign, the Houston Outlaws, they're going under the radar. So, Danny, who you got? Who's your sleeper pick?
My sleeper pick, I'm going to go with the Vancouver Titans because, quite honestly, I think they had a great first week. Even, you know, they went up against Florida Mayhem and they took a map off them, so I think that's a good plus for the Vancouver Titans. I mean, looking at the roster, they have really talented players. Like they got Aspire, who's a great hit scan player. Sugar-Free, who's a rookie, and I think he was very impressive in week 1. And also Punk, you know, he's a great tank. Not only that, we talked to him for his post-match interview, and he said that he's always finding ways to improve his gameplay. So with everything combined, I think, you know, with the long season, I think they are a team that could really make it to the top.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that team, they've got a lot of headroom. But the team that I picked as my sleeper pick is the Washington Justice. I don't know if anyone's still sleeping on them after their great performances. I will say, I think they had relatively weaker opponents, so even though they're 2-0 right now, you know, I think they will face a difficult test going up against the top teams. But, you know, Alfie in particular, this guy really impresses me. He looks insanely good. And the team, they play around him really well, supporting him. And also, I like how BenBest and Mirror have kind of found an interesting balance as tank players. Mirror in particular, you know, he's got some experience playing tank heroes, very flexible player historically. So that's the type of DPS player that you feel pretty good about, you know, making a swap to the tank role. So I think this is a team that I'll be watching the rest of the season. Excited to see them. You know, maybe they could break into that top level. I think it looks doable for them right now.
Absolutely. Now, Johnny, your sleeper pick, I'm sorry, but that one feels like an awake pick to me. Like, there's nothing sleeper.
Who'd you go with?
Yeah,
Johnny, who'd you go with?
I'm sorry.
on.
Who'd you go with?
I'll credit it.
I went with an 0-2 team. 0-2 team.
Okay.
They're called the
But-
Toronto Defiant.
Oh.
Because, come on.
on,
We expected
come on.
more from this team. So
Fair.
we got to talk about this team because we didn't get the chance to last week, really. I mean, this is one of the most exciting teams going into the 2023 season. You got Kalush and Sam coming over from the San Francisco Shock, of course. And this is supposed to be the future of American Overwatch. Wow, I feel like Steve Jobs saying that. But this is
look like
supposed
it
to
too.
be
You got the
a
black
fantastic
suit,
team.
yeah.
But they started out 0-2 in week 1, taking losses to the San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators. So the question for Toronto Defiant is really, what lies ahead for Toronto Defiant? They're going to play the New York Excelsior in our very first match of today, and then you're playing the Florida Mayhem and the Los Angeles Valiant. And at some point, this core of players, there needs to be some expectation of winning. The organization, Toronto Defiant, they picked up all these players. They had like big future projects, like we want to win, we want to be a powerful team. And so when you're playing the Florida Mayhem, they might have won the Pro-Am, but these are the kind of teams that Toronto Defiant expect to compete with, to expect to win against, right? So Toronto Defiant, they started out 0-2 in week 1, but at some point they got to start winning because they want to compete with the likes of Boston, Florida Mayhem, the LA Gladiators, and so far they haven't found their stride. So keep an eye on Toronto Defiant because they need to start winning.
I don't know if that's a sleeper pick.
I mean, it'd be easy to be falling asleep following this team right now. I mean, they're really.
They're 0-2.
I agree.
They're ninth in the standings.
I
They're
agree.
ninth.
I honestly, they should be at least 1-1 right now.
True.
Just based on
Agreed.
the match they had against the San Francisco Shock. That was more than just a little winnable.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they kind of fumbled it.
Agree. But against the Gladiators, a team that didn't look necessarily that strong, they kind of got rolled over. So I think the Toronto Defiant, they certainly have higher expectations of this, of themselves.
Yeah, so I guess we let that one slide through, reinforce the
Future of American Overwatch.
I'll
the
accept it.
future
I
of American
defend-
Art.
I
We
defend
accept it.
Johnny.
The assignment was fulfilled. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Now, of course, we have a lot of opinions here on the desk, but I know all of you beautiful people watching, well, you certainly have no lack of opinions either, and we want you to share yours. Who is your sleeper pick? You can vote now, and we're going to cycle back on the results to see who you think is currently flying under the radar. Now, of course, our audience not only has great opinions, they also have an insane amount of skill in the arts, the fine
True.
arts, all the arts. You guys are so creative,
Oh,
and it
look at
blesses
that.
each and every
That's what I'm
day
talking
with
about.
so much cool fan art, such as this one. I feel like we only show the ones who pander to our egos by like showing the desk art. Like, look at this
Look
one.
at me and my
works.
dad.
It absolutely
Super
works.
cute. Ready Red Tunes sent this one into a fan art gallery. It's a proud dad reinforced with his unruly
I'll be your proud dad.
little bunch.
Thank you,
That's
Johnny.
us. You look like a
Yeah,
absolute treasure goblin there, Jay.
I am going goblin mode. But I feel like that is kind of just accurate to my personality, so I'll take this.
Yeah,
But
no.
we love this fan art.
We do love them, so
great.
keep them coming. Of course, you too can submit yours into our fan art gallery, which is making a return this season, and it's better than ever. It's stacked with new features, so make sure to check it out. Even if you don't want to submit your fan art to it, you can still check out other people's submission, and we have great tools where you can enhance, you can go really deep into the details and take a look at everything the people have been sending in. So keep it coming. Now, of course, fan art isn't the only thing that makes our jaws drop on the regular. I think the Eastern results will do that as well. Very often we wake up the next morning and go like, what happened? So let's take a look at the results of what went down very recently. The Dallas Fuel took another L against the Hangzhou Spar. This time, however, they did walk away with at least one map. Seoul Inferno going up against the Shanghai Dragons, taking that one 3-0.
I mean,
Wow.
I don't see either of these results as too surprising. If anything, it's surprising that Fuel did better against the Spark than they did against the Charge. Although that team is clearly still really struggling. I think they have faced strong opponents. What's surprising to me, or not surprising, just a little bit sad, is to see the Dragons struggling so
Let 'em know.
mightily. You know, I feel for them, right? This is a team that has been at the top time and time again, and now they're just looking out of sorts. Seoul Infernal, a new team coming together, just bats them away easily. So Dragons, we're gonna see more from them. I hope so. This is a vaunted franchise. I want to see something better from them after the last few years of performance.
It's very strange to have those, big franchise names and then seeing results like that. That I think catches a lot of people by surprise. So, you got to go back and watch it, see what the iteration of those rosters this season is bringing to the table. Now, of course, that's not all the action that went on in the Eastern region. We've got a report from our East Contenders Opens. So let's send it over to CP and Hex.
Hey everybody, ZP and Hex here to recap all the action that went down from this week of the Overwatch League Spring Stage East. In Group A, O2 Blast, to the surprise of absolutely no one, completed their flawless 6-0 run through the bracket by defeating Dreamers 3-0, earning O2 Blast the #1 seed from the Open Tournament.
In the lower bracket, Australian darlings Honeypot failed to qualify after a tough loss to SPG. In the lower bracket finals, Dreamers bested SPG by a score of 3-2 in a reverse sweep to secure bragging rights and, more importantly, a higher seed.
As we look towards Group B, Poker Face had no issues dealing with the aggression of Rhodes in the upper bracket, securing the #2 seed from the Spring Stage Opens tournament. But you look at the lower bracket, Panthera, they struggled a little bit against a tough NT team, but they were able to punch their ticket to the knockouts and earn a spot in the lower bracket finals.
In those lower bracket finals, Panthera star and former Overwatch League player Becky stood out once again with their damage partner in crime Neist, as Panthera bested the last remaining APAC team Rhodes 3-0 to secure the higher seed going into knockouts.
And now, you're all caught up on the Spring Stage Opens East, and I can't wait to see how these teams perform moving forward.
Thank you so much, CP and Hex. That was great to hear from the guys. Now, of course, if you want to check out Contenders action, be sure to tune in to our Contenders Spring Series on May 8th and 9th, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. So mark your calendars, check your watches. Now, if there was one thing I learned from the Contender scene is that very often this is where friendships and rivalries are born. But here in the Overwatch League, we're all about the friendships, right? We're all about those wholesome stories, and we have no shortage of those. Yeah, there's co-workers as well, not just friends.
Everybody looks at Johnny.
Everyone looks at Jonathan. Oh, you don't know what he did? No, I'll fill you in. But first, let's be wholesome. You know, let's first check out the stories, the successful stories of friendship that the Owl has provided. I mean, this is a new one, brand new, in fact. They only just started seeing each other, and it's going well.
Wow.
I mean, look at the way they look at each other. Costa never looked at us like that.
I don't think I've ever seen him smile at me.
No, like so happy.
Great chemistry.
It really is.
Well,
What a duo.
one man's loss, you know, is another man's treasure.
Oh, Costa. That's a cap right there,
Yeah.
because I replied to him with a nice photo and he didn't even click like.
Oh my God! Not
Wow.
even a like.
But this is a clear example of
Just,
you only know what you had when you lost it, you know? So now he's starting to
Looking
realize.
back.
Yeah, looking back.
With regret.
This one, though, that's a keeper.
Oh my God.
What's happening here?
How fucking
He's just
getting
get fed by
fed a
coach
hot
and how
pocket.
hard
Is
you
this
can
Ben
pump
Best?
phenomenal.
Ben Best
Ben
playing
Best being
ranked,
fed.
and he's getting fed a hot pocket from his coach or something?
This is peak gaming. Oh my! Look at him go.
He's in ranked. He's trying to win.
His
Oh,
teammates are like
wow.
dying right now. They're like, "Yo, Anna, heal me, please." He's like, "Sorry, guys."
I'm eating hot pockets. I'm eating hot pockets.
I mean, it's better than feeding in rank if you're being fed in rank.
That's true.
Nice.
So I think
Yeah,
there's an
rather
upside
get fed
there.
than feed. That's
There's
for
a
sure.
plane.
Does he pop off? He has to pop off now, right?
Oh my
He's gonna
God.
pop off.
I can't believe they're feeding the whole thing. He's like, "Give me a second to chew, man." I'm trying to. What a
Impressive.
legendary moment.
Did
Yeah.
they win? They must have won.
I mean, if you don't win with that amount of support,
True.
They do have a
then you do get
Roadhog on
wrong.
attack price, so maybe they won.
Yeah, but you love to see that. I mean, I think we all need a hot pocket feeder buddy somehow, some way,
Danny.
one day in our. All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna set them up for this one, guys. I think. As wholesome as this is, our league certainly has no shortage of fantastic duos, best buds, you know, like the dynamic duos. So I want to discuss some of those. Danny, which dynamic duo really stands out to you? Who are, in your opinion, the biggest best buds?
All right, biggest best buds. I have to say it has to be Monkey and Ana. And who's the best Monkey and best Ana? Any guesses? All right, it's Shu and Fearless. I'm gonna have to go with them from the Houston Outlaws. You know, I think Ana and Winston sort of go hand in hand. You always want a good Ana player as a Monkey player, right? And these two are probably the best players on Ana and Winston. I mean, I don't know what the word is, but I mean, yeah. I mean, they're the best duo, I think. And they have been showing that on the Houston Outlaws team, and it just can't get any better than Winston, Ana, Shu, and Fearless.
Yeah.
That's a flex support that got their priority straight. Just like heal the monkey. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and Shu also, kills their Tracer and, sleeps enemy monkey and heals every single player on his team. Okay. But for my dynamic, damage-dealing, dangerous duo, I go showing a little bit of love to the Gladiators with Yaki and Kevster. I think these two, it's not a new look for the Glads. We saw a little bit of it in their first match, but they committed to it in their last match against the Defiant. And Yaki and Kevster, these guys were feasting together here. We've got Kevster copying Monkey, but to be able to pilot the Primal well is something that a lot of Echo players are not able to do. Primal is a very mechanically heavy skill. Nice little short jump here. Love this from Kevster to juggle the break. This is clean stuff. That's what you want to see out of your Echo. And Kevster is just such an incredibly flexible player that Yaki's able to even bring out the Tracer sometimes when Kevster would rather be on the hit scan. And here we have Yaki just feasting on Tracer. Arguably he's not the main Tracer player for this team, but that's a pretty incredible thing to have on your team. You got Yaki as your secondary Tracer. These two are both elite, so that's my duo.
Yakster.
Kevki.
Kevki. That one doesn't work. What you got for
Great
us,
job,
Jonathan?
Zoe. Great job, that one. Yeah, no, I like the call out, Jake, though, because I like that Gladiators proved.
Yeah.
They proved that Yaki and Kevster is a viable duo and they can find success with that. So it's a great shout out. For my duo, I've selected the former Shanghai Super Support Squad. Lee Jae-gon and Isayaki. This backline is just spectacular for the Boston Uprising. You have so many options on this roster. It's just filled with star talent. But having Lee Jae-gon and Isayaki, who formerly were on the Shanghai Dragons, they're Overwatch League champions, they're just solid as a rock, and they kind of complement each other. On the one hand, you have Lee Jae-gon, who's one of the more aggressive main supports in the entire league. Sure, he might be on Brig right now, but when he gets on Lucio, especially here on Lee Jae-gon Tower, he's willing to drop the beats and go aggressive deep into the backline. And you have Isayaki, who's super talented, flex support player. They are both two-time role stars in the support role, being recognized for how good they are in this league. That's just such a heartwarming, kind of like comfortable duo to have on your team. So I gotta go with Lee Jae-gon and Isayaki.
And they're so much fun to watch. So they certainly got each other's back, but so do we. Let's take a look at a tweet from the Boston Uprising from Tuesday. They tweeted that yesterday Isayaki suffered a collapsed lung. He received immediate care at a local hospital and is now under the supervision of a specialist. He's in good spirits and great hands, but will be away from the team as he recovers. So please send your love and support for a speedy recovery. So of course, from all of us here at Watchpoint, get well soon, Isayaki. We're hoping for a very swift and full recovery, and we can't wait to see you back on our screens very soon. But of course, players' health always the utmost importance and priority. So please take your time. But we'll give you all a few minutes now to send some healing vibes over to Isayaki, and we will be back after the short break. And to kick off our week 2, we're going to take a good look at the teams which will be playing. So let's first off look at our schedule so we know exactly what's coming your way today. The first match of the day will be fought out between two teams which are currently on a 0-2 score. So both of them have a lot to prove, of course, the Toronto Defiant and the New York Excelsior. And you know what? This is going to be an important showing for both of those teams because Toronto Defiant, they want to prove that they can hang with the top, whereas the New York Excelsior, they want to distance themselves from the bottom of the pack. Let's take a look at their rosters, which we're going to see first here from the Toronto Defiant. Their rosters, of course, sporting a lot of pre-existing synergy, which we praised a lot. They talked about their friendship and how that is giving them an edge heading into their games, and we saw a lot of that on display. The only thing is left to do for them is to clean up their act a little bit. They're going up against the New York Excelsior, which is more of a hodgepodge of a roster, but once again, let's take a look here at the roster from the Toronto Defiant. We do see, of course, Hydron and Speedily, the dynamic DPS duo from them, which will be in for that first map. So lots of firepower, which the New York Excelsior has to deal with. And as I said, this is more of a hodgepodge kind of lineup. It does, of course, feature like absolute OGs like Fitz here in the lineup, which are dangerous and can never count them out. But overall, we haven't seen the same amount of synergy from that New York Excelsior. Now, if we're looking at this match, Jake, which team has to be worried?
Well, I mean, certainly New York is the team we would expect to have a harder time, and we would think Toronto Defiant are the favorites. But if you're thinking who's worried, it really should be the Toronto Defiant. I think they haven't had the strongest showings, and I think a team like New York has some kind of potential for an upset. There's a lot of strong players here. I think Creative, especially Ana, I would say is his most comfortable hero. So I think it's a good meta for New York, potentially making an upset here. But I mean, so if I'm Toronto, I'm like, this needs to be a decisive win. We need to turn the season around starting right now. You're going up against Mayhem next. That's a scary place to be.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our predictions to see who we're siding with for this one. I think there shouldn't be any surprises if we say that Toronto Defiant are the favorite coming into it. So just based on that and what we've seen from them last week, I had to go with the Toronto Defiant. The synergy is on point. The talent is there. There's no reason to count them out. Danny, how about you?
I believe in power of friendship. Let's go Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, as much as I'm sort of hoping that New York can make this interesting and show us that they have more to offer as a team, I've got to predict the Defiant. Just strength of roster should be overwhelming here. But Toronto, I want this to be clean.
I go with Jake. I think if you catch New York on the wrong day, they might get the upset win. But in this one, I got Toronto Defiant. They are the heads-on favorite.
Absolutely. So we're all going with the Toronto Defiant. So let's bring in our casters to see if there's any believers in the New York Excelsior. And I'm very excited to bring in Kenobi and Rich Rat for this one.
Right on the desk there. We're going to get this game underway. Kenobi, I'm stoked.
I am too. I mean, after that presentation Johnny gave us about looking like very Steve Jobs-esque about the future of, the iPhone, American Overwatch, I think that this is going to be a great matchup between Toronto and New York. I think Toronto, the desk touched on it a little bit. The synergy is really there with this team, especially when you have such a good foundation in the players that are coming from that American Tornado core, right? They've all played together a very long time. And I think in the current meta, especially with the dives that we're having and very much Monkey Mira, Sombra, Tracer, that execution and that crispiness in those dives, very, very important. And it's something, unfortunately, for the New York Excelsior that they've lacked a little bit. So hopefully in the week coming into this matchup, they've kind of got some grease on those wheels and those dives are going to look a little bit more clean, because if not, I think just Toronto will out-synergy the entirety of New York Excelsior.
Yeah, cleanliness is what we really need to see from them. Well-oiled, absolutely, as we are going to enter into our first match of Control, which is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. And it's almost a, kind of revisitation for us. We've been seeing a lot of these players from the collegiate and the tier 2 scene for so long, and now being able to get to see them on this main stage, you and I, it's going to be a thrill to be able to go into this first round of Control.
And this is a map in our Antarctic Peninsula where we see a lot of these brawl types of compositions, right? We trend away from, more of those Winston compositions. And I think this is definitely favorable for Toronto because of that synergy that they have as a unit, right? These are compositions that rely very heavily on cooldown usage, on understanding of when you need to be using those cooldowns to move forward when you have those advantages. So we'll see if New York Excelsior can match up a little bit in this scenario. Interestingly, looks like Fitz is going to be coming out on the Ashe, which is a good read, I think, for actually both of these teams. It's interesting that we're going to be playing Ashe in this enclosed area, but those dynamites should be able to get a lot of value in these enclumped areas. And the thing that I also like is that we're seeing from New York Excelsior Creative on that Ana. Jake talked about it a little bit on the desk. Ana, Creative's best hero, currently second in sleep dart rate. So that is something that we have to look out for in this matchup, is Creative being able to hit those sleep darts, because you look at Toronto, there's not really a way to block any of them.
No, there's not. And you can see Kaluj already down, pushing towards that point, looking for an opportunity to dive in onto this. You do have Kellen, though, with this Ramattra holding the doorway for the moment. Hydron looking for a decent sight line to get the advantage against them and start really putting in that damage to start generating towards that ultimate. Not really too clean of a position to get those shots just yet, until down below almost gets the pickup onto Psycho, but now looks to draw back to this initial position. No one yet really finding the best opportunity to lean into this with the most advantageous opportunity. It gets a pickup, though, onto Hydra, and that's a great way to lean into this. You can already see the commanding shout used defensively to try and get out.
Really good patience as well. Kellen is getting taken down relatively low, but Creative is going to have Nano relatively soon, and he's been pumping out this healing incredibly quickly, so much so that Nano is going to be available for the next fight. And you can see Hydron actually opting away from that Ashe, doesn't want to match up with Fitz in that match, and now is going to be going over to that Hanzo. A little bit more survivability, a little bit more one-shot potential that you're losing for the utility of the Dynamite.
And you can see just that offensive prowess that comes in from New York, able to get OG so low, but Hydron with this switch gets the pickup on left. The nano boost has been committed into this onto Fitz, so there is that influx of damage, but it's being really problematic. Nice counter with the Bionid from Creative to get OG out of the mix of this, and speedily goes down amongst the chaos with even the Rampage committed.
Oh, Hydron is able to get two, though. Fitz is still around in this fight. Bob is almost ready for them if they can find it, but Hydron cleans it up with the 3K, and I think this switch also from Hydron really smart in the aspect of Toronto Defiant wants to play a little bit more in that enclosed area, right? And something that Hanzo does a little bit more well is plays more in that mid-range, right? Ashe, you have to kind of stay back, hit those dynamites, but if Hydron can be aggressive and kind of take those angles away from Fitz with the rest of the team, that's going to negate a little bit of Fitz's value, specifically on that Ashe with those sight lines. But as we come to this next fight, Bob is going to be available for Fitz, and there's not really anything that Toronto has to block it.
Nope, gonna have it just clustered in that left-hand side from the attacking position, moving in with Ultraviolet committing in this Kitsune rush, giving the opportunity to force back a lot of New York. Psycho gets a pickup onto OG, though. Without the sound barrier in this, it becomes so much more challenging to weather the storm that New York is going to bring into this. But if Hydron, as we've seen last week and going into this week, getting these types of picks and shutting it down, it's going to be that much more challenging. But Annihilation is guaranteed an insurance policy to take that.
And the target focus from New York Excelsior has been great. That's the second time in these last two fights that OG has died with the sound barrier in their back pocket. So New York Excelsior knows that they want to be able to take that cooldown down very quickly. Psycho's doing a great job of focusing it down. And as New York Excelsior tick up past this 60% here, they're coming up towards another pulse bomb from Psycho. Creative's about to have a nano boost as well, but this would be a moment where I'd like to see Toronto get a little bit aggressive here, use that sound barrier, tempo in, and take away this positioning from Toronto, or from New York Excelsior.
Early Dynamite as well, so got some chip damage. There's the sound barrier, as you mentioned, slept onto Kalush for a minor second, but Psycho still just peppering in these shots over and over again onto Kalush, making them have to play so defensively. Look at how low they get, and the stick is there to guarantee it. Psycho shuts them out and is still able to take this with only 20% left.
An absolutely fantastic disengage from New York Excelsior, right? You saw Toronto Defiant, they wanted to go aggressive, use that sound barrier and tempo in, but they just aren't able to get any of the kills, and then New York Excelsior come back in like a rubber band, and we're at 90% desperate swap already for Kaluj and Ultraviolet. They're going on to different heroes, just trying to desperately get a pick potentially in this moment.
And we'll see if they're able to gain something. No real ultimates available. Ultraviolet nearing at least the nano boost to generate an opportunity of switching this back, forcing most of New York Excelsior back, giving some decent distance with this Winston play from Kaluj. Nicely onto the point. Can Kellen get shut down? They are still surviving with the defenses while in Nemesis form eliminated and swapped over to Toronto Defiant.
And that was a great anti-nade specifically from Ultraviolet, taking down Kellen, putting all that pressure onto them, which is something that I think now with this composition, Toronto Defiant can do a little bit more of, right? They can play a little bit more enclosed, and look at this aggression that we're seeing from them, trying to take as much positioning away from the New York Excelsior. As we come back into this one, Toronto Defiant has a treasure trove of ultimates to work with. I mean, the Nano is going to be the biggest one. You can throw that onto the Winston to get the Primal Rage, or you can throw it onto Hydron, who can just freak with something like an overclock, right? So there's a lot of options here, and New York Excelsior don't really have too many in their own right. Lep needs to find a way to get to this sound barrier in time.
And curious to see how Excelsior is going to be able to function against this variety of options that Toronto Defiant has. Bionade lands onto Kaluj, playing defensively. Nano onto Hydron with the overclock, needing to clean up, but can't quite land the mark just yet. Creative is super low as well as left. There is an early takedown, 1-for-1 trade on the DPS, and Bob was committed into this. Now, with these last 10% still to go for Toronto Defiant, Psycho has the pulse bomb, looking to see who's the primary target. Kaluj getting low. There's the stick on the sleep, but still alive. Primal comes out in time to give that extra buffer of health to withstand the explosion, and it's still leaning in favor of Toronto Defiant. They're taking the numbers. The Annihilation, though, back onto the point, zoning them away, attempting to swap this back as it's a 99 into the overtime. With OG gone, they switch it back. Kaluj wasn't there. You still have Speedily maneuvering underneath alongside, but Kaluj is barely able to stick alive. What a sleep to deny the damage, so Kaluj gets that extra minor few seconds to hold on to this point. That was wonderfully done by the assistants in the support line. Ultraviolet has absolutely turned this around.
That was such a disgusting sleep, and the Nano into Speedily should be able to enough with the sound barrier clean this one up. Unreal play from the supports of the Toronto Defiant, which we talked about. I mean, if you're talking about best buds, OG and Ultraviolet, I mean, what a support duo that was. If Ultraviolet does not hit that sleep, Fitz instantly kills Kaluj, and there's almost no way back for the Defiant in that regard. So what an extremely well played situation coming in from the supports of the Toronto Violent. Ultraviolet, I think when they move over to the Ana, like Ultraviolet is very clean on the Kiriko, but I think with where Ana is in the current meta, I love seeing Ultraviolet on this pick, right? We know going back to way back to American Tornado, even us watching him on ISU, like these plays are insane as we're gonna see this replay here.
Oh, so
just
brilliant.
Absolutely beautiful.
Just look at
Kaluj's health. Look at Kaluj's health. He's about to die in that scenario. I mean, this is, remember back in Pro-Am where we saw him do something similar, right?
Yeah.
On Blizzard World, just instantly sleep someone like that. Absolutely unreal play as Toronto Defiant. It was close. I will give credit to the New York Excelsior, though. That was very close until Toronto Defiant made some swaps. But here we go, a little bit more mano-y-mano with both these teams. And with the Ramatra, the Mei walls here are going to be incredibly impactful. That's really the thing I'm going to be looking out for once we get to these more brawly type of areas. But Fitz is able to take down Speedily, so that means no wall right now. And that's the beauty of the Hanzo. You can sometimes find these long-range shots and just get a pick instantly and win a fight.
Very compelling out the gate from New York as they are now able to capitalize on this initial point. 4 Icebreaker rotating underneath. Kaluj still getting a couple of decent shots onto them to reduce the health value, going in not safe as much with the Nemesis form having to be proc. Look at how low Kaluj is getting and having to just completely retreat over towards that engine room. And there's just this rotating flank by Fitz to get even more damage and pump it out. The wall blocks a little bit of the sight line, but again, Excelsior is continuing to try and separate with that Mei wall, but Kaluj says, my fists are ready, and I'm gonna just rush you.
Really good patience from the Toronto Defiant, right? They lose Speedily very early, but they don't just give up that positioning for free. Yes, they swap it over, but eventually they come back in and they're able to hold, which I think is really, really smart play from them, right? You don't retreat completely, you just bide your time for Speedily to get back, and then you have some geometry to play around the map, which I think was really good rotations coming out from them. So now they're going to start ticking it up. Ultraviolet's going to have Ant Matrix, so now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for New York Excelsior to enter into this fight. But with the Dragon Strike from Fitz, they might be able to take this positioning away for free.
Yeah, especially because you can have those two really great channels to focus with the amplification matrix. Here is one of them down below, up towards the stairway. Has to draw back just ever so slightly, though, since there was a couple of opportunities for Ultraviolet to be pushed down, but New York Excelsior is just going to allow that to fall, wait till it's gone. Dragon Strike through the center to cause separation. Kaluj is now locked into the ceiling and does get the Nemesis form out in time. No follow-up damage despite them being pincered between that rooftop, and still gets a pickup onto Psycho. And this immortality field has to be committed so quickly to keep Kellen alive, but there's just so much damage runneth over that they can't withstand it.
The target selection from Toronto Defiant is perfect here. If Psycho's going to play as aggressively as they have been on Mei, it's very easy for Kaluj to hit that Nemesis form and just take him down if Psycho is going to greed with those ice blocks. So I think that they're really focusing down Psycho and making sure that if that aggressive play is coming through, they will be punished for it. Because you can see Speedily already has that Blizzard, and Psycho has died so early in a couple of these fights that they really haven't been able to keep up, and that's going to be a big cooldown coming in this next fight, especially with New York Excelsior having to go through these enclosed areas.
And you can see just blocking off that side position. Psycho gets a huge pickup onto Hydron. That's absolutely what you need to lean into this with the ultimate economy that Toronto Defiant has. Psycho now having their own Blizzard to commit into this if they want to, but they've really just been able to rotate back Toronto Defiant, but Speedily still gets one onto Fitz, and that's an opportunity to re-enter into this. Blizzard now been tossed, locked down onto Kaluj, frozen up front. Can they get the elimination before the proc of the Annihilation? They do, so they will have a more challenging time, especially because the amplification matrix is here, but it's still Toronto Defiant overwhelming them once again, just completely taking control of this despite it swapping for a small percentage.
And then again, it's the supports. OG and Ultraviolet are able to hold that one back. Dragon Strike comes in, but no one's going to be able to touch. And Toronto Defiant are able to take this first map here of Antarctic Peninsula with some, I think, extremely clutch plays coming out from the support line. I mean, the way that Ultraviolet and OG are playing right now, completely out of this world. That last fight where they lose Kalush so early in the Blizzard, they bring it back just because Ultraviolet and OG there are sitting behind at Ant Matrix and pumping out a lot of damage to bring that one back to even keel. Really like what I'm seeing from the Toronto Defiant. It was a little bit spooky at the first map, the first sub map of this map, but it was an interesting moment to see this team kind of struggle a little bit at the start, Rich. That's not something I thought I'd see coming out.
And again, it kind of ties back to what the desk was talking about, needing to be very concerned if they find themselves in a difficult position facing against New York, if Toronto Defiant isn't able to pull forward with this and be able to dominate. And again, despite as close as this first one was, Icebreaker, I will say, was much more convincing. Yeah. It was a lot more dominant. They really understood how to be able to cycle through their ultimate economy and also just their positional advantage to not overcommit a lot of these base abilities.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this team in the Toronto Defiant is that cycling of cooldowns that is really important for them, right? Their understanding of, like, the mirror. That's one of the things that I think this team really does great. But we have Hollywood next, and we're going to be taking it to a break, so don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
watching. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget about peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I am checked to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch Mount Beach, caution.
I know that you're all enjoying watching those videos because we do. I mean, I think everybody's commented on it, but they're so good. And also because you and I have had the chance to meet Hydron in person. That jawline, by the way, is just as intense in person as it is on that video. I'm going to be real honest. It will just like make you look twice and be like, yo, that's a jawline if I ever did see one.
I'm not sure Hydron ever thought that we'd compliment his jawline on broadcast. I'm not sure that's something that they
like
would
them
ever
cheekbones? Yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But, you know, as we talk about that, we're going to talk about this next map, which is going to be Hollywood. And we haven't had these two be able to compete on this one specifically, Kenobi, but we do have expectations going into it compositionally to see what is going to be most advantageous for them to try and play against one another.
And this is interesting because on Antarctic Peninsula, we did see a little bit of Ashe, and this is one of those maps where Ashe really thrives in, right? Especially on that defensive end on first point, even through second, right? You can get a lot of value with it. Long-range hit scan and medium-range hit scan really thrive in maps like this. And going into it, I'm going to be interested to see what we'll see between both of these teams because of the fact that I think Fitz actually, to their everlasting credit, a lot of the times was kind of matching up with Hydron, right? It wasn't like a complete domination from Hydron. We know Fitz still has it in their back pocket to be an incredibly gifted hit scan, but it looks like actually we will be seeing Toronto Defiant opting in for more of that standard dive composition that we've been seeing lately with the Brigitte and with that Ana. So one of the things about this composition that we really have to be looking out for is where those hacks are going from Hydron. Hydron, I think, currently is actually first when it comes to enemies hacked and getting a lot of value of just like continuously being a nuisance, right? That's what Hydron is so good at. And then the follow-up from the rest of the members of Speedily and Kaluge always perfectly placed. And that's something that I think New York Excelsior has struggled at a little bit. So on this map in particular, I'd like to see a little bit more of those crisp, clean dives coming in from New York Excelsior.
And stepping away from control map, we really get to be able to immerse ourselves in if they've been able to elevate that. Since last week, what we saw, some of those struggles you mentioned, you can see already Hydron in the back, communicating the intel, going in for those early hacks to cause disruption before you've got New York pushing onto this initial point. Slow, methodical play right now, waiting for that entry. There is the initial dive coming in by Kellen, who is overwhelmed for the moment, is going to have to pop the barrier and just jump out for the moment, but you still have them waiting to enter onto this. While you've got Hydron up the stairway, hasn't yet fully committed into a coordinated aggression from Toronto Defiant since it's been this slow movement here from New York. Nice pickup, though, from Psycho, as you do have a return from Speedily, so it's quite a bruising battle between two, and there's actually some point capturing capabilities here from New York.
Yeah, Toronto opted to counter dive as soon as they saw Kellen go a little bit aggressive, and then they just tried to go onto the backline, which worked. Respawns are a little bit closer, though, for New York Excelsior and Toronto Defiant. They don't have their healers, so their health bars are getting a little bit low. They should be back in time, but Speedily goes down to Psycho because the Brig is not there to give them those packs.
And it's just a matter of time. They continue to chip into Kaluge, having to jump back out, look to get topped up from the support, since, again, they do have quite a distance to return into this. Nice separation here in New York is keeping them at bay in this doorway so that they can guarantee this checkpoint just over 5 minutes to work with as we'll transition into the streets phase.
And that was much, much more clean from New York Excelsior. I think Psycho specifically deserves a lot of credit for being able to take that positioning away. As the pulse bomb comes in, doesn't manage to find anything, but a hefty time bank for New York Excelsior to move forward. And this matchup between Psycho and Speedily is going to be very interesting. We know Speedily is incredibly gifted in their own right, but Psycho back in EU contenders, you could have argued was one of the best tracers that we had. So this is a matchup that I think is a lot closer than people might expect.
Yep, TBT will be a thrill. As you can see, Psycho, as you highlighted, getting an initial pick onto Hydron. Fitz able to just translocate out, get topped up by the health pack, and maneuver into this open space. Now, the high ground is something to really focus on and how Toronto's going to want to utilize it.
Yeah, and how also New York Excelsior is going to try and get up to it. You can see Fitz is on right now looking for the EMP. They find it onto OG. Another sleep, though.
Nice recovery. Both supports are able to sustain, keeping through it, and there's really no way that they can take advantage of it from the low ground. And now you can see the jump.
Ultraviolet getting dove on.
Yep, seeing if they can follow through onto it, dropping below, but the nano onto Kaluge, causing enough disruption onto the opposing support line. There's a lot of just consistent damage coming through to get that inspired healing defensively to keep New York alive and pushing back into this. Kaluge a little bit forced back for the moment until they can re-enter and having the nano. Oh, they're actually going to have the primal still held on to. Don't need to commit it here, and they're getting those necessary necessary picks to make this even more challenging for New York, and that Bionade has to force out the Primal Rage onto Kellen to recover, still getting bashed and controlled, as this is just going to be Toronto Defiant maintaining this position.
OG does end up going down, and Lep will be back into this fight relatively soon, so there is going to be that moment where they can go forward. But actually, Kellen gets antied, and the Nano from Creative does not manage to give them the help. Speedily is able to get the stick, and that's going to be a complete fight win. Again, Ultraviolet on this Ana just playing out of their skull pieces right now. That anti just completely negates the Nano from Creative, and if you're ever trading anti for Nano, that's a win you take 10 times out of 10 as the Toronto Defiant, and UV coming back up towards that Nano can throw it onto Hydron, throw it onto Kaluj, and really make it difficult for New York Excelsior to get that aggression going.
And a couple minutes already off the time bank for now. Great early initiation onto this. You do have the hack onto Speedily, denying a little bit of that mobility. The high ground has been capitalized on. New York taking advantage of it and working across the bridgeway. Nicely for the moment onto Kaluj, but able to get back up and online as the damage comes in to force out the Primal Rage. Down below, resetting near this payload. Just again, continuously bludgeoning everyone close enough within range. Bionade lands onto 2. Left goes down. Kaluj capitalizes onto it. And this is now so much tension on the support line that New York can't withstand it.
And I mean, this time bank that New York had, which was about 5 minutes going into this one, it's just been completely dwindled to half right now. It feels like Toronto Defiant, especially with the fact that OG is being able to peel for Ultraviolet so long in these dives, it's giving Ultraviolet those chances to hit huge antis, hit huge sleeps like that, and they're just creating time for UV to be able to pop off like they're doing right now. But New York Excelsior come back into this one with an EMP. We'll see if there's going to be another sleep, because the Ultraviolet has already slipped one EMP from Fitz.
Nice hack to come out down below. Psycho extremely critical, so will draw back and get close to the supports as Fitz waits patiently. Wasn't able to get the outcome they would have liked with the initial one, but goes now for a second. There's the dive, Kellen close by, but you've got Ultraviolet running for their lives in the saloon underneath and survives. And as chaotic as it might have been when they're fleeing away from it, there is so much from Toronto Defiant to recover and sustain.
And that's one of the things I was talking about with New York Excelsior, where the EMP goes off and the follow-up is just not there, right? It was really good job from Ultraviolet and OG specifically to get them out of that fight, but if they had all 3 members, that's a dead Ultraviolet, so just not able to clean up on that dive, and New York Excelsior switch put Fitz onto that Hanzo just to offer a little bit more of that recon against Hydron, and also that one-shot potential that they need to get a pick really quickly here.
Nice knockback as well, keeping Kellen from that high ground, denying any damage onto Ultraviolet. Arrows you could see whizzing by Ultraviolet, so dropping down just below, so there's a little more coverage. Kellen boosted, now playing forward, seeing what they can do with it. Hit by the bio, needs to be cautious, super low, and has to give another Primal Rage into this, since they're consistently being hit by Ultraviolet. OG's rally finally reaches its end, so you do lose a little bit of that protection, and with Kaluj down, they no longer have that front line disruption that Kaluj can consistently bring to the table, and now it's going to be New York able to gain some better distance.
That was a huge anti on Creative, was able to hit the OG while they were nanoed and get the anti, and then the follow-up is perfect there from New York Excelsior, but Kaluj will be back into this fight relatively soon, and the dive is good. Fitz is staying alive, though. Great hacks coming in from left.
Yeah, huge top-up, instantly healed to make sure that they are not going to lose that influx of damage or the Dragon Strike, which is looking to divide. Speedily almost gets shut down, able to dash just outside of the Twin Dragons. With underneath, Creative gets the elimination on it. I believe the Bionade may be even close to it, as you do have this follow-through. Psycho keeping close with the pulse bomb, goes for the stick. Ooh. Able to get Ultraviolet, so they no longer have that healing, and OG is going to be bludgeoned to a very low health value, as Kaluj also can't survive. That gives more than enough space, so now it's 1:30 for New York in the home stretch.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great defense from Toronto Defiant. I mean, whittling this time bank down as much as they did, but Speedily will end up going down to Psycho here. Psycho actually having a pretty decent time matching up with Speedily, especially since the fact that there's a Sombra on the other side, and it's very difficult for Tracers to pilot against both a Sombra and a Tracer in their own right, as New York Excelsior only have that minute left to work with Speedily. Coming up towards a Pulse Bomb, there's also that EMP from Hydron, so if you're Toronto Defiant, you want to probably just use one of these ults and then just continuously rotate your macro to be able to basically have 4 ults at the very end to be able to just stop New York Excelsior from capping.
And this is where the coordination and communication is key for New York Excelsior. We want to see them take the time to grow in moments like these with a short amount of time remaining. Still a decent distance, halfway to be accurate with Hydron. Looking for the EMP. Stealthful in, goes right onto 4. Quick work onto Kellen, who is going to be sent back to spawn. Couldn't get the primal, and New York's going to look to go again.
Chris playing absolutely perfect. I mean, that's absolutely perfect from them. If they can actually get the stragglers here from New York Excelsior, this is going to be very scary for them. They're trying to go for it. Creative is down. There's only 20 minutes left. Kaluj might have to give up their life for it, so potentially going a little bit too over-aggressive. They're not playing in the sightlines of the Ana, and now New York Excelsior can capitalize on a little bit on this over-aggression.
They need to do it now. They're going to have Kaluj back into this from spawn. You can see that there is this final bend. Now the home stretch with 6 seconds to go for New York Excelsior. Having the ultimates online, 5 in total here with Lep approaching it. To lean into this with a Dragon Strike, waiting, holstered for the moment until they can find the opportune time. Dividing to the left, going for the supports. Nano boost onto Fitz, pummeling consistently with arrows. OG down before the rally can come in. There's no extra armament. It's only Kaluj and Ultraviolet to be able to defensively use their ultimates and force back New York. Creative is down, so that's a lot on the weight of left to survive, but a pull speed says otherwise. Speedily comes in with a swiftness to deny that completion. Very important person ain't reaching the limits, and they will now take a swap of sides.
And, oh man, that's unfortunate for New York Excelsior. You saw Kellen, the map ended and they didn't use the Primal Rage. Probably wanted to have that one back, but I think that really good weathering of the storm from Toronto Defiant. And I think that's one of the things that, like, the synergy helps out so much with, right? It's like you're going up against a 5 ultimate bank and you're a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of your own ultimates, but you're able to kind of weather that storm, be able to not really panic. I think that's one of the indications of a great team, right? Where you could go up against an ultimate kind of disadvantage and not just completely collapse, right? Because we know that 5 ultimates is very strong, but if you can kind of pilot that mid fight a little bit cleanly and with the synergy that you have with the rest of the team, that's really how you win those fights at a disadvantage.
And now, as we do see New York on the defense, Fitz going to come out onto this Ashe. As we had mentioned towards the start of this, you talked heavily about what we've typically seen and the value that it can bring into this, and I'm liking that we're going to see that defensively because it has such a great value in defensively holding against a team like Toronto.
The scary thing about this, though, is that if Toronto does end up coming out on this composition, Fitz has to play super careful, right? You only really have one option of escape, and that's the coach gun. There is a lot of incoming healing from Creative and from Lep, which is going to be good to keep Fitz alive. But with Toronto Defiant running this double flanker look and Kaluj and how crispy it is with their dives, and especially now that you have Ultraviolet on here as well with the sound barrier, or with the Kiriko, that's a lot of incoming damage to deal with Fitz, right? That Fitz has to really, really play carefully because the lethality of this composition could be incredibly impactful. And you can actually see Speedily is going on to the Genji, so now it's even more that, like, Fitz is very scared in this position, right? Genji so lethal at executing those dives, and with Ultraviolet and Kaluj running along with them, it's going to be very scary.
Oh, that quick swiftness up top. Fitz survives. Speedily goes down. What a huge defensive play from New York, able to completely deny accessibility onto that high ground and make quick work of Toronto.
I mean, that's all Fitz right there. I think that dynamite was impeccably placed. I don't think I've ever seen a better dynamite, honestly. Just the second the dive comes in, you're instantly all hit with that dynamite, and the incoming damage is too much for you to deal with, especially with just a Kiriko and a Lucio. You might not necessarily have the healing to deal with it, and you can see now Toronto Defiant actually getting off the Genji and going over to the Tracers. So again, trying to offer that ability to just instantly kill someone in that backline, but Fitz is actually no longer on that hit scan roll, so now they're back on the Sombra, and Toronto Defiant doesn't have one in their own right, so this is a little bit scary.
And you can see Hydron being very aware of it too, the fact when they come out of that after the hack. Looking now to funnel damage into this doorway, getting point presence for now. No one yet contesting, so they've managed to give up at least one tick, but are waiting patiently for re-entry. And Hydra now taking the elevated position, looks for an angle. Disruptor shot blocks the doorway once again. Psycho can't work through it, and the healing isn't enough from both Creative and Left to keep them going. And this is now going to be an initial checkpoint reached, as you do have really Kellen just buying extra time right now and waiting for hopefully the rest of the team to come back into support, since the Primal Rage is now active. Pulse Bomb just goes wide. Hydron eliminated. Bash comes in by Left underneath with Speedily, focusing the supports heavily. Pulse Bomb onto Kaluj, gets low, but now has the Primal Rage again for sustainability and continues to juggle. Such beautiful play coming in by Toronto Defiant. Now going to fall back. Active, but is going to be shut down from the raging fists of Kaluj, just battering them once again.
That's a bit of a me MP right there. I mean, okay, Fitz switching, but that was one. If they were staying on Sombra, I'd be just a little bit yeah, you probably could have kept that one for a second, but the fact that they're switching makes this okay, I think, in that own right. They tried to buy back in, didn't unfortunately work for them. Now bring in that Hanzo, though. So one of the things about the Hanzo here on the defensive end, especially with what Toronto Defiant is running, is now there is a little bit of a range advantage, right? Hydron has to play very carefully and make sure that if they are going to be charging up that rail, they have that one-shot potential, because Hanzo is just going to be able to win outright with the pressure they can output from these long angles.
And as we find ourselves in the same position once again, New York on the high ground, disruptor shot, making it more challenging to actually play on that ledge there to get those arrows in from Fitz, so it draws them back for the moment. Now maneuvering up to the high ground, Rally is active, but a Kitsune rush across the bridgeway of doom. They're attempting to say, you shall not pass, but what a sleep dart comes in. Hydron now looking to recover with what remains of the overclock. They have at least forced back New York to gain some distance.
I mean, that was an unreal sleep there, negating that overclock coming in from Hydron, but OG still holding on towards this sound barrier. They're trying to get up to the high ground and use it. Hydron getting taken incredibly low. You can see Psycho looking for it. The pulse is there. Ultraviolet gets taken down because there's no Suzu.
No, and because they used it earlier to keep Hydron alive, they can't withstand that follow-up by Psycho. This is now New York Excelsior in the driver's seat. They're going to be able to recover from this as everyone gets back in, and they're about halfway through this, so it's about even in where their spawn positioning is.
And now you can see Hydron is moving back over to the Sombra, right? They want to have a little bit more of that potential to execute these dives, because the Sojourn just not as capable of getting into those dives. So now when you have Hydron who can cheat the staging area aspect a little bit, you can get onto Fitz, potentially just insta-kill them in that back line, as Creative still looking towards this Nano, as Kellen is going to dive onto that high ground, try and take that space away. Fitz is kind of uncontested right now, which is a little bit of a scary situation. Toronto has nothing to deal with it, and Kalush is getting absolutely plastered by these arrows continuing to come in.
Yeah, spread amongst the drywall very easily, as there's 2 minutes and 20 seconds now. The Nano Boost active on the front line. Kellen looking to take down the support play, but another sleep from Ultraviolet, keeping the back line supported time and time again. Kellen forces out the Primal Rage because they just get so jumped on.
Yeah, but I mean, Kellen is doing a great job of zoning. Throughout all of this, Toronto Defiant haven't had their healers, but somehow Toronto Defiant is staying alive, which is fantastic for them. Psycho does get hacked, isn't taken down yet, but Kellen doing such a good job of zoning, and Kalush is forced back in. The Nano is used, and they don't have a jump yet, so they have to wait a little bit for that to get value.
Ooh, big turnaround, though, up top. Gets the jump in time to at least get that splash damage plus the melee and follow through from the right click to overwhelm Fitz. It's numbers advantage here. Left committed with that rally to guarantee that they can get some extra protection, but there's far too few to sustain through it. With 1 minute and 30 seconds, Toronto Defiant is now looking to be into the home stretch of this, but they just have to finalize these last few players.
Oh, big EMP from Hydron is managing to find 3. Psycho, just a lonely one here with Lep on that Brigitte. Pulse Bomb could be big to clutch this one out if they can find it, but Lep is so low. Are they going to get taken down by speed?
Oh, no, has to force the recall back to the point. They reach the checkpoint and now have 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Still a decent amount of time to work with, just above what New York had.
Yeah, and even if they, at this point, if they're going to be losing these next couple of fights, they do have at least one more ultimate rotation in their bank with 2.5 minutes left. But you can see Fitz going back over to the Ash in this enclosed area. I actually like this decision a lot, because the Dynamites can get a lot of value in these enclosed areas, and you have these sightlines to play around, and it's going to be difficult for Toronto to actually get onto Fitz in these scenarios, right? There isn't going to be that instant dive unless you're going to be sending Hydron into that back line and trying to get a pick that way.
Fitz playing a little more forward, but needs to be very cognizant of the dive to come in. The rally is active. OG gaining protection for the squad to move forward, capitalizing onto the low targets as the pulse bomb doesn't gain value here from Speedily. Just a small chip damage to the squad as they approach this box of victory. Near it, wanting to complete with the Bionade onto Kellen. It makes it really challenging, but since they've gotten rid of now both supports, this is disastrous here for Toronto Defiant, and it's a cleanup here for New York.
Psycho absolutely went bonkers that fight. I mean, the amount of value that Psycho is getting in these fights, again, against a Sombra and a Tracer, where you are in that 1v2 situation, Psycho is still getting a lot of value, which is a testament to how good they are on that Tracer. And Toronto Defiant, I mean, this is a little bit of a scary situation for them, right? They have a Nano, they have a Primal. EMP is going to be the big one here, but New York Excelsior have managed to find ultimates themselves in this elongated fight.
Fitz barely got out of that. There was a coordinated duo from Hydron and Kalush almost to bring them down, but able to cycle back and recover. 3 meters now to go. Hydron stealthed, EMP online, waiting to unleash onto New York for these final few meters. 60 seconds now, intensity rising. Psycho caught out, has to dash back quickly. EMP out, lands on to 2. Kellen Callan can't get the Primal Rage active. Fitz gives the Bob for extra assistance. Psycho not able to get anything with the Pulse Bomb. Speedily at least denied to use theirs as well. Rally from left defensively, giving that again protection. 45 seconds, and you have Toronto Defiant having to draw back.
Toronto Defiant, I mean, they're still trying to fight this one. Kaluja's Primal, big anti onto the back line, but there isn't the follow-up there because Kaluja's putting the members away.
Yep, they're locking him into the corner, consistently swiveling to find maximum value, going back for the Mega Health Pack so that they're topped up for re-entry. 25 seconds. Every meter just continuing to reduce every combat they get into. Callan, Primal Rage active, now going to cause just as much disruption, but is hacked for the moment. So low in the back, but both Creative and Lep are doing it. Psycho again, being the MVP that was in the previous fight, is able to do it again here, forcing back Toronto Defiant.
And there's no way back for Toronto. I mean, you have to get Hydron here to touch and get this overtime. They only have the rally to work with, though. Once they get back, can they get on? Overtime is proc. Speed needs to get back there.
Can they dash into it? Again, quick dash, all three gone. Dive in, nice knockback. Kaluch not onto the back line. The rally is active. OG needs to make sure that this team is powered up and ready to go. Callan hit by the Bionade again from Ultraviolet. Hydron as well in return, though, from Creative too low. But what a quickness when it came to the recall for Psycho to survive. Hydron gets the pickup. It's massive to see that numbers advantage for Toronto Defiant. New York in these moments are not going to be able to outmatch the EMP that was lurking in the darkness that's able to give them this second map win on Hollywood.
I mean, Toronto Defiant win this one, but man, is New York Excelsior making this close. And this is something Jake talked about on the desk where this needed to be convincing, right? And this is, so far, New York Excelsior is coming to play, right? They look really, really strong here in a couple of these moments. There's just these like small things as we're going to go through the replays, but like this looks like a completely different New York Excelsior team, right? They seem to have, after the rough week they had at the start in week one, this team is like starting to get their sea legs under them, it looks like. I mean, dude, how many times are we going to see Ultraviolet hit these insane sleeps? Right?
Yeah,
like this is just insanity. But going back to New York Excelsior, right? This team looks really, really much stronger than they did in that previous week, and I'm actually really excited to see what they can do going forward because I think 2-0 right now is not indicative of how these matches have gone so far.
I feel it's like one of those moments, even though it was a week apart, it was like a halftime moment with Coach being just like, all right, this is where we have to pick ourselves back up, and they're doing it here to make it competitive. But we'll be able to see how this third map unfolds here on Havana just after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you job. Get down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you job. Hustle, yeah, we hustle, but the oh my.
Welcome back, everybody. If there was ever a intro like that I want to play at massive bass levels in my vehicle to rattle the framing, it's that one. I cannot get enough of it. And you can't see us on off cam, but oh my gosh, I was jiving Kenobi with that one the whole time.
They don't. New York Excelsior do not miss with their videos. I mean, every single hype video I feel like I've seen from them is just absolutely impeccable, and that one's no different. But we are going to be transitioning over to our third map here of Havana, Toronto in the lead 2-0, and this is a map that I'm a bit worried about for the New York Excelsior.
Yeah.
Right? We do have a sub. Shockwave will eventually be coming in here for Fitz, but I think when we look at this map in particular, this was a map where back in Pro-Am, when Toronto Defiant played Boston Uprising, they annihilated the Boston Uprising, and a lot of it had to do with Hydron. Like, this is a map where I'm thinking, like, Hydron gets to play Widow. Where do you come back? Like, where is that avenue for New York Excelsior to win this map? Because this is just a perfect place for New York Excelsior to play, right? Or not New York Excelsior, Toronto Defiant, right? Mm-hmm. You get Kaluge on Sigma, his best hero. Hydron Widow, his best hero. Speedily can play pretty much anything, like the Tracer or the Hanzo, right? And then the supports get to, have those long-range battles that they like so much. This is just a perfect map for Toronto Defiant. I think it's probably their best one out of the pool that we have right now. So there's a lot for New York Excelsior in their own right to go up against a matchup like this.
And there were already factors that New York was having to really work on. The synergy, able to clean up a lot of the things that were a little bit off in timing. But yes, now that you look at that 1-to-1 skill ratio where Hydron is able to completely take over a lot of these positions, just the initial defense, the surprise factor, the dominance in angles, even a couple of those that we saw like on other maps, like with Junkertown, where they're getting 2 hot, quick flicks, just close range shots. It's absolutely insane to see what Hydron can do and just control the map as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, back in Pro-Am, I think that when they were on the defensive end, Hydron put Birdring in a coffin.
Yeah.
Like, they did not. I don't think Birdring had a kill because Hydron was just so oppressive on that pick. And I think that we'll probably see something similar, right, on this matchup. It actually looks like, though, on the defensive or on the offensive end, or defensive end rather, they are going to not be opting in for that Widowmaker. They're staying on the Symmetra and the Mei. And this is something that is interesting with Havana, right? Because you have this very close hold opportunity, and you can see that they're being very sneaky about it. Yeah, they're being super sneaky about it. And New York Excelsior, are they going to know? Because one of the things about this map that I love is when people do take these close holds, because you can take a lot of time off the clock and essentially guarantee yourself that second point or that second fight right before it turns that corner, because it's so long to move forward. As we can see, Toronto Defiant going to be moving forward, throwing those turrets on the edge of that building there and making it hard for New York Excelsior to exit.
And the dynamic of this too is because New York might actually be anticipating what we have seen specifically from Hydron. So taking this different type of flavor to their approach with composition really can put New York Excelsior off, and you're going to already see that this is a quick job done on the front line, able to just shut down New York Excelsior.
That was a fantastic wall from Speedily to kind of section Kellen off from the AoE of the healers, and Kellen just initially evaporated after the Immortality Field. Great play from the Toronto Defiant to start this off on their close hold here, and they're just going to keep it going. I mean, already by the time we get to this next fight, a minute will be taken off the clock, and they're sitting pretty.
Ooh, but that's not what you want to see. Speedily goes down, dropping from the high ground position as Shockwave gets a clean shot. Immortality Field should give just enough sustainability to put that extra tension onto Toronto Defiant, but Ultraviolet coming in with the damage, taking down their counterpart. This is just a bloodbath amongst this initial position. And again, the spawn advantage is here for New York, so they will be able to have the numbers advantage.
The Cyclone's getting taken down low and goes down, and Kellen has to go back and just heal because they don't have the healers with them right there. And it's getting taken down extremely low here. Finally, Creative is back to pump in those heals, but now Toronto Defiant are back in it.
Amp Matrix making sure that there is a window of opportunity to influx that damage. Annihilation committed by Kaluge. Everyone is going to have to draw back into their spawn, but as they attempt to do so, they're laid 10 feet under.
And I think this is one of the best things about Toronto Defiant. We talked about before this map where we're like, hey, they're going to play the Sigma and things like that. But one of the things about Toronto Defiant that's so incredible for them is that their ability to play various different things. And on a map like this where you would expect them to play one comp, they're piloting this composition, this rush style so effectively.
Photon barrier active. Really cognizant in how New York Excelsior is going to have to maneuver around this to get the advantage. They do have the opposing position to collapse into this shatter onto 2. Speedily to the other side of the photon barrier, but drops. Dragon Strike gets OG before the sound barrier can be committed, and they finally break this stronghold that is Toronto Defiant and can start gaining distance.
Yeah, I mean, that was really close because it was a perfectly placed immortality field from Ultraviolet to be able to keep OG alive through the initial shatter, but the Dragon Strike was layered perfectly on top of that, and I also do want to credit OG for holding on to that sound barrier because they knew, or he knew probably he was going to get Ajaxed, right? And you don't want that. You want to be able to come back into this next fight and match with the sound barrier that New York Excelsior is going to have in their own right.
And they'll be anchoring up top for the moment until they can collapse downwards. TP comes in by Hydron. Again, this coordination that we've seen a lot onto the control map. We're going to see the same thing here. Amplification Matrix now continuing the influx of healing. Ultraviolet gets covered by the sound barrier from OG that you mentioned, kept from the previous fight. But this is still New York able to take advantage of this, despite what was committed into it and the clever reposition.
And now that it's a little bit more open, Shockwave gets that kind of opportunity to take these angles and really impact the game on that Hanzo, because one of the things Toronto Defiant's composition doesn't have is that ability to match with that one-shot potential, right? Speedily can sometimes hit some icicles, but it's not enough, and now Shockwave has that Dragon Strike to zone Toronto off his card.
Kellen now has the Earth Shatter. It got just enough with the Fire Strike so that they can guarantee usage. They're clustered to the corner, Wall attempting to divide and knock them back, but can't quite do so. The placement is off. Left gets Kaluge. Blizzard is attempting to slow the momentum backward, and that will be New York able to clean this up, gain the checkpoint, and now add a new lease on life with 3 minutes inside the brewery.
And you're definitely happy with that one because they were getting held pretty significantly at the start, but they're finally able to break that defense. And now I think that this Reinhardt composition is working out so well for them, right, in this scenario, because Toronto Defiant, they don't necessarily have the staying power, especially with this Ramatra, as Psycho is able to get Hydron. So now there's a lot of damage gone, and this wall is going to do so much in making sure that Toronto Defiant have to retreat here. Another counter wall from Speedily gets them out, but without Hydron in this fight, they don't have the damage to be able to contest this, and this is just free card progression for New York Excelsior.
Yeah, and they're getting it to that position of where the catwalk kind of meets that second high ground doorway.
Oh my god!
No, Shockwave comes in.
Where did that even come from?
I don't know either. We're probably going to get a replay of it, but my goodness, did that thread a needle.
And I think this is one of the things that like the Hanzo does for well is, again, that lovely. Shockwave's right. Shockwave, tell him that's exactly what Hanzo can do in these scenarios. But we see Toronto Defiant coming back into recontest. There is going to be that TP onto the high ground. They're trying to take down one of the members in the back. Shockwave getting extremely low and finally gets obliterated.
Punishment for chatting in the open space. Just letting him know that lovely is not so lovely from OG, with this rotation now coming in from Toronto Defiant to collapse onto the few from New York, since they are at the numbers disadvantage. Immortality field no longer able to keep them alive, and Nemesis form is just going to continue with the Fists of Fury meleeing forward, and now final stability from Toronto.
And I think now Toronto Defiant are like, okay, we've figured out what the raid boss is for New York Excelsior, and it's Shockwave. If we can just TP onto Shockwave and just instantly kill them, it's going to be very difficult for Creative and Lep to keep Shockwave alive in this scenario, as we're going to be seeing the replay of how this happened. I mean, what even... Okay.
Oh, no! It literally just grazed.
That is a grade A mahogany log right there. That is absolutely perfect.
I mean, that's been sanded, varnished, and completely put on display. I would let that arrow be on any artwork wall. As you do see us get back into this now, 60 seconds to go. New York having one last opportunity here to push into this. They have the Earth Shatter at least with a sound barrier. Shockwave gets one open out the gate again, but this time onto OG. And now pushing into this, the Blizzard has been committed. Speedily really wasn't able to lock down as many as they would have liked positionally with that. Already has to force out the defensive. Shatter now goes instantly. Big wall from Speedily after coming out of the cryo freeze. Annihilation from Kaluge is going to influx damage, and the fact that there's so many that's close by, it'll keep that duration lasting for the moment, but the shield will mitigate the tail end of it. Hydron waiting to put some logs themselves into the mix here. Are they made of mahogany? Only time will tell. Drawing back as the Blizzard committed, forcing back Toronto, looking for a wall to divide Kaluge, but still sidestepping it for the moment to stick close to the supports. Both OG and Ultraviolet continuing to just fuel Kaluge to hold this position, as Kellen still gets very low on the front with a Dragon Strike coming in from the side.
Oh, the wall comes in. Dragon Strike return back in. Ultraviolet so close towards that Ant Matrix. That might be the moment that Toronto Defiant can win this fight aggressively.
The flank from Hydron doesn't land. It is so necessary to get those picks, but again, falls just short. Pick Shockwave! Matter of time. They hold on long enough. Psycho low, but getting topped up. They've gotten the advantage. Kellen is down. Hydron gets the final pickup. Multi-shots go wide, but that one hits true. And on this high ground, continuing to be uncontested. 25 HP. Creative finds him. The overtime is still active. They just need to reduce Collusion OG, but I'm not sure if there's going to be enough from New York to be able to capitalize on this because of how long Collusion's lasting.
Yeah, respawns are also closer, and UV is back now with that Ant Matrix. That's going to be so much healing and damage to deal with, and they just get off of that cart. That was so scary for the Toronto Defiant there. I mean, I thought the second Shockwave got that pick onto Ultraviolet, the fight was over, but again, the synergy and the ability in the mid-fight to just not panic and keep themselves alive, right? The target selection, absolutely perfect from the Toronto Defiant to just know that if we stay alive, we have an advantage because Collusion alive, Kellen's not here, we will eventually out-sustain them. So really, really well played from Toronto Defiant to hold at the very end there. But New York Excelsior, I mean, Shockwave's looking really good, especially on this Hanzo. There's a lot of times where they're getting these picks and just unfortunately they aren't able to capitalize because, again, the ability of Toronto Defiant to be able to synergize their way through these mid-fights is really, really impeccable.
Just bring me in, coach. Shockwave is here to send ripples amongst the floor. And now on the defensive side, looking to see if they can do the same, as we will now most likely have this competition between Shockwave and Hydron that's going to continue to elevate. And still a decent distance to their credit. And again, it was so close that Kellen is going to be able to get there to potentially keep that fight going, but still a very hefty distance gained as we do take the swap of sides with Toronto on the attack.
It's also so interesting that we're seeing like this change to this map in particular, right? This is a map where usually you see those long-range hit scans really get a lot of value. Widowmaker especially, you have Sigma, but it feels like the Brawl is kind of the flavor of the map with these two teams at the current moment, as Toronto Defiant going to be opting in for the Symmetra. So they do have that ability to kind of maneuver around with the TP if they would like to and get into that backline, so they don't really have to take an engagement here and just poke. They can use that TP aggressively. But Shockwave, again, is able to take down speedily, and this is the value of that Hanzo, especially when you're someone as good as Shockwave is. You have that long-range one-shot potential.
You can feel the ripples, the first of many that you're going to need to see from New York to dwindle the time bank coming out the gate here. Toronto Defiant not really able to get their footing just yet or utilize Hydron's teleporter as they actively place it. Don't utilize it, more so to draw attention away to press forward. The wall comes in, denying some of the positional shots from Shockwave, going up top, can't quite land it. Still getting some decent pressure though, because nobody can really focus down Shockwave since they're maintaining the front line. This illusion around the payload, managing to get another. Hydron is down, and a pick after such a minute of time committed and a shatter to put them on their backs.
I'm loving the way New York Excelsior are playing these fights. You know, they're just basically saying, hey, Shockwave, stay in the back line, be able to create that space for us and get those picks. And I think that it's working so well. They're putting a lot of effort into giving Shockwave that opportunity and that space to pop off with the way that they're positioning. And now you can see Hydron opting back over to the Hanzo themselves to try and match up with that long range.
And now Amplification Matrix active. Nice wall initially by Psycho to block some of the angles for that extra boosted damage. Going back to neutral, waiting for them to drop and going to hold on for a new entry point.
And because Speed has been focused so much, they're nowhere close towards that Blizzard, right? So now Psycho has their own, and this is a very enclosed area where Blizzard can get a ton of value.
And now you've got Kellen charging to the opposing side to still be that front line necessary. Blizzard to lock them down. You've got Kaluja already so low. It's 2 minutes off the clock, and New York is absolutely just completely enrooted into the ground.
I mean, they're playing this so well. It's weird that we're seeing in a rush mirror that New York Excelsior is really kind of putting the tempo forward and pressing aggressively. That's something we know Toronto Defiant to do, as they're going to try now to go aggressively.
Yep, just rushing in. Kaluja instantly popping the Nemesis form, but going down with their front line. And again, that's a timing issue. I'm almost wondering if they wanted to lean in to get the Annihilation to utilize that for a second refresh on the Nemesis.
I think the wall from Psycho actually blocked the sound barrier from OG being able to hit Kaluja there, so Kaluja did not get any value from that. And now look at New York Excelsior. They have a sound barrier advantage.
Minute and 40, the wall is there to block some of it, but still getting a knockdown. Blizzard active, Annihilation. You can see that Toronto Defiant is like having to ebb and flow back and forth. There is finally a numbers advantage after so much time worn off the clock. New York Excelsior now could be half happy with this one and get a full reset back at a second junction.
Completely happy for them. I mean, taking as much time as they did off the clock, and by the time, Rich, we get to this next fight, it could be potentially the last fight that we get, right? The big thing about this is that Toronto Defiant do have that ability to set up right with these angles. You can put Hydron on high ground. You also have Ultraviolet who's coming up towards that Ant Matrix, so now Hydron is scouted out though, so they know where he is, and that's really good recon dart coming in from Shockwave to be able to push them off that high ground.
Wall already committed. The Vortex instantly drops down Kellen the second their toes move off the edge. You can see that left committing that amplification matrix. You've got Hydron tossing the dragons in since they're clustered towards that pillar position. Ultraviolet gets the execution onto Creative. So now they've lost so much healing. That is a lot for left to handle, and there's no way that they can sustain.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall as much as they can because they will get one last chance. Shockwave is trying their best to return some kills, but I think this is just stall tactics. Shockwave gets another one, 2 down. I mean, is that going to be enough for New York Excelsior to get back into this one? The cart only has 2 on it, so now New York Excelsior definitely have a chance to get back, especially with the Lucio speed, and Shockwave has a Dragon Strike, so they can zone off this cart and split the entirety of Toronto Defiant and make it so difficult for them to maneuver this fight, especially with the Blizzard on top of it.
Yeah, 2 ultimates online soon to have Kellens for the third. If Lep can also get to the sound barrier fast enough, that will be it. Oh, Shockwave gets one onto Speedily. Speedily will not have the Blizzard for this last fight. That is disastrous. You solely have to rely now onto OG and Kaluge to contribute into this. Blizzard from Psycho tossed into the mix. Kaluge needs to go down and is picked up. Psycho gets the icicle between the eyes. That's the cleanup here for New York Excelsior. They are not done yet, and they want to bring it to another map.
I mean, absolutely unreal performance from Shockwave. I mean, the amount of times that Shockwave was able to get picks that were so important at the start of those fights, taking down Maze, taking down supports. Sometimes it didn't end up in a fight win, but just the amount of times they were able to really get value off of this Hanzo. I mean, finishing 22-14 final blows, highest in the lobby. I mean, this was just an absolute masterclass from this Hanzo player in Shockwave, and I wonder if we see Shockwave continue to play, because this was just a great performance from them.
And the big question too is, this was a map that we all anticipated Toronto Defiant being so strong on, and now you've seen New York be able to break down the foundation of a map that rightfully should have been theirs. But with that being said, for now we're going to be heading into our 4th map just after this short break, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to be getting into this one, and I think it could just go the distance.
job. Get down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you job. Hustle, yeah, we hustle, but the oh my.
Greetings, friends. We had to hit you again with the hype video. It was the kryptonite, apparently, for Toronto in the previous one, so we did it again to see if we can reach our map 5, Kenobi. That's what was said from the desk back when we were in Pro-Am, that we've got some kind of mojo or a ritual to get us there, and maybe we'll be seeing it again here.
Yeah, we're here for the entertainment of Chad, getting you all the map 5 banger series that you want. But as we go into this, it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what we're going to be seeing from the Toronto Defiant, because we did see a lot of more of that rush style on Havana, which is something I expected. But now as we go over to Esperanza, which is going to be our next map, I think we're probably going to be trending back towards more of that Winston, Sombra, Tracer, Dive look that we've seen previously in those first 2 maps.
Yeah, and with what we had also previously seen so far, it is going to be the Junker Queen that was so dominant. Kaluj able to pilot it with such great success and overwhelming just with that dominance that could be pressed forward with their proficiency to utilize that tank.
And I think that's going to be an interesting thing as well to look at. Like, do we see a change up from the Toronto Defiant in terms of like not wanting to handshake the mirror, right? Because Toronto Defiant, I think one of the best things about them is their versatility, right? Kaluj last year kind of, I think, answered a lot of questions about his ability to play a lot of the different tanks and looks very, very competent on a lot of them, which is a big deal. But for New York Excelsior, we've seen them, besides kind of the rush styles we've seen a little bit today, which were very map dependent, they've almost only trended towards just that standard Sombra, Tracer, Dive composition. So that's going to be interesting to me to see if we do see kind of this rock, paper, scissor matchup of, is there going to be any swaps from the Toronto Defiant, or are they just perfectly fine handshaking that composition?
We'll see if the handshake will hold true, but the desk right now has got to be a little shaken seeing that there is a map down for Toronto Defiant, when I don't think any of us really expected it to go in this direction on a map 4 where New York is able to just get a newfound empowerment going into this map.
I mean, you heard it from Jake on the desk. Jake was like, this needs to be like convincing. This is an 0-2 team who we expected to have like very high expectations. Being 0-2 at this moment, kind of shocking to a lot of people. But New York Excelsior taking a map is a little bit of a scary situation for this Toronto team, especially when it was on a rush style of composition, which we would think that Toronto would be very adept at. But New York Excelsior came to play on that Havana and really, really strutted their stuff. But on Esperanza, it's probably going to be a different beast with the compositions we see.
Well, and the big thing, too, is when we talk a lot about, especially after getting through that initial archway where that upper catwalk is, that's such a dominant position to hold. And with the coordination that we've seen from Defiant, it's going to be something that they can really play heavily to their strengths, and understanding that ebb and flow from the high to low ground, keeping it contested and always going back if absolutely necessary to that neutral and outmatch New York. Because that's one of the big things we really led with at the start, is that there needs to be this refinement, the coordination for New York, how they can elevate. And they've done a spectacular job doing so. Shockwave in the last one gave enough influx of morale that I think with this swap back onto Fitz and the coordinated composition that they're going to bring to the table, that they really can take this into a 5 map.
I said it before in like the previous map, it feels like this is New York Excelsior starting to get their sea legs under them, right? That's one of the things that after week 1, it was a little bit, you know, of a scary situation for them in terms of like, how are they going to look going forward? But I think, so we mentioned it on the desk, like the dynamic of this team was interesting to start things off, because it was just kind of like a mishmash of players that were coming together. And then now they look like they've had a couple of moments and a couple of scrims to be able to get that coordination under their belt and look a lot more secure as a team as we go into this first matchup. And an interesting look here for the New York Excelsior. It feels like we're seeing more of that rush versus rush style again. And Fitz is going to be on this Ash at this moment, so this is going to be a bit of a scary situation for Toronto Defiant, because they have to be very careful playing a clump like this against these Dynamites. These Dynamites could completely wreck Toronto Defiant from the inside out, especially because they're going with Lucio Kiriko, and you don't necessarily have the amount of healing to deal with that constant pressure that's going to be coming in from Fitz.
And you can see rounding the corner, still keeping both supports in the back, as with Fitz keeping a watchful eye and getting some decent damage out already with the Dynamite. Just continuing to accrue towards that initial Bob ultimate. And now with it going to be Kalush still really utilizing that nook of the doorway to recover so that they can push this bot forward enough, but they aren't able to go out willingly into the space.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to poke and prod here. New York Excelsior is really positioned well in this scenario. Suzu has been pulled out by Ultraviolet, so this could be a moment where Psycho can get a little bit more aggressive and try and force out some really big cooldowns. Shout is going out from Kalush. They're trying to get onto this high ground.
They've used that now very aggressively forward. Patience is a virtue, though, from New York. They just have to find the opportunity. Bio-nade lands, so Kalush has to be hesitant upon re-entry. The dagger does bring Kellen close enough, but the Nemesis form gets them through it. Psycho finds the pick, and again, Patience just waiting and looming in the back to find the shutdown like that is necessary. Attempting to find more, but there's the Kitsune rush that's been generated all throughout this initial fight, and that's going to be Hydron getting a beautiful rail onto Fitz, denying that influx of damage from the high ground.
And I think Creative wanted there to nano Kellen, but unfortunately Psycho ate it and Kellen got obliterated. If the nano is there onto Kellen, Kellen lives, and that would really have turned the fight completely for New York Excelsior, who were playing that fight so well at the start. The positioning was great. They were just poking and prodding, using the composition to the best of their ability, but Toronto Defiant find an opening with that shout, commanding shout, going aggressive, and now they have control of this high ground, which is great for them, especially when you're just trying to poke and prod with Hydron.
Psycho here in the back, they're not ready for it. The Suzu to reposition, they attempted to get the Vortex so Psycho could find value, but a little bit mistimed again here. As we've mentioned before, needs to be cleaner. Bob gonna be thrown into the mix, denying contention for now before the checkpoint, seeing if they can elude around Toronto Defiant, who are able to flee for the moment, but unfortunately Callan shuts down Kalush, and Toronto Defiant just have to AWOL it out of here.
And I like that they're actually doing this and just getting out of dodge, not taking the fight, because they know the bot has been taken away, so they have to retreat and try and hold themselves here on this high ground, but it looks like New York Excelsior are just going to go and take it away. Super smart from them, not wanting Toronto Defiant to get a free positioning advantage here in this scenario, and Toronto Defiant can come back into this. They have a Rampage, which is going to be big, but on the other side, Leps has that Soundbarrier available to blanket the damage that could be coming through.
And there's presence already up top. Callan gonna hold the line for now, rushing forward. There's the Annihilation Sound Barrier from OG, giving protection to deny Callan from just continuing to dwindle the health values. Hydron has to completely flee. The Dynamite tossed into the mix, a small area, but Hydron able to counteract it and take them down. 5 versus 4, Creative critically low as speedily capitalizes on that low health. A lone grandma in the back, and New York unfortunately cannot withstand this combat.
And this is the Toronto Defiant that I love, right? This kind of aggressive, high-tempo style where they're the ones really setting the tempo, right? They're going first. They're using Sound Barrier aggressively there from OGE, and New York Excelsior, throughout that whole fight, essentially just played it on the back foot with a lot of their ultimates. So that's really Toronto Defiant setting that tempo and setting that pace that's so strong for them here, as I think they will be able to get this checkpoint. It's very, very close. New York Excelsior might try and recontest, but it looks like the butt scratch will eventually be enabled.
Yep, getting that checkpoint is so vital. Closer spawns, able to have that guaranteed so that when you're continuing to push and there's a retaliation by New York that they have to obtain it themselves. Creative now with the Nano leading into this as Fitz going with the Disruptor shot, zoning them away from the barricade. Nano as well. The full spawn does go on to Hydron, getting the elimination. Numbers advantage. Despite the Kitsune rush being just across the center, you still have New York leaning into it because they've got a shoulder to just completely overwhelm Defiant.
Really love that aggression from Fitz. They're getting that, overclock and just going aggressive, not overclock, just seeing if they could get into that back line, find some picks. Toronto Defiant used that Kitsune rush just to try and buy back into it, but they have gotten the checkpoint. So for them, it's kind of definitely worth it in that scenario, especially because now Kalush is going to be coming up towards that Rampage. OG has this Sound Barrier a little bit before Lep, and this is where I'd like to see Toronto again be aggressive, tempo that Sound Barrier forward, and make New York Excelsior work for this positioning.
And the commanding shout already to lean into it, but nice Ravenous Vortex to slow that movement, deny them this aggression that is required. Disruptor shot gets Callan. There's so much focus onto this, and New York has no ability to stick around.
I love it. They're just not standing on ceremony for Toronto Defiant. Again, they're just being aggressive, setting that tempo, using the Sound Barrier aggressively because they know they can just come back into this fight, even if they're just getting a singular kill, right? They know that's enough to just force it forward, and now they take back control of the bot, and they also get control of this high ground here to be able to poke down onto the New York Excelsior as they try and recontest here.
You can see that Psycho's got the intel, just completely weaving around Toronto Defiant. What a shot. Big follow-up onto OG, and that was really swift. The Rampage comes in, lands onto 4, but Lep gets the coverage necessary. Fitz critically low. Ultraviolet gets the shutdown, and it's just now a great follow-through. Toronto not yet out of this, but as I say that, there is a quick two-piece that comes in for New York to again take this with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
That was actually such a sick shield from Kellen there, putting it up directly, framed perfectly to block the incoming pulse bomb coming in from Speedily. I don't think I've ever seen a block like that happen before, but Kellen really strutting their stuff here with the mechanics on this Ramatra. And now you can see Toronto Defiant switching things up a little bit, going more towards that Winston, trying to have that dive potential to potentially get onto Fitz in that backline or those supports and really make their lives difficult.
And again, this is still decently close, a distance that is acquirable by New York. As long as they can get to this checkpoint, still with a decent amount of time left, they have an opportunity to keep this going. Hydron on the flank though, overclock, ready, waiting to pull the trigger, and pulling the trigger is now unleashing the damage. The disruptor shot also going to slow the momentum, can't quite land it onto Fitz, who's also boosted, but then after multiple shots, hits the target. It is only a matter of time with Hydron as we continue to see them keep this backline positioning, harassing consistently, but there's still value being brought by New York, and the collapse onto Hydron with the Ravenous Vortex to deny their escape.
And because this fight has been elongated so much, New York Excelsior is going to be able to cap here. There's no way Toronto Defiant can get back into, or New York Excelsior can, or Toronto Defiant can get back into this one in this scenario. And Toronto Defiant swapping their composition a little bit. EMP is something that Hydron's going to be looking for. With 3 minutes left, you should be able to find it, especially against a Ramatra composition. So this is kind of a desperate swap to try and, again, make Fitz's life a little bit more miserable.
And with this checkpoint reached, it is only a few meters distance to outmatch Toronto Defiant. Psycho with the pulse bomb, very low, forces the recall, big pickup early, both Lucio's down. Doesn't quite have the value necessary, but the Kitsune rush should outmatch New York. And again, taking advantage of this, forcing them, but again, time and patience here for New York to draw back for a recovery and come back into this again with 2:30.
Kaluj needs to get back to the rest of the team because the healers or their Psycho is getting taken down extremely low. Ooh. Actually, Nemesis form is used. Ultraviolet TP'd in, and now they're dead. So that means that there's no healing available for Toronto Defiant. They just have the Lucio, and they have to get in a dodge. And that means, Rich, they're going to lose control of this bot, and they're going to lose the lead.
You can see Hydron needs to get there to contest it, to deny that checkpoint game, but they make swift work of it. They've now taken the advantage that with only 2 minutes, Toronto Defiant might have just dropped the ball.
This is really, really scary for the Toronto Defiant here. Yes, they're coming up on a lot of key ultimates, but now New York Excelsior are so in the lead, and you can see they're just playing with that advantage. They have control of this high ground, and that's going to make it so difficult for Toronto Defiant to try and get there and force them off of it. The positioning from New York Excelsior is such an advantage right now.
They have to play this just perfectly to make sure that they can get into this map 5. Up top, Fitz goes in aggressively onto Kaluj, forcing out the Primal Rage, and you can see a great disengage from Fitz to keep the distance, and there's no one that can really punish them for it. And you can even see Kaluj having to sit down below behind the wall because there's just too much focus fire. Bionade lands, it's still gonna be—
Whoa, Psycho!
Pulse bomb from Psycho gets 2! Everything is stacking up heavily in favor of New York, and they're looking for a map of control.
That sound barrier was so clutch from Lip as well. Just Fitz was like 10 health, and the sound barrier layers it in. Psycho comes in with a beautiful pulse bomb, and New York Excelsior are able to weather the storm. Toronto Defiant not looking with too much in their bank. They have this EMP and the Nano. They're going to need to have these fights be miracle fights from here on out.
And you can see Hydron stealthing in, looking for a moment, lands onto Kellen. That's the win condition right now to deny them, removing them from the equation. But again, this is where you can see New York just look to flee. Toronto has to capitalize on it because now they've got 50 seconds to take the lead.
They have close spawns as well, so they are going to be able to control this high ground on the other side of the map, and that was a really well-played positioning coming in from Toronto Defiant, just using that singular EMP. The Nano is going to be very key here from Ultraviolet. Can they find that engagement with Kaluj, take down one of the supports in that backline?
Tensions continue to rise. 30 seconds now remain. The advantage for New York. The bots still patiently standing still, teeter-tottering back and forth as Kaluj holds towards the neutral. Hydron in the back looking for a critical hack to get the dive value. Nano onto Kaluj, diving in, generating as quickly as they can towards this Primal Rage to get it online. They've not been able to sever or dislodge New York from the bridgeway. Maintaining their position dominantly. Nemesis is now going to be active alongside the Annihilation, but still Kaluj gets creative. The Bionade is landing. Kellen low, but getting topped up with the armament. Kaluj needs to get out. They can't afford to lose them. Bobbing and weaving, but Fitz finds the rail. It's New York able to take advantage of this. There's no way that they have the numbers to do this. New York is cleaning it up. The overtime is going to dwindle. That's going to be New York counteracting Toronto Defiant on a map 4 and saying, we're not done yet, Toronto.
The reverse sweep is alive, and I guess our rituals and our mojo have worked, Rich. Toronto Defiant lose 2 off the trot, and we're going to a map 5 here. I think completely unexpected from almost anyone who looked into this one. This was just one where I think that no one was really expecting this to end up the way it was. I think New York Excelsior deserve so much credit, right? Down 2-0, coming back in on Havana, a map that we thought Toronto was going to be so good at. They win that one. Then we go over to here, Esperanza, and they look super clean on this rush style of composition. Fitz looks amazing. Psycho looks amazing too. I mean, when you're going up against someone like Speedily, right? You think that it's going to be Speedily who has an advantage with how mechanically gifted they are, but man, Psycho is coming to play on this series, and we're going to a map 5 where anything can happen, and it's going to be a situation where if I'm Toronto, I'm starting to sweat a little bit, because going down 0-3, the Des talked about it, that's going to be a very big detriment.
Bibbidi bobbidi Overwatch map 5-ity. That's what I'm going to say right now as we head to a short break before going into Oasis. Don't go anywhere, friends, because I think we're all excited to see who's going to be able to take this. We have returned, and the ritual stands true, Kenobi. We find ourselves on a map 5. We've gone the distance. We want more action for all of you at home. For those on the desk, we're just bringing all the excitement today, as it's now New York able to potentially find themselves a reverse sweep.
We're just helping the people get their drops. You know, that's the big thing right now. That's what we're here for. We're helping out Chow. But Oasis is going to be one that, again, is going to be interesting for me because it's weird that we've seen kind of more brawly style of compositions from both these teams when the meta seems to have been trending more towards the Sombra, the Tracer. Oasis seems like a map where like that should come back into fruition. But I thought that about Esperanza. I thought Havana was going to be different. But it's been a lot more of that brawl style. And for New York Excelsior, it's been working out for them. The last two maps that we've had, it's them playing much more of that Ramatra kind of style that is really, really beneficial to them. Kevlin, I think, is looking really good on that pick. Psycho is performing really well. And I think that going into this one, if you're Toronto, you've got to be sweating, right? Going down 0-3 is a big deal. Yes, last week you played against two really good opponents, but this week it was like New York Excelsior, one that you could potentially bring back your momentum, and they've taken two maps off of you, and you're on the back end of reverse sweep. This is a very, very scary situation for the Toronto Defiant if they don't manage to come out with a victory in this one.
It's a flashback moment to day one against Shock, as they are now in a map 5 in a position. The tensions rise once again. It was already increasing for every map stolen away, and they're really not wanting to have it be a third to leave them at a 0-3 scoring.
Toronto Defiant looks like they're going to be running with this Junker Queen composition. It is really good into the Winston, right? Because the thing that Junker Queen does so well is just forces Winston back. You can't fight in bubble because Junker Queen can just walk into it. So this is going to be something that we have to be looking out for with the Junker Queen being piloted by Kalush. But also, Hydron is sticking onto this Soldier 76, and I like this decision because one of the things that it's so good at is negating some of those dives. You can get out really easily, and also you have that continued pressure and control of this high ground. So there's going to be a lot of damage pumped in that New York Excelsior is going to have to deal with before they can eventually dive and try and take this high ground away.
Hydron's been working the legs right now to run him around on this high ground, seeing what kind of value can be brought into this. And again, already just putting so much pressure, getting towards that 25% out the gate. Positional advantage now, Toronto wanting to take it. Still some contention, though, down below from Kellen. Speedily rounding that inner pillar, utilizing the architecture to deny some of the incoming damage while applying pressure. With Hydron looking for a backline. A Helix rocket goes wide, can't quite body the support play as a hack in onto Ultraviolet, but there's still great recovery from the rest of Toronto sticking close, something they've done so well synergy-wise with Kalush on this Junker Queen. And New York is really drawing this out. They've not allowed it to swap over just yet because this patient, organized play, big damage comes in onto Toronto Defiant, but they're able to recover and sustain and force back New York.
Good place from Toronto Defiant, specifically with the rotations around the geometry, right? They know that Fitz is going to try and get into that backline along with Psycho, but the peel has been so good from Toronto Defiant that Fitz, every time they try and translocate and get a hack, they're instantly forced out. I mean, they're only at 56% towards that EMP, when they should be farming it relatively quicker against a Junker Queen composition like this.
Psycho now with the pulse bomb. Ooh, you can see that Speedily went way wide. Unfortunately, could not stick it. Bionid lands now onto Kalush for the moment, but easily topped up once it dissipates, as New York unable to really find an opportunity to capitalize just yet, as the hack onto Hydron now, opting to see if they can eliminate that. Ultimate stacking up here, already a third of the way through here for Toronto, and Hydron barely survives going into this tack visor, picking up Fitz, who had the EMP, and this is still again a fight win for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are so elongated, but if New York Excelsior is not finding the picks, Toronto Defiant just continuously win these because they have the sustainability. New York Excelsior really need to figure out a way to get into that backline and find a pick, whether it's going to be this EMP or a Pulse Bomb from Psycho, because they cannot stand the test of time in these elongated fights. They just will eventually bleed out.
And now 60%. So much has been gained already from really 2 fights only, and not a lot committed into this outside of the tack visor. With a dive in, EMP lands, OG is down, Ultraviolet commits the Kitsune rush, Pulse Bomb sticks, and Hydron. Sorry, the legs have been broken, the ankles are gone, and now you can see New York press forward with this Primal Rage, continuing to juggle the rest of Toronto around and clean this up to swap it over.
And there we go. That's what I wanted, a little bit more of that proactiveness, right? They use the EMP and the Pulse Bomb directly onto specifically OG. They take him down, Soundbar is not available, but it was a very expensive fight, right? They use 3 very key ultimates, and now Toronto Defiant, they're saying, okay, great, we have 3 ultimates of our own. The Rampage should get a lot of value, especially because there's no defensive ultimate for New York Excelsior to deal with. So New York Excelsior needs to play split here. They don't want to be stacked as 5 and just get instantly wiped by a Rampage.
And they are fully aware of this. Available for the engagement. Slow. tempo control down below as the sound barrier comes in. Green means ghost. Gets pulled speedily. Sends him to the grave again. Able to get a massive outplay. New York now has to just basically hold this for as long as they can to keep percentage, and now going to get one last attempt with 15% left.
That's a great understanding of your elements right there from the Toronto Defiant. They know that they have an advantage with that sound barrier, so they just tempo aggressively. Rally is being used from Lep just to try and get them back towards the point here. 92% and ticking upwards, but that Rampage is still here from Kaluge. Can they find anything with it? Someone's got a touch, actually.
Diving in, managing to proc the overtime. The nano boost needs to be... Oh no, speedily gets the pickup onto Fitz early. The Rampage comes in onto 3. This is just going to, for sure, be the nail in the coffin onto New York as they isolate the remaining few. Kellen onto the point, able to just juggle for now to keep it into the overtime, back and forth with the assistance of Psycho. But well done overall here from Toronto and the way that they've been able to capitalize on this and not really show any weakness.
Hydron is taken down, though. Kellen did go down. Nano is available from Creative. They will be back in time, but Psycho's not here either, and this is just, I think, desperation at the moment, and no one's going to be able to touch at the very end here. Toronto Defiant are able to win. I think they played this counter comp extremely well, right? They knew that there is no way that New York Excelsior can dive onto them if they're able to peel away that Sombra. They did a fantastic job of that. Fitz didn't really get a lot of value on it besides that one EMP, but at that point, it was like, we had such an advantage because we've taken 2 fights and we're already at 80% that there's really not a way back for the New York Excelsior in that moment. As we go into this match, this is going to be interesting. There's a replay, though, that we'll see from Speed. This is the 2K that they got. Just a perfect stick here right directly onto Lip. Oh,
tick, boom!
I think Lip might have hand-delivered that one back to Creative. That's an unlucky situation there.
If it fits, it ships, and that pulse pop sure did.
It definitely did.
As now we enter onto University, and we're going to have Hydron with the Symmetra. The TP action is coming in. The coordination we've seen before. Oh my goodness! But OG just got vaporized.
OG, I think, flew a little bit too close to the sun there. I think was going really aggressive and great punish from New York Excelsior, who now are going to be able to take control of these areas here, which is going to be great from them because now they have sight lines specifically for Fitz, who can just continuously pump down this damage. Nice wall, though, to zone off that backline, and the TP actually comes through, so now this is a complete flip of rotation for Toronto Defiant.
And it's something we've seen them do time and time again on these maps of control. Didn't get to see it on the first one, but it is very full proof here on this final map 5 as Hydron gets the additional elimination with the Century turrets to take down Kellen. Despite them giving up a decent early percentage, Toronto's able to capitalize back on it with OG back in the mix, and they now gain percent.
I really love what Toronto Defiant does with the Symmetra, right? When they aren't going up against kind of like this scenario where there's a Hanzo on the other side, when they can just get aggressive, go onto that back line, knowing that they have a little bit of an advantage with their ability to just maneuver around with the Symmetra teleporter. It's something Toronto Defiant is very, very adept at, maneuvering around these fights to give them much more of an advantage in terms of positioning. And now Hydron is close towards that barrier, so this next fight is going to be even scarier for New York Excelsior to get into.
And you can see nice wall separation once again from Speedily, forcing Fitz to take the high ground, almost loses their skull. And the amplification matrix now going to ensure that they force back New York.
Just waiting patiently. They have to wait out this amplification matrix. Now they can come back in with their own one, coming in from Creative as Fitz is taken down really low. Psycho gets way too over-aggressive there and absolutely bodied, and that's a fight lost completely. A huge shatter from Kaluge.
Able to knock everyone from New York on their backs as we've seen before. And again, that crossfire with that overextension was so vital to get rid of Psycho.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they did on the first control map as well, where they saw Psycho was like trying to be very aggressive, get into good positions for walls, and they're instantly targeting them down. Toronto Defiant holding aggressive here, 60% up and counting. New York Excelsior, with how much time is on the clock right now left for them, they have to use all their ultimates here.
Photon barrier active, dividing the room for the moment, specifically flush with the doorway. Fitz now looking to round the side position with the overclock, but can't quite find too much until they bypass the wall. Kellen rushing forward, Vortex slowing their steps back, with a TP is there just in case to get anyone out. Abandoned ship is met, and Toronto Defiant escape, but they're giving this up for now to look for a re-entry. Kaluge is separated, divided by the wall. They just need to get enough damage onto it, but the healers are doing a stellar job to keep them going. Fitz comes in bigs though, and you do have Kellen as well. removing speedily with the Vortex.
I mean, a very expensive fight from New York Excelsior. They're lucky that actually Lep died early in that fight because now they have the sound barrier to continuously, hope that they can win a couple of fights in a row to be able to bring this one back. But this is last fight territory for them, and they used pretty much everything to win that one singular fight. Fitz needs to be very careful to not just get randomly shot, because if you lose a fight in the neutral here, it could be absolutely disastrous and the end of the reverse sweep comeback from New York Excelsior.
And we see angles. Fitz playing towards the open space, trying to find what they can. The shield is active, though. Kaluj with the reposition. Hydron giving them access to it. Wall denies that doorway, but just looking to break it for another attempt. Diving in, turrets out, getting that extra damage. Wall blocks the retreat now from Kellen. The Immortality Field is there, and that sound barrier gives them protection, but Psycho gets Hydron. A numbers advantage again. New York playing this so well right now. Just need to continue capitalizing on this, and things start to look dire here for Toronto.
This time the Psycho aggression pays off. They're able to take down Hydron. That's a lot of the healing gone, and speedily it's taken down too. That's a big pick, and now they're able to win this fight. Ultraviolet has to just get off the map, and 66% up and counting for New York Excelsior, and now they're going to be able, with all the time that they've had and the amount of ultimates they haven't had to use to win this fight, they can match a little bit what Toronto Defiant's going to have in terms of their own ultimate bank, but Toronto Defiant has an absolute wallet to work with in this last fight.
20% to go. Closing in to reach a third round, going the full distance. Creative looking to take the high ground, has the amplification matrix, and Fitz takes down OG. No sound barrier available for this fight as New York able to outmatch Toronto Defiant. It looked like it was heavily leaning in forward of Toronto out the gate, but they have miraculously taken this back and bring it into a round 3 on this 5th map of Control. Kenobi, we go in the
what?
Hydron?
The sound barrier was there. I mean, the sound barrier was there. Kellen is getting a couple of kills. Kaluj is eventually back into this fight. There's not wait, New York don't have their healers, Rich. They do not have their healers in this fight.
Now Kaluj is onto the position. He's going to get so low. Kellen gets the takedown, 2 in the back. Speedily looking to flank onto Psycho. Looks for the recall. Ultraviolet dives in, but gets disjointed from the team. So New York is still able to grab it. Oh my goodness, Kenobi.
That was so scary. I mean, Hydron getting those 2 picks, especially on the healers, that was almost a complete just buy back in from Toronto Defiant to win that one, but we're going the distance here onto our last map of Gardens. I believe also, Rich, last time we were in Pro-Am, both of the map fights that we had ended on this map as well.
Yeah,
so we're just completely repeating history with the both of us here as we're going into this last map. Fitz on the Sojourn, I think, has been playing so extremely well. The picks that they're able to find, the survivability that they have with the rest of the team around them. If Fitz can continue to match up against Hydron, who is like a very, very talented hit scan, there's a chance that New York Excelsior win this.
And we're not going to see the symmetric play. We saw that last week specifically with Hydron piloting it and utilizing so much mobility to this, but matching it now with the Sojourn and keeping speedily on the Genji is a more of a strong take for them to utilize against this. New York attempting to do what they can to take this now and deny Toronto Defiant with a reverse sweep. Damage completely coming through. Speedily gets the extra damage onto it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Kellen is down.
Yeah, Kaluj is still in this fight, so the main tank is available for Toronto Defiant to still walk forward with. Hydron does get antied, but the follow-up is not there just yet, and New York Excelsior need Kellen back into this fight ASAP.
Now, Psycho weaving through the back line of Toronto nicely for the moment. OG gets a pickup on just Psycho as they round the outside. Great opportunity to even further push back New York.
That's a huge pick because with Psycho not in this fight, they can't continuously juggle this point, and now they have to wait for that Tracer to come back into this fight. Toronto Defiant now have all of the angles to play with here. Being able to poke down Hydron and Speedily could get a lot of value as New York Excelsior try and move forward.
Kellen keeping point presence. Vortex slows through the window, but still able to maneuver quickly back to that center pillar, utilizing it to rotate around. And OG keeping distance for the time being, nearing that sound barrier to give sustain. Since Kellen, oh, that's a big pickup from Hydron onto Lep. Again, just removing a lot of that extra mobility that's coming through. New York is just rounding the outer position, can't quite get back into the Psycho, looks for a pulse bomb, but can't do anything with it. And another pickup from Hydron.
Hydron's starting to wake up a little bit, and this is a scary situation. You don't want to have Hydron being able to do this, but he does get taken down. Actually, Fitz comes back in with an overclock.
Now, jumping quickly onto the back line, OG gets the sound barrier out, but still have lost 2 tanks in support. Nade from Creative guarantees that they will not be long for this world.
Oh my god, this matchup between Hydron and Fitz is so good. It's a game of one-upsmanship, 2 boxers, heavyweights fighting against each other. Who can get the better value? There Fitz punishes the over-aggression of the Toronto Defiant, and now New York Excelsior have the positioning and angles to work with here, but Toronto Defiant could, with the ultimates that they have, very easily get back into this fight. Left needs to find a way to get Soundbarrier in time to negate all this incoming damage.
And now Fitz and Hydron going back into another round to duke it out between the two. Is there an opportunity for Fitz to get an early lead? But Hydron with the overclock, wanting to find someone. You can see that they dash across the doorway. Can't quite get the shot. Annihilation from Kellen zones back a lot of Toronto Defiant, especially because Hydron's hit by this Bionade as well. Needs to stick close to the Mega to get topped up. Carnage aggressively and slashes through Fitz. Able to grab them in time with Hydron regrouping to take down Creative.
I mean, this is what we know Kaluge for. Back in last year during the Jotes meta, Kaluge's Junker Queen, absolutely phenomenal in here, just taking so much space, being aggressive and using those commanding shots effectively to help the rest of the team go forward. But it was a very expensive fight for the Toronto Defiant. Luckily for them, by the time we get to this fight, it's going to be in last fight territory for them. Psycho coming up towards a Pulse Bomb, probably going to be looking for someone in that back line. The Suzu from Ultraviolet is going to need to be there to be able to negate some of that incoming damage.
And we'll see if they are up for the task. Psycho in the back, still continuing to get some decent damage. Approaching that Pulse Bomb.
Oh, that's big.
Fits! They take advantage of it again. The Pulse Bomb isn't going to yield anything here. 10% remains. Toronto Defiant have just put themselves in a prime position.
New York Excelsior have to use this nano onto Kellen to get them onto the high ground. They can't let Hydron sit here up on stand on ceremony to get these rails.
Yep, just still continuing to put in damage. The Disruptor Shop is there for additional support. Down below, you can see that Kellen is looking to chip away at the damage with the Nano Boost as well, but isn't going to get the Primal Rage. The Sound Barrier from OG leading into this gives the protection. Kaluge is nearing the Rampage, which will be the win condition here. For
Kellen's dead.
Defiant, Hydron gets the shot. This is absolutely impeccable work towards the end of it. Toronto Defiant do not want this to get away from them a second time. It will not be a repeat of the previous week, and now there's just an emergency touch coming in from New York, but they will say no, we will not go down 3.
Toronto Defiant take the W here, but man, are they wiping some sweat from their brow, I think, at this one. This was a very, very close matchup between both of these teams, something that I don't think many of us were expecting going into it. This was kind of touted as Toronto Defiant finally getting their momentum back, being able to take an easy victory almost against this New York Excelsior team. And New York Excelsior came to play. They fought incredibly well against a very, very good Toronto Defiant team. And Toronto Defiant, again, probably just like taking a huge sigh of relief because they're not down 0-3.
Well, and you can see it in the player cams. Like, they know they won.
Yeah.
There was some very tense.
They are stressed. They are stressed.
They are feeling the weight of how close that actually was, and it still calls back. We've said it a couple of times, but we'll mention it again. So what we desperately needed to see from them, as commented on the desk, needing that this to be clean, and it was very rough through and through, start to finish. And you can see with the score just below me,
It went the distance.
What a first game to start off with.
I mean, yeah, our ritual worked, so we got the map 5 in to start things off here. But I mean, it was so soaked, and I think that there was one person who definitely put this one in the favor of the Toronto Defiant, and it's got to be Ultraviolet, player of the match. I mean, unreal performances on that Ana, specifically on those first 2 maps. The sleep darts always there. This one in particular was very impactful, being able to keep Kaluge alive with that upcoming damage. And Ultraviolet, I mean, when they can play this Ana and play it effectively, there's almost no stopping them.
No, they just continue to dominate, and we can take a look at the overall stats specifically of this individual and what they've been able to contribute to it across the board here. And that's why we talk so heavily about the back line and why you always see that they want to try and eliminate them, because they have so much influence to this, and their contribution as a whole is impeccable when you look at the numbers.
I mean, you can see just the amount of enemies slept. I mean, per 10, 6.2 per 10 is a really good amount of just enemies slept. And also, I think the other thing about it as well is the deaths. Only 3 deaths as an Ana. I mean, that means that you're staying alive. And I think OG also deserves a lot of credit for being able to keep Ultraviolet alive, especially, you know, when they're on the Lucio, when they're on the Brigitte, being able to peel for that backline. But yeah, Ultraviolet, definitely for me, deserving of player of the match there. Toronto Defiant, squeak by. I'll say at the very least, squeak by the New York Excelsior at the very end.
And it has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this first match, but there's so much more Overwatch ahead of us today. Both Kenobi and I had a blast being here with you, but, you know, there will be others taking it the rest of the way as we're going to head to a break before handing it off to the desk, so don't go anywhere, friends, because there's so much more ahead of you.
Welcome back, everyone. Get your team jerseys right now. They're currently 20% off site-wide, so head on over to shop.overwatchleague.com for all the latest merch. And you know, you can aim for some variety here.
Yeah.
I've got a closet full of Houston jerseys.
That's what I was
need to
expecting.
kind of balance things out.
Yeah.
It's getting a little out of hand.
Is that like a saying? Like instead of closet full of skeletons, you got a closet full of Houston Outlaws jerseys?
Same thing, really, honestly.
No skeletons, just jerseys.
Yeah, but we're back here for some stream joined by Danny Lim, Jake Lyon, and Michael Larson Jr.
Larson Jr.
Nice. Nice name. I like your name.
We're just playing around, see what works.
What works? Workshop it. We're workshopping.
Yeah, we're workshopping here.
We'll let you know when we come to a final decision.
Yeah, or maybe chat could decide for us.
Yeah, maybe
chat,
we have chat
Let us
vote on
know,
this
chat.
one, because we have complete and utter faith in chat.
Don't joke.
Michael, you don't like it.
Don't joke with me.
I'm sorry, Michael Jr.
Don't joke.
Michael Jr. I'm sorry. We
He
apologize.
is tall, so it is a little scary, but just a little scary. And you know what else was scary? Man, those last few seconds for those teams, it came down to the wire. That one went the distance, Danny, and that is something which I don't think a lot of people would have expected. I loved what we saw from New York Excelsior. They came and they looked alive and kicking.
Yeah, I mean, I think, let's be honest, I think starting this match, I don't think a lot of people would have been like, hey, like New York's going to play it really close. But I think that's what made this match really exciting. And quite honestly, I was very impressed how New York played, given that they did lose to Toronto. But I mean, I liked what I saw from the match. You know, just they had a great, like, I think Ryan and Rumacha brawl. But at the end of the day, I think it was Toronto Defiant. They were the better team. They deserved to get the win. I think along the way they made a lot of like smart changes, and they were able to close out the fights more efficiently.
Yeah, for me, what really defined this series, the reason Toronto goes up to a 2-0 lead early in the series, it gives them the chance to kind of come back on map 5, was in these dive compositions. I think for me, that's where they made a real gap between the teams.
I love how
he turns. I want to dive in a little bit deeper here, if I can clear the screen and not have a giant grind. So here, we're going to look at a couple dives for the New York Excelsior, trying to catch out this OG ultraviolet backline that we've been highlighting as a strong backline for the Defiant, hard to kill. But let's just look at how that happened. So first, we can roll this first clip of this EMP dive for New York Excelsior. See the setup comes in, EMP, and it just looks absolutely toothless. And it's kind of, at first glance, I didn't even really catch what went on, but here's what happened. So right when Kellen tries to dive and catch this EMP, OG's right there and just immediately shuts it down. So here, let's pause. We can look at this second clip. That was just a great play from OG. The second clip, this is a little bit more of a team dynamic, and I want to highlight Ultraviolet here, the other half of that support duo, surviving this next EMP dive. So Fitz is coming up the elevator. Ultraviolet knows, if he sees that elevator, that, okay, Sombra's around, there is a dive coming. They probably sense this EMP. And I just want to highlight this gap between the supports, right? They're very, very split. OG is helping to dominate this section of the roof, keeping the pressure on so that Toronto Defiance dive can come in strong. But that means Ultraviolet, he's all on his own. It looks really dangerous for him. It looks potentially like he's going to be in trouble. But what playing right on this edge allows him to do is that when the dive comes in, he's going to drop in and then play inside of this room down in the first floor. And as well, then OG will come meet him, and they're going to be able to reset the fight down in the first floor, which is like a preset planned play from them. So we can let the clip roll here and just watch how Ultraviolet does it. EMP comes in, he drops down, comes in here, grabs the small health pack, and OG's there to help him. And here we can watch his POV as well. Look at him, he sees the elevator comes up, looks for the sleep, but even though he misses it, he's still got the backup plan, safe into here. OG comes to help him, and I mean, this is just cleanup. This is really just textbook for Ultraviolet. Once he's here, he's safe. And so these two dives that failed for New York Excelsior, I really feel like they kind of gave up on dive at this point in the series, which I don't fault them for. I mean, they almost brought it back, playing to their strengths, putting Fitz on the core hit scan, or playing more rush comps in general as a team. So honestly, I think that was a good call from New York, because those dives, they weren't working against the Toronto Defiant.
So we had a pretty interesting conversation in the back, because we saw this play out with the Sombra. Obviously, EMP is a huge tool, and we've seen Lip from the Atlanta Rain, for example, have huge success. But when it comes to dive targets then, when it comes to EMP, who would you like to see usually get prioritized when it comes to EMPs?
I think the teams that have been having the most success with EMP are using it a lot on the frontliners, on Tracers and Sombras, which aren't the heroes you would normally think of as an EMP target. But for the Overwatch League teams, especially with the new ping system, you know, Sombra's going to ping out these targets, and the Tracer's going to just 3-blink in, Winston jump in, and you can burst a Tracer before that hack ends, even though it's such a short duration.
Yeah, and speaking of those frontline targets, we do have one half of the dynamic DPS duo from the Toronto Defiant joining us now for a quick chat. So please welcome everyone, and of course, give them a huge congratulations. We have Speedy Lee joining us. How are you doing?
Hello, doing good.
All right, so I mean, let's be honest. I think you know, your team sort of had a rough start last week. You know, you guys were down 2 games. So I just want to ask you, like, what were some of the difficulties you had in your first week of the Overwatch League?
I think a lot of teams can say the same thing, but you know, like first couple matches of the season, we're definitely nervous going into it, and we know we should like be 3-0 right now if we play it like up to our standard, but a little bit of choking, I'd say.
That's interesting. Well, what I wanted to ask you about personally, Speedily, is, we kind of knew you as a really dominant flex DPS player, but you've talked about before about adding Tracer to your pool this season, making that a real focus of the season. And wanted to ask you how you feel that's going. I see you making a lot of big plays on the Tracer, but how do you feel like synergizing into the full dive comp, playing with Collusion, Hydron on those dives? Like, just what's your experience been like?
I'm very happy with my improvement on Tracer so far. It's there's a lot of good Tracers in the league, and I'm happy with how I've been improving. And as far as playing with Collusion Hydron, they're really, really good to play with. Hydron, his comms on Sombra and Collusion's dives, like they always tell me when to go, and allows us to like get the backline every time,
So it wasn't the prettiest win by any means. I mean, you were up 2-0 and then it went to map 5. But I think what's pretty interesting about your team so far compared to the rest in the league is that seemingly on every map, Toronto Defiant plays a different kind of composition, whether it's Winston dives, Ramato composition, Junker Queen. Is this sort of something you've prioritized in Toronto Defiant to emphasize on playing lots of different compositions? How do you approach playing lots of different compositions versus just focusing on 1 or 2 compositions that you play to?
Well, I think in this current meta, a lot of different comps are good on different maps. I think on push, a lot more teams are playing Junker Queen, and then on maps maybe like Hollywood or like Dorado, you probably still want to play Winston.
It's exciting to see that compositional variety, and it's fantastic to see you and your team showcasing all those different looks, because that obviously bodes really well for the future. And speaking of the future, your next match is going to be against the Florida Mayhem. I assume you guys watched them play already last week. What's your gauge on them? What's your take on the Florida Mayhem?
Well, they obviously won the Pro AM, so they're easily one of the top teams, but I'm confident we can beat them if we play like how we practice and stay clean in the match.
Well, we're certainly excited to see all of that and more. Speedily, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and once more, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speedily.
Thank you.
What an explosive, fun team to watch. And a lot of that also, of course, has to do with their phenomenal tank, Kalush, who's showing us all those different looks. And if you, too, are looking for different looks, well, you are just in luck, because we got some tank bundles on sale right now. Reinforce our resident tank.
Yeah.
Which one gets you excited?
Which one? All of them. I mean, look, I'm not saying it every broadcast, but Doomfist, he's looking good in Overwatch too. That is goals right there. I know, Danny, you're on the workouts.
You too. You did lunges yesterday. I saw your Instagram.
There was lunges yesterday. It was indeed. I know you've been working
let's be
out.
honest. We're not going to get to that level.
Doomfist is
season is long.
There's no way.
You gotta believe, Danny. You gotta believe.
I mean,
all you need is good lighting in a gym. Find the perfect spot where the light hits the abs, and you're like, wow.
I want to hit like the Hanzo physique, though. I don't know if I want the Doomfist physique, right?
I really want the Doomfist.
That's very romanceable. I like that.
Next season.
Lots of great things to see here on the desk, obviously, and also in our games. We got another one coming your way. Washington Justice will go up against the LA Valiant, and we will be breaking down the lineups for you right now, starting with the
Washington Justice.
Washington Justice, obviously, that's exactly what I knew. Washington Justice, definitely a team to watch out for. We talked about Mirror and Ben Best heading into this match already in our pre-show. We're going to see Ben Best coming in first on Control, so I'm very interested to see what they're rocking up with. And they go up against the LA Valiant, a very exciting young roster with big names from the contender scene, which are now making it in OWL. And honestly, even though they didn't get a W just yet, they have been looking okay. And that sounds like a negative thing, but it really isn't. I think they have exceeded a lot of people's expectations, so it's left to see where the ceiling is for that Valiant squad. But we want to dive deeper into the discussion here, looking at the Washington Justice. Jake, heading into this match, you said that they need to have a decisive victory here today. Why is that?
Well, I feel that the Justice, I think a lot of people would have ranked them solidly in the middle of the table going into the season, which I think is fair. That's sort of where I would have put them. But after these early dominant performances, I think they're making a case for themselves to kind of bump up into that upper echelon. And so as much as we've seen signs of life from the Valiant, they are kind of one of the weaker teams in the league. And so for Justice, I think this is a statement match. This is time to prove that the Valiant are very far away from you as the Justice, that you are a much, much more dominant team. You're on the top. And so I want a 3-0 from them, honestly, if we're expecting the Justice to have a great season and potentially, be in that upper half of the Western region.
And if we're looking at that match and the players especially, Reinforce, which players do you have your eyes on for this one?
There is one matchup that stands out to me, and usually we highlight Alpha E on the Washington Justice, but for this one, we got to highlight Flora and Seeker, in my opinion. I think this is a standout matchup. And if the Valiant are to upset the Washington Justice, it needs to start with Seeker having a phenomenal game. We saw Seeker last year on the Boston Uprising that he can really change the narrative of the game and really come in clutch, especially with his overclock Sojourn ultimates, for example. But he plays a lot of different hit scan heroes, so Seeker, if he comes out guns a-blazing in today's matchup against Flora, I think that could be a key to victory for the LA Valiant.
Yeah, and we're seeing the stat card comparison here, of course, in our stadium as well. Which are the big numbers you have to look out for here?
Well, they're pretty even, which for the Valiant is a great thing because Washington Justice are 2-0 and they've been looking phenomenal so far. So you can see the stats. Flora, he has less deaths per 10 minutes, 5.0 compared to Seeker's 7.3. But if you look at eliminations, they're about equal. Final blows, about equal. So that tells me that, if this is an average performance from Seeker, when Seeker plays to his A game, if Seeker comes in, guns a-blazing, has a great match for himself, that could be the real difference in this match.
And of course, if we're looking at this match, a lot less pressure on the Valiant shoulder here, Jake.
Yeah, I think for Seeker especially, he's doing less damage, but he is getting more crit kills, showing that it is a little bit more of a solo carry effort from Seeker. When you're in a losing game, you're not really getting any free damage. You're working for every point that you can deal, and so his frags are going to come from crits, are going to come from solo kills a little bit more often. I think Flora has a little bit more backup to work with on his squad, so for Seeker, I think he's going to have to work overtime in this match.
Well, let's see if he can drag them over the finishing line in this matchup. Let's take a look at our predictions once again. I do feel like we should all most likely have the same thing. I always look to Danny when I say that. He's like, sometimes he just goes wild. Got some pocket picks there, but I have to go with the Washington Justice. They look like one of those upper echelon teams, as you said, they're definitely in the upper mid and could even break out into the top on a great meta. So Washington Justice for me, but I hope the Valiant can play it close.
Well, for me, I usually like to pred the other side, but this one I also had to go with Washington Justice. I agree with everything that Zoe said. On top of that, I think they do have, Flora and Alpha E has been a great DPS duo as well, so I just went with the Washington Justice.
Yeah, same for me. Justice all the way. I would be so shocked to see an upset here. If Valiant can take a map or two, that would be great for them, honestly.
Yeah, I'd love to see a close match, but it's Washington Justice in this one. Jake's sleeper pick, the Washington Justice. This could be a great win for the Washington Justice. And at that point, you're 3-0 for the season. And admittedly, you haven't played the best teams in the league yet, but this is the kind of positive momentum you really want to start out with. So great opportunity for Washington Justice here to continue on a good streak.
Speaking of opportunities, I now have the fantastic opportunity to hand it over for all the action to the walking and talking, our fanfic dream, gentle jaws and tender cups.
Wow. What is blood spitting?
That was beautiful.
Wow.
What is blood
that was absolutely
spitting?
beautiful.
It could be us, Jack.
Does it have to be?
With you. No, honestly, I'm glad to be back. It's nice for Zoe to be nice to me for once. It's been a rough off season and a season so far, so I really appreciate you being nice. But I agree with you guys. I think the Washington Justice should get this one over the line, but the Los Angeles Valiant, it felt like we came in with very low expectations that everyone's just hoping for magic to happen.
Hoping. There's a hope, trust me. Seeker doesn't have the blonde, slick back hair anymore, but I still believe. He's looked pretty good.
Do you think
recently.
that was the source of his power?
Yes, it absolutely was. Super Saiyan Goku, goes there with blonde hair, doesn't spike it up to be fair, but there's still an opportunity. Washington Justice as well, they are a team that kind of needs this win, right? They need to solidify they are a good team and could maybe punch for the very top. Valiant, even Jake was saying, probably not going to cause an upset here.
Yeah.
However, if Justice do take this game, can they still punch up, Scott? Is that a possibility? Can they take down teams like Outlaws and whatnot?
Yeah, I think the narrative of this match shouldn't as much be who's going to win or lose. It's going to be about how competitive is this going to be, because the Valiant, we want to see them kick up, right? We want to see them have some success, but the Washington Justice, as Jake said, he wants to see them put them away cleanly. We want to see them really start to show their strength and what their power is truly going to be, because last week we saw them play and they were quite definitively, the winners of those matches, but they played the London Spitfire, they played the Vegas Eternal. Those aren't the top teams of the league right now.
Yeah, they need a definitive match today. And you can see our beautiful little screen here. It's like a beautiful little you, I was about to. I was sizing you up.
Me!
I was sizing you up. Ilios, Blizzard World, Havana, Colosseo, and then Antarctic Peninsula if we need to go to it. Now, what do you want to see from the Valiant? Like, who's been your standout player recently for the team? Because Justice, we've talked a little about on the desk, talked about Alfie, Flora on the DPS lineup, looking kind of crazy. Who, for the Valiant, really needs to step up here, apart from Seeker? Because I already picked that one up.
Yeah, we obviously talked so much about Seeker, but last weekend I actually think Croy had a really good series, and I think he's been playing quite well. And there were concerns for this team when they came out and they had Croy as the only tank. He doesn't know how to play those Winstons. The bits and pieces we saw were quite weak, but this is what the Los Angeles Valiant need to do. They're coming out, Croy on that Diva, and Nos with an Echo Mercy setup as well, playing to their strengths as Seeker gets the first pick onto Alfie.
Good start. A couple of people to pocket as well, mind you. Nos on the Echo and Seeker on the Ashe. Didn't need pocket to get that kill though, that's for sure. Good start for the Valiant. Should be a free point take, you'd imagine. It's about cleaning these kills up. There is a Brig on the point right now, Scott. FD got him Ben Best kind of holding it down. Alfie doing a little bit of chip damage as well on the side. So maybe not the freest cap of all time as people are going to reset.
Ben Best gets hit by a biotic grenade, gets quite low, but unable to clean up these kills for the Los Angeles Valiant as Seeker goes down.
Sleep on the high ground though. CJ has Alfie sleeping. He got anti 2. Point does flip and it goes to Justice first up. That first kill from Seeker meant nothing in the start. That's kind of disappointing, honestly. You'd expect them to kind of snowball that.
Well, they have such an incredibly defensive setup, right? They have the Ashe, they have the Echo, they can put out a lot of pressure, but when push came to shove in that fight, they couldn't get onto the point and take control, as we see the same things happen again. Deja vu, Alfie goes down, but once again, they have to take it very slowly.
Yeah, slow is not really what you want to take it right now. You got one pick. You at least got to kill Teru here, maybe. Wow. No, a couple of missed shots from Seeker. Very uncharacteristically. Alfie is back in the action as Valiant did try and cap that point, but Justice were there to contest all the meanwhile. Ben Best gets slept, he's nano, but instantly woken up, and now Lyre is his target. Half HP down to 0 for Lyre. Seeker, Lyre dead. It's a 3-on-5 on the point, and the Valiant. They squander that one again, unfortunately. Oh, Ben Best, he got it.
Feels a little too greedy almost playing both the Ashe and the Echo. You kind of want that Tracer to be able to get aggressive, get into the backline. It feels like Teru's playing the game for free, just sitting in the backline, healing up Ben Best, and they just can't dislodge Ben Best from the point. So another approach, another attack here for the Valiant as we get up to 67%, and the ultimates are finally coming up. Can Seeker find another opening pick?
CJ with a sleep onto Ben Best again. Flora's got the pulse bomb almost, and he's sat right behind CJ. CJ needs some covering fire or some healing or something. He was getting Matrix, but it was the sticky bombs that ended up finishing him off. A lot of ultimates for Washington Justice in this fight. Lyre does manage to get the res on CJ, but with 15% to go, they actually need to make a push onto the point. There's 4 ults available for Valiant. Everybody's going to hit Q. It's a dice roll at this point. Who comes out on top? 93%, 95 building up. The bomb comes out. The copy for Nos goes on to an Ana. So 3 supports on the field right now for Valiant, but there's not enough healing to stop a pulse bomb, and Ben Best juggling Seeker's life away. Overtime is here, and the Valiant, I guess they've got a spare nano. Seeker's on the Tracer. They nano Crowy, and with a self-destruct, he can only stall for what? Maybe a couple more seconds. Lyre ends up going down. It is just staggers. It's just stall. That will be the Justice taking this point, you'd imagine, if Ben Best gets healing, of course, as Crowy actually is staying alive for quite a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, the Diva mech is just so hard to dislodge, and there's actually a lot of healing going on at this point. A lamp comes in late to try and keep Croy alive in the baby Diva.
Ultimate Frisbee not quite working out. Alfika's Crowy, Ben Best, I mean, he's fine, right? Teru's right next to him. He's got nano. That was about it. Valiant, a couple of fights there. They look pretty good. Seeker, back-to-back fights, killing Alpha Yi, who've been pegged the strongest member on the Washington Justice, taking that one out. You're like, okay, great. 45, boys. Let's run it down, but didn't end up working out that way.
Yeah, and that is the weakness of not playing the Winston as well for Croy. He's a lot more comfortable on that D.Va, and they have that counter dive, but I can't keep hammering it home anymore. Just not enough execution power, and Teru just feeling like he's just free as day to close it out. And I don't dislike this look from the Valiant Jaws. They're unlikely going to be able to match the Washington Justice playing the Winston, Tracer, Sombra, so play to your own strengths.
Everybody says they're Danny on the Washington Justice, and Teru's like, nope, I'm Jake. I have decided I am Jake. So Flora and Alfie E will now call Danny for the rest of this cast, and then Teru, Jake, I suppose. All right.
That won't get confusing at all, I'm sure.
No, definitely not. Not Prophet to Prophet, Soul versus Soul. Yeah.
We are going to see Nos come out on the Echo once again, but without the Mercy pocket. They'll have more defensive setup with the Ana and the Brig from CJ and Laya, while Washington Justice playing very similar meta style with that Winston.
I was honestly hacked by Flora there, actually, just taking away that mini, away from the Valiant. A lot less for CJ and Laya to kind of back off to. All right, Nos goes down to Flora, unfortunately. Should be a cap there. There we go. All good. Very fast, Justice want to play. And Flora up in their face too. There's not really a lot of cover either for the Valiant to kind of move up on Scott. Flora's going to hack all those health packs away, so your support, that main mega health pack is so useful for a support to run back to if they're in trouble. And now that's not even there too. So the approach is very deadly, and even more deadly when FD God solo on the flank on Lucio.
From bad to worse, but Nos had to switch off of that Echo, just wasn't able to get enough healing and get back to full health to be able to offer anything. Just gets taken down on that Tracer, as you can see the aggression. Justice are full of confidence right now, as Alfie is looking for a backliner with this Pulse Bomb, but Seeker down now as well. It's just, feels like the Valiant haven't got into the groove so far in this match.
Dude, what groove are you going to get into? Or would you just get picked like this? Just like,
well, the not dying groove is a good start.
The not dying groove, all right. Well, Alfie, looked like he wanted to throw a Pulse Bomb out there, but maybe thought better of it as Crowie's right next to him. Didn't want to get the Pulse Bomb in.
Look at how far back Teru's playing, just in such a safe position, and because they don't have the Winston, it's almost impossible to punish him. He's just jumping up and down
jumping to get heals
the launches.
EMP from Seeker. I can't count how many that hacked.
Yeah.
That's rough. All right, 2-man EMP though. But like on Laya and Nos. Seeker not quite getting anything. Does Translocate away, but briefly was shown up there with Sombra's passive, as he was fairly low. FD got with a boot kill onto CJ, and Scott's
just clean up, it feels like right now.
Over 80% on the board. I mean, maybe Nos comes out humongous here, maybe gets a Pulse Bomb off, but with a Nano Primal Pulse beat for the Justice, looking rather unlikely. We'll see though.
Surprised that we didn't see a stagger on that baby D.Va. That would have been very difficult for the Valiant to deal with, but they do have the nano boost, but look at them. They're just walking up so slowly, and Alpha, you could end this right now. There it is.
What a stick. Oh, no. Nice nano, though. Shroud to Light to keep him alive in the fights. Nos Pulse Bomb's Terror, too, so both supports were stuck. Only one kill in the favor of the Valiant. Finally, FD God paying the sins. I mean, look, if you just perma-solo the DPS or try to on the flank, you're eventually going to get killed as a Lucio player. Thankfully he did, but they didn't end up using either support ult on the Justice side there. The Valiant had to invest that nano to keep Lyra alive.
Yeah, just some good individual plays from multiple players of the Valiant to keep them in this map. So now they have the long, arduous task of getting from 99 to 0 all the way back up. And the Justice didn't use many ultimates, as you said, Jack, but that helps. Seeker getting an early pick onto FD God, that resets everything, more percentage on the board.
Yeah, now it's their turn to stagger out the Justice. Yeah, you don't really want Alpha sitting on the high ground permanently.
Yeah.
Ideally. Oh, detected.
Going again.
Hack. FD God, kind of annoyed at this point. Does get hazed though by Teru to keep him up.
Good pocketing.
Really good pocketing. Kind of annoying though, I will say, having to nade your own Lucio as he's just fumbling around after being hacked. There's a Primal Rage. However, with Lyra using that rally, there's no way you're killing CJ. EMP comes through for Seeker, but look at that again. Another response from the Justice. There's a sound barrier. Teru is in trouble, but Crowie ends up going down. Yep. Sleep did end up missing, but Alfie definitely doesn't. 3 kills for the Tracer, a team kill, a little boostio.
Whoa!
Whoa! Can you see with the camera? Dude was trying to knock over his monitor.
He's just swinging his arm as fast as he can.
Look at that, big smile on his face too. Washington Justice with a...
Okay, what are you looking at?
They're having a little bit too much fun. I mean, map number 1 is theirs. That was a clean sweep. Everybody having a good time, even Floor with a nice little grin on his face.
Yeah, how can you not be confident with such a dominant first map? And the Justice, a lot of people doubted them coming into this season, myself included, but there's a lot of good things to take away from their matches so far. As much as they've been easy, you know, you got Flora popping off on the hit scan, showing a very confident Sombra as well. Alpha Yi on the Tracer, and pretty much anything he's touched just turning to gold. Honestly, Washington Justice making a name for themselves.
Yeah, they need this win. They want to make this decisive. You're feeling pretty good if you're a Justice fan right now. I mean, this team, like you said, was, I don't want to say disrespected, but people really didn't have them high up on the list, like kind of confused at the direction of like how they were going. Of course, Mira's on tank now, but then you have Bembest, so you're thinking, actually a lot of the hero pool is kind of covered in the tank lineup with main tanks for Bembest, and then Mira can kind of fill in. And then they picked up Flora and Alpha E, who really rounded out. Blizzard World is our next map, Havana Coliseum and Antarctic Peninsula. If we need to go there, can Valiant come back? We'll see after this.
young, I'm fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose. Kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Welcome back. That's the Justice and the Valiant. Map number 1 was about as close as the sun was to the Earth. 200 to 0, unfortunately. Valiant ended up going down. A couple of fumbled ultimates here and there, but there's still a chance to come back. I mean, we're going to a map number 2. The Justice just felt like they were on a different level right now, and Valiant maybe not on the same page. We were kind of talking about in the break, Scott, where these EMPs went from Seeker. It didn't really feel like they had much value at all, and that's the real big engage tool. You're like, okay, EMP fight win. We want to get in, like Jake was saying on the desk, maybe EMPing a Tracer or like a Winston, just to, or the tank, just to take them down and then win the fight from there. Seeker's EMPs, unfortunately, not quite landing as effectively as the Justice.
Yeah, the stats came back, and it was a whopping 1, unfortunately, for Seeker. And out of 2 EMPs, you need to hit more than 1 person because they just weren't able to follow through. And for me personally, if I'm the Los Angeles Valiant, I don't want to play Sombra. You stick to what Seeker is great at. He's a hit scan player at heart, and let him play that. Let him sort of stretch his legs on that role, because we know how great he can be. He can play some Hanzo, especially on a map like Blizzard World. This should be more up their wheelhouse, where D.Va is actually quite strong. That might be one of the reasons we've actually had Mira come in for the Washington Justice as well.
Okay, little off-tank action on the defense for the Justice. Yeah, I do want to see Seeker back on the hit scan. Man, he kind of popped off towards the end of the season last year.
Yeah.
His Sojourn was crazy. And he's a very good player, very talented. And Crowley impressed you, like you mentioned before, so I want to see a bit of a different look from the Valiant coming out for this one.
A little bit of pleasantries happening in chat. I wonder if a question's coming out for Alfie, or just saying a casual hello.
Mirror, come. Question marks, question marks. Okay. And what, the 1v1 duel? You want a duel somewhere?
And maybe baiting them into the Widow sites?
Maybe.
Maybe not?
Maybe. All right. Tracer and Sombra. So no like pure hit scan here for Seeker as they go on the offense. Mirror comps here, so just complete skill matchup. Oh, Alpha E.
And Los Angeles Valiant in general have tried. They're not a team that feel like they need to do this sort of cheese style that I was talking about and play something different, as Seeker's getting hunted by Alpha Yi and does get caught. But it doesn't feel like the Los Angeles Valiant want to play that style. They're trying to come in, play to something that, and sort of show that they can compete with other teams in this league. They just haven't been able to show that thus far.
A little dive, shall we? Straight into the back line. Oh, nice nade onto Mirror.
Big nade.
Might be good though. With Nos going down, lose a lot of damage. Losing 2 Traces, however. Don't really want to lose this high ground if you're the Justice, but it looks like the Valiant are going to force the issue, especially with no Tracer to kind of get onto the supports and harass them a little bit.
That's both DPS down for the Washington Justice, getting a little greedy holding into that room, so that should at least be some ticks coming through for the Valiant, but I would expect a Justice re-engage for the last tick to sort of get an even matchup. Teru getting very close to that nano boost.
Same with CJ though, about the same amount away. Now Mirror is taking a lot of damage on the entry, but then so is Crowley. So they are jostling over this corner. Nice nade. FD got a Mirror, have to back up. Only like what, like 12% left to go? And with CJ dead, nanos are going to come out. This should be a cleanup for the Justice. Again, Alpha Yi. Man, this guy is a monster.
We expected this from Alpha Yi when he came from the Hangzhou Spark. He was dominant last year as well. Very flexible player. I don't think we were putting enough respect on Alpha Yi's name when he joined this Justice squad, especially when you pair him with Flora. 2 players that have been impressive throughout the history of the Overwatch League, but that's 2 minutes off the clock for the Los Angeles Valiant. They did get 2 ticks, and they were able to hold on to their nano boost, so some silver linings, but I want to see a good dive and a good EMP from Seek here. He really struggled in the first map.
Oh no! Oh, we have to pause. Looks like Mirror. Looks like Mirror called for the pause there. I see Flora instantly like, what? What's going on?
Who did this?
I'm literally about to EMP.
Yeah.
You gotta stop.
The Valiant sort of looking very concerned. I don't know if Corey froze or if he's just standing incredibly still.
Wait a second. Enhance.
Zoom in.
Where if you okay, me and Scott like nose pressed to the screen. You guys can't see, but
I think Croy might be frozen, so he might be the cause of this pause. But
we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we'll get back into game in just a moment. But the way these kind of comps play too, these fights have been so long. Like that's half your time off. Yeah, I mean, you've got like 97% on the point, but you still need that extra, or just single tick to cap. With these EMPs, you're going to imagine if they both EMP at the same time or roughly the same time, like, again, these fights are going to get dragged out. Then you're looking for another big EMP engage from Valiant to try and take this point over. So hard to do, and especially with the amount of time they have left. All right, we're back in. We're all good. Everything's sorted. Everything's fine.
Flora's lurking with this EMP. As soon as CJ walks into the open, I think he's going to go. He's definitely the target for this one.
EMP, Alpha Yi, and Flora setting that up so cleanly. And now Lai is the main focus of attention for Flora. Does end up just
he did rally.
Teleporting away. Yeah, Valiant want to kind of keep this one going, regardless of CJ's demise. Especially with this rally, it's hard to chew through anybody, but you've only got Pax, Steel, Crowie. Look at Crowie's health bar right now. It is just low.
Not going
Very
up.
low. Can they get D-Mech? EMP in the front line. Sika, is there any follow-up? FD God does end up going down, so nice two-man execution again, but this time on the side of the Valiant. So now Justice are down a support and down a rally too. Justice need to be careful. There's only a tick to go for the Valiants. That will be Crowie with a self-destruct and CJ with a nano boost as Nos tries to vie for some space. Spots Flora in the back lines as that self-destruct thrown out. Lyre blocks that with a shield, but another great anti, this time from Teru, to help Lyre get eliminated by Alpha Yi. Nice little nade onto Alpha Yi, but he does end up recalling. This with 40 seconds to go. No EMP for the Valiant. Very few tools left to actually try and stick themselves on this point.
CJ's been holding on to this nano for so long, waiting for the perfect moment, then eventually gets cornered and just panics and throws it onto Croy, but he eventually goes down, so the nano doesn't get any value. So some mistakes in the macro play and how they're utilizing these ultimates. I would have preferred to see Valiant throw the kitchen sink at the Justice as soon as they had that advantage. But now 16 seconds remaining and Flora has another EMP. We saw how coordinated they were with it last time. They're probably looking at someone else because CJ's now on the Kiriko.
Oh, they need to check him. They did manage to get a recall out of one of the DPS from the Justice as Flora's just setting up high in the sky.
Oh, no.
The CMP is going to be massive. Yep, that's a four-man. Seeker, Lyre, everybody dead. Crowie using her self-destruct. Even Nos got
what? He missed the timing.
What? Look at Flora's face. Like, what? What? How did that happen? All good, though. Yeah, Crowie dies. And that will be round. Justice managing to hold on to just, what, 2.1% of that point? But it'll do. Still winnable, though, for Valiant. They just need an unbelievable hold.
We just saw the same thing happen in the Toronto versus New York Excelsior match where, you know, Toronto were in the driver's seat. All you need is a full hold, and this is historically a point where if you start cycling your ultimates, just like we saw the Washington Justice do, you can get a fuller hold. So there is some optimism here for the Los Angeles Valiant, but right now the Justice in the driver's seat. It's control center?
Yeah. Can they defend here? Would you change anything up, Scott? I mean, on the defense, maybe a little Trob, maybe a little Trob.
Stop trying to sell your Torbjorn narrative into this match. No,
trust me. There's crazy spots for the tower at this point.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you want them to pull out Torbjorn, I want them to pull out Lifeweaver again. Oh no, I was joking. FD God, please don't do this to us. But no, I don't want to see any changes for the Valiant. I think this is such a good composition on this map, and especially on defensive sided. You saw Flora just lurking in the background, waiting for those hacks. As soon as the backline walks through the threshold, it's just so easy to execute players. And this is Nos with a pulse bomb.
Ooh, a little nasty,
spicy?
actually. A little nasty from there. A little 180. Love to see that. Helped FD God stay alive. All right. Okay, hear me out, right?
No.
Petal on the ground.
No.
Alfie goes up.
No, hate
on
it.
Widow. Flora.
Absolutely not.
Wheels mode.
No.
And then just takes down the team.
Nope, I hate it.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm telling you, watch this.
Wow,
There's no one there.
that was sick.
There,
You're right, Jack. That was great.
There. That's crazy, actually.
Someone's going to get someone with it one time and everyone's going to keep doing it. But so far, it has not worked. Widow has a grapple shot. She can get herself in the air. You don't need a pedal.
What if you need to grapple back and spawn because there's a Sombra on you?
You have a Diva.
Yeah. It's cooler if you have
That's true.
2 seconds on Lifeweaver added to the stats.
That is true. Well, Washington Justice are currently 100% map win rate while on the Lifeweaver, so you can't argue with the results. Unfortunately, both teams are going to play the Diva Sombra again, and Seeker goes down, potentially getting caught out by Flora on his translocator, and that should open the door for the Justice.
Mirror's anti-nated, Mirror's asleep. Both DPS kind of bleeding out near the point. Got to try and come up with something here, that being the Valiant, as they are already pushed off of the point.
Oh,
Beautiful anti. Teru kind of a menace on this Ana right now. CJ Lion and Crowley have to back all the way up to get fully healed. There's a tick, maybe a second one on the cards for the Justice already. It's all about who comes out the first ult first, and it will be Alpha Yi. Pulse bomb. Ooh, a throw and a miss. Characteristic, I'd say. FD God and Teru now in a little bit of trouble, but the peel for the Justice has been extraordinary. Mira just babysitting them.
And Ultimate's starting to come up because it's such a long, drawn-out fight. Flora looks like he will get the EMP first, but the nanos for both teams, everyone's going to press Q again, Jack. I want to see Valiant go aggressive, go early, utilize their ultimates.
Oh, EMP. Oh, it's a 4-man again. Seeker's got his EMP up, but no, look at that. Nano mace to the face. However, that shield, while it can stun, it might not be able to do the damage that is needed. Crowley ended up running into him, but Crowley needed to touch the point. He had 2 jobs there, do damage to the backline and actually touch, and he couldn't really do everything all at once, unfortunately, and that will be the point. And that will be a 2-0 Justice. They're making this a quick one.
Speed running this match right now for the Washington Justice, and this is what Jake talked about in the pre-shows coming into this match is you want it to be a definitive matchup for the Washington Justice. This is a team that the Justice should put away, giving us more confidence match after match. We still haven't seen them play against the top end, but they're clearly showing they're better than the bottom end.
That's good. There's a lot of competition between like the middle of the pack teams right now, especially the top end too. It's a very competitive year, a lot of competitive rosters. Nice pulse one by Alpha Yi. A couple of highlights for you there, but I mean, what really stood out to you from the Justice? I mean, Flora and Alpha Yi, their execution on those dives is just so clean.
No, Jack. I feel like we've talked about Flora and Alpha Yi enough. We did it all preseason.
Okay, fine.
The standout for me in this one is Teru. Teru hit important biotic grenades time and time again and just keeping his team alive while not getting punished. He's doing a great job and making big plays, and honestly, Mira showing why he was picked up for the Justice squad as well.
Nice pulse. Havana is up next. That'll be after the break. Double sniper map potential here. There are a lot of different comps you can run on this, and not necessarily like Sombra, Tracer again. Maybe we'll see a switch up, and then maybe that will be the thing that Valiant needs. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. Washington Justice 3-0 on the cards. right, we're back. Justice and the Valiant facing off, and the Justice looking clean. Look, 2-0. Can't really paint it a different picture than what it's been painted already with the Valiant going down. Didn't even capture that first point on Blizzard World. They need to find something here. We're going to a different map completely, like in terms of architecture and like what people like to play. We are going to Havana, typically a double sniper map. Maybe that'll work in their favor.
Yeah, and it's a map where a lot of Sigma is played, a lot of just different looks in general, so it could go into the Valiant's favor. We talked earlier about Seeker being very strong at that hit scan, maybe being able to get that Widow differential against Flora, because they need to try something else, because what they're doing right now is not working.
It's not working at all. Yeah, I want to see hit scan for Seeker. He's such a talented hit scan player. I mean, it's been good. It's also been clinical from the Justice too.
Yeah.
Like you said, Terry with those nades, alley-oop, like every time. 1 or 2 men, 3 sometimes, just antied. It's hard to really do much against that, especially when you have like a Kiriko to cleanse anything. It's Alfie and Flora just kind of like, okay, well, that's 3 kills. Like, it's not really much more you can say for that.
And Teru, in general, was an interesting story in the Overwatch League because he was a DPS player originally on the Vancouver Titans in 2020, 2021. I'm testing my knowledge now. But he played a little bit of support towards the end of his stint there, playing a little bit of the Brig. And when he went back to Contenders, he was like, you know what? I like this support setup. I kind of like this role. So he's come back to the Overwatch League and performing incredibly well on flex supports.
Yeah, he first kind of flexed his flex support on the Spark when his Kiriko kind of popped off.
Late signing.
Yeah, very late signing last year on the Hangzhou Spark. And people are like, wow, really? Teru on flex support? That's kind of crazy. And then it was like, oh my god, wait, this guy's kind of nasty on the Kiriko. All right, okay, this is what we want to talk about. Close hold, completely different comp. Krawi on the Rhine, Seeker, not necessarily hit scan, close enough though, it's Hanzo. And then Nos on the Mei. So they're going to try something completely different. We'll see how Justice can topple this, or even if they can.
You can actually see out that top window, so the Justice know what they're walking into, and they're actually going to take the mirror, but they're going to be on the Ramatra instead. And we actually just saw this in the Toronto-New York Excelsior match. And the way this is good is that you can get multiple fights, but this is just an absolute all-out brawl as both Mei walls go down.
Yeah. Seeker's going to have to hit some logs here, some giant redwood logs, but unfortunately, ends up getting instantly taken down. My word. Clean up city, yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately not a lot of value there from the close hold, but as I was saying earlier, like the value here for the Valiant is that you can take multiple fights, right? You take that first spawn hold, then you attack again here as the card is starting to turn the corner, and then you get a third one coming back.
Seeker on the Soj now too, so steering very clear away from the Hanzo. Something he kind of made his name on last year. We were talking about it before. Okay, that's just a troll wall.
That's kind of nice for the Valiant, because now you know they don't have the wall. That's go time right here. They drop their own wall and get on the cart.
Pretty hard to isolate someone though. Very open streets here in Havana. Now Alfie trying to set up for another wall. Just quite low, however.
Oh, nice shot.
Seeker actually takes him out. He even look on a surprise there on Alfie's face. Very nice wraparound for the Valiant. Can they find anything more? So they're going to be, obviously with the Lucio, you'd imagine so. You've got to speed forwards. You've just got to take this fight.
Yeah.
All right, with Flora dead, should be all over. Even, yeah, Terror, there's no way you're going to save this one. I mean, the Valiant, they do have Blizzard. They've got a window coming up for this fight too. This looks pretty good if they just hold this corner.
That kill onto CJ is actually super important. It's actually going to force a retreat out of here for the Valiant because they don't have the big healing source of the Baptiste. So as much as they want to keep fighting, they cannot. Laya has picked up CJ and he is back now in the fight.
Yeah, they are going to rely on that Blizzard too to create a lot of space. Here comes Miro. Whoa, look at the Nemesis form. He's punching Krawi. However, Krawi with the window almost managed to land that fire strike. Here comes the Blizzard, the beat, almost everything thrown in here. 2 sound barriers out for both teams. There you go, Mirror. Taking a lot of damage was Laya there while he was frozen up. The Justice with that Blizzard. I mean, it's pretty dicey, especially when your supports get killed in the back line.
Oh, Mirror,
yeah,
no, hey.
Do it to him, do it to him. Doesn't matter how many games you're up, how many rounds you're up, you're still allowed to drop it.
Oh, man, no, I expected that from Jake. I didn't expect that from you, Jack. Come on.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I've been teabagged by Jake many a times from our playing careers, but hey, you know, Mira doing what he does best. And the Washington Justice getting the first cap pretty quickly, but you can see the Valiant. They just want to keep taking fights on this Reinhardt composition. Croy now with the Earth Shatter versus the Mirror Annihilation. This is something we've seen back and forth, but Alfie doesn't even care taking down Nos.
I think Valiant want to go here, right now. Mirror's in trouble. That was a nice little headshot slam there when you get too close to that Earth Shatter. You get crit. Seeker with 2 kills off the back of that one. Maybe winnable, at least holdable on this high ground. Mirror's going to have a trouble actually doing any damage to Seeker with Batiste being back. CJ just throwing those right clicks at Seeker to keep him up. You still get a fair bit of payload progress here, but Seeker just holding this high ground is going to be kind of a thorn in the side if they're not careful.
Yeah, and those kills from Seeker just allowing the Washington Justice to not go anywhere, and the Valiant do get that positioning back, as you can see them holding this choke quite well with the Mei.
Alright, Mirror might just use this time to hit that Annihilation. Seeker gets another pig on Alpha Yi. Annihilation comes out. It is just tagging up Nos right now, but that shield is stopping Mirror from getting any damage done. He hasn't been taken down, just pushed far too forward into Valiant's front line. Way too much damage, plus the window. You can't really overstay your welcome. Even if you've got your arms held up as the ram, that window is still going to chew through you.
Yeah, and Teru just sort of fighting for his life, playing the DPS support character there on the Baptiste, but this is a much better look for the Valiant so far than we've seen in this series, and we were beating a dead horse when we said we wanted Seeker on this hit scan, but you see exactly why, opening up multiple fights with early picks.
All right, Blizzard versus Blizzard again. Who gets the better one off? That is the question. As long as Nos doesn't get picked off early by Alpha Yi. High ground control is imperative. There comes the Blizzard. Alfie in trouble, has to block, but I think he's right inside the Blizzard.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to come out. He ends up throwing his own. Beautiful lamp by Terror to keep him alive. And now Mirror can just respond. There's a sound barrier from the Valiant, but they've already lost the Mei. And Crowley can't really get into any damage, even with that sound barrier over health. What was that?
Hello?
Okay, well, Crowley died anyway, but that was a really weird pin.
I think he got booped as he was pinning, and then he pinned someone, then he hit a Mei wall. It was very confusing.
Very strange. But Justice win that fight regardless.
But once again, the pick on Teru is going to slow things down for the Justice. I think they would like to be holding this choke, but without those heals, they will not be able to do so. Now, Seeker with the overclock on this Sojourn. He's been clutch for them so far. Flora, on the other hand, is going to have the same, though.
Come on, Seeker, 99%. He's up on the high ground. However, there's a window staring directly at him. Look, he's already pretty low. Has to play careful around this window. Doesn't want to get taken out by Teru or Flora on the other side of things. Overclock versus overclock as Seeker pulls his. There's the sound barrier, though, so Seeker doing almost no damage. Couple of headshots, though, onto Flora, who goes down to Seeker. That overhealth disappeared. A double headshot and a body shot will finish him off. Seeker running out of that overclock, but is still doing a fair bit of work. But Mirror with the Nemesis form, just running them down. No matter what you do there, you're still up against that overhealth. The rest of the team couldn't really just aid Seeker in finding more kills. The Justice will end up capping that second point, but Valiant, they didn't make him work for it there.
Yeah, unfortunately, CJ does go down for the Valiant. You could see Kroy just trying to live, just not enough healing on the side for them now. But the fight don't stop. The Valiant is going to keep running at the Washington Justice. They have to with this Reinhardt composition. And, you know, there's only 2 minutes remaining. This is not a bad hold so far for the Valiant.
Things you love to see. Seeker on the Sojourn. It's working out super well for them thus far. Going to try for another very close hold. Of course, the spawn is so short. However, Seeker again kills Alpha Yi. Crowley does end up getting booped out of the lamp. Perfect nade, perfect boop from the backline. Justice end up taking down Crowley, but Seeker once again finds 2 kills in amongst the chaos, Scott. There's a minute and 30 seconds to go. They can't really play too far up as Crowley's only just coming back from spawn now, but Seeker more than willing to fight this. Alpha Yi, couple of resets on those dashes, eventually takes down the carry.
Yeah, you can see, I love this switch from Alfie. This just allows him to play that much more aggressive. And now that we're in this third point, it's so open that you're not going to get that value from the Mei wall. So goes over to the Genji, a hero we know he's very strong at. This is going to be something that CJ is going to have to be careful because he can get executed at any moment.
Forcing out the lamp's pretty big.
Okay, Jack, let me give you a stat.
Okay.
Seeker has 12 of the Los Angeles Valiant's 16 final blows right now. That's a That's a Seeker deadlift right now.
He do be carrying. Seeker's got the overclock again, and FD God is down. There's no support ultimates either for the Justice. That Annihilation's pretty good, but they're going to get stopped in their tracks. Seeker just flinging out rail after rail after rail, but Crowley eventually is felled. Mirror just marching on forward, nano boost, he's got the Romantra ult. Seeker just cannot stand up to that. And now with the Valiant coming back, they've got a double support ultimate of their own now, but Alfie's in the front line. He's playing with fire right now. And it's just a trickling of members from the Valiant to try and touch the point. Flora, Alfie dead. Now it's CJ's turn to carry. Okay, pops the window down just out of spawn, and Seeker finishes the rest off. 13 seconds to go, looking very unlikely Justice touch now.
Yeah, you can see Teru is going to be the hero, Jack. Don't worry, I've seen Teru do this. Oh, he's dead. He's in trouble. Oh,
he's dead.
He was almost good for one, unfortunately not, but he needed to do that. The Justice will not be able to touch, and that's not bad for the Justice getting it through that gate, but this is definitely winnable for the Valiant.
Definitely winnable. You just need Seeker with an overclock. He's just too clean with it. And like you were saying, like 12 out of the 16 final blows there. What is it at the end of the round?
At the very end of the round, he's got 15 of the team's 22 right now.
Okay.
He is leading the server right now by a long margin.
Deadlift. That's for sure. Seeker in the chat that he's seeing, always 100 rail. Like, he's always got 100% rail. I mean, you're shooting into mirror too, right?
Yeah.
Even in Nemesis form, you're still building up a ton of that charge. You build it off the tank, boom, you shoot a support or a DPS. Build it off the tank, boom, shoot. You get less charge, obviously, while shooting a shield, but when you're in Nemesis form, Mirror's wanting to punch through the shield, so Seeker's pretty free to charge that up.
And an important change from Sojourn from where she was when she first came into this game is you now get a flat 5 charge every time you shoot a character. So the wide look of Mirror is just a free charge there for Seeker, and he's utilizing it perfectly, and you can see Flora is struggling to stand up to that.
All right, so this is how CJ... That was a nice little shot. Easy peasy. Yeah, the window's still pretty deadly. And with Seeker on the high ground, yeah, it's too easy. Might have been even through the window there, the way FD Gold was pathing towards the spawn doors.
Going to see the same compositions coming out now that we've flipped sides. Mirror preferring to play that Ramatra while Croy on that Reinhardt. They're going to sim TP to the backline, and then Nos is going to switch to the Mei, so they're trying to flip the composition. It's working very well right now, Jack.
Yes, indeed. All the walls have come up. Okay, so we don't have to worry about wall for a little while longer. Liar's going to have to worry, though. A little bit taken down by Mirror. They are moving the payload, mind you. Just kind of stealing it currently.
Yeah, but this is going to stop somewhere, and you can see the Los Angeles Valiant are just eventually bleeding out. I don't think that percentage or that little bit of movement is going to matter too much, but Liar just getting a little bit too aggressive.
Staggering CJ.
Stop it.
Oh, that's... I mean, that's still a decent chunk of time off the clock. You kind of take that. It's like 15 seconds, 20 seconds before they can set up again.
And you can see the Washington Justice, they want to fight around the cart, not because they don't want it to move, but it's just essentially natural cover that they can play around. Their backline can feel a little bit safer. And now the Valiant are the ones who are having to walk through the open to try and get onto this cart.
All right, Teru's got a window already. So much healing, actually, from this first fight. They're all just kind of squaring up. I mean, look how much damage Krabi's taking. Forces the lamp out of the Valiant. Like, and now you're like, okay, that's fine. There's a window on the corner, but CJ ends up going down. Alfie with a random icicle through the side room, ends up taking one. And now they've got a window, they've even got land, they've got B, they've got Blizzard. Like, there's a lot of juice for Justice right now.
Yeah, Justice just doing a masterful job of navigating around these ultimates. You saw them disengage from that amplification matrix from CJ. They managed to get a pick on the way out, but now Teru with Hands of Steel hasn't even dropped his own. That's a massive advantage that the Justice are going to be able to hold on to, because the issue with Croy with his Reinhardt is as soon as his shield breaks, he's isolated and he's living on an island that he has no protection, and CJ's not going to be able to heal him through that.
All right, Alfie getting rather cheeky with it again. Blizzard from Nos. Good wall by Alfie. They might not be able to pull this one up. Alfie eventually gets taken down. Of course, it's Seeker. He's got the railgun. He's going to find a couple of kills, at least you'd imagine. CJ helps Mirror finish off the kill onto Mirror, and then CJ finds, with Seeker, a couple of kills extra. So 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. The Valiant, they burnt a couple of big ultimates. You're thinking Justice might be able to get back in time, especially with the Lucio, and they got 4 on the board.
It's going to be on Croy to hit a massive shatter, because the Justice are just going to walk at the Los Angeles Valiant.
They're stepping up. What an early shatter.
I love it.
They do find Mirror, and now Croy, yep, he do be stuck in the ceiling. Door stuck. They're still pushing the payload, but here comes the Blizzard. It does end up getting beat. Yes, it does, but Krawi's directly in the center of it. You can't save him. Not even those amped heals coming through that window. And now it's Flora's time to shine. A headshot onto CJ. He's going to chase down Seeker. An aerial shot on the enemy Sojourn. A minute to go for the Valiants. They've almost got into that first point, though, Scott.
I love the idea by Croy there, trying to drop the shadow early, recognizing how many ultimates the Justice have. Just the follow-up was not there, and then they got punished by him. Liar dying sitting somehow in spawn over here next to the van. Just Terry hitting him with that DPS aim. This is hard for the Los Angeles Valiant.
Seeker's on Widow real fast. Gonna go for a jump shot. No, okay. Did end up missing.
Out.
Switch back to the Sojourn. You lost a little bit of ult charge there, but it might not. It might not matter.
Mira held onto that Annihilation, so they still have that big ultimate that's going to be able to sort of walk at the Valiant as soon as they step up to them. And the Valiant with no ultimates, they're going to need some magic as Nos, there's the magic, takes down Teru.
All right, Teru dead. Valiant now up a man in this fight. Mira just trying to punch the lights out of Cryo right now, but Cryo's got a rather big hammer.
Hello?
Yeah, no ultimate from Mira. Maybe he was...
Maybe he just
can't
didn't
get
believe
kept
in the
alive,
fight.
right?
Yeah.
You can't get kept alive because Teru died fairly early on. All right, well, that will be point A at least unlocked. Overtime, man, they managed to get it, but 2.5 minutes to go. Yeah. All right, but that early pick felt pretty good. I mean, the Valiant are still in this, Scott. I mean, they didn't get it all the way, that being the Justice, the payload towards that 3rd point, so very winnable.
Yeah, good presence of mind there by Mira. I panicked and I wanted him to press Q, but he was smart enough to not do that.
Dude, he's just going in. He's defensive Blizzard from Nos there, shot to try and stop Mira getting away with Murder, but Murder they will get away with. Seeker already dead, and there's the Annihilation right up on the spawn doors. Another nice swap over as well to Genji for Alfie.
And this might be a spawn hold here from the Washington Justice. This is a very hard point or spawn to get out of if you're the Los Angeles Valiant, because you can only really get out of these 2 tiny doors, which against, you know, the aggressive style of the Justice can be difficult. A great nade from Teru, but the Valiant just walking out still, and there's the
Nemesis form. Oh, that lab had nowhere to go, and neither did CJ. Got turned into tomorrow's porridge there by Mira. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Seeker, look, mate.
Okay.
He's got overclock.
Okay.
Here he goes.
Anything's possible when he has overclock.
They are going against a beta blade and overclock.
No, don't worry. Don't care. Seeker, in Seeker we trust.
Seeker did. There it is. Overclock. He's already anti.
Oh,
he got one though. FD God ends up going down. No B for the Justice. They've only got a single healer left. Mira taking a whole heap of damage too. Seeker's overclock does end up running out, but it's managed to charge up a shot off Mira and take him out. Alfie's trying to duel with a Lucio in the pack lines and actually ends up losing the fight. So DPS ults for Justice and a support ultimate completely erased as Seeker takes over that game.
Seeker knew who his target was, takes FD God off the bat. Kind of
ignore that. Don't.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was going to talk to her, but I didn't see anything. Seeker, our Lord and Savior, would never do such a thing. But now we have Alpha Yi coming back with the blade. They have the overclock themselves. Flora's going to be ripping it early.
Really early. Are they going to be able to even get in position to do anything? There's a fair bit of damage going down. Nice shots, yeah, onto Nos and Crowie. He's got another shot in him, but now it's up to Alfie and the blade. With 20 seconds to go, this blade could be a game winner. If he so chooses to use it. Oh my word. Went pretty low. It's a body shot from the Sojourn there, the enemy Sojourn. Sound barriers come out. Okay, Alfie can just wait this out, pretty much. Shatter comes out, doesn't hit anybody. His Mirror is still ripping and tearing in the backline. There's the blade in the corner. Lamb is history, and looks like the rest of the team will be soon. As soon as he finds them, though. There we go. CJ is dead, and now with only Lyre on the point to heal Crowie, it's up to the Blizzard. Seeker comes back on the Tracer, as well as Nos on the point, plays it down, and with Crowie purple, can they actually finish off this kill? Finally, Mirror punches through the shield, takes them out, and FD God will do the rest. That will be the Washington Justice with a 3-0.
CJ put on his invisibility cloak there for a bit, but unfortunately that was not enough for the Los Angeles Valiant, as we do see the Washington Justice closing this one out. It's nice job, Dak. You did a great job, mate, doing his cable management. But yeah, definitively the Washington Justice are the better team right now. They are just well practiced at playing multiple different compositions, even playing that sort of, you know, rush style. It looked quite clean.
Yeah, it looked really clean. I mean, again, Seeker with the overclocks, he did so well, just not really enough to topple the Justice today. Justice need this definitive win. They want to be punching upwards right now. They want to take down teams like Toronto Defiant, like Outlaws, like, you know, Atlanta Reign. That'll be a tough one. But you know, anything's possible right now. They do look like a well-oiled machine in this match, at least.
Yeah, and, you know, there were so many great players coming out here from the Washington Justice. I think you saw, we always talk about Alfie, how great he is. I think we saw the same thing from Flora. You know, he had a poor performance last year from the New York Excelsior, and he is our player of the match today, and I think he did a great job. His flexibility has been the major thing that has sort of stood out to me, because, you know, you see him playing Tracer here, he played the hit scan, he played a little bit of Sombra. He really is doing it all right now.
He really is. These EMP dives as well with Alpha Yi.
Perfect.
Just too clean with it, yeah. My word. I mean, you can't react.
Yeah.
You can't sleep, you can't nade, like, you're dead in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and you know, these overclocks were an important part of like them sort of being able to close out these fights. And you know, Flora is, you know, a player who just had a poor season last year, and he was a product of the New York Excelsior, struggling as a whole. But now that he has a great team around him, look at these stats: 9 final blows almost per 10 minutes on the Sojourn, hitting those charge shot kills as well, getting pretty solid damage. So you can't ask for more from him right now.
Yeah. You really can't. Washington Justice with a nice little 3-0. There's only one more match today, however. It's only Friday. I actually thought it was Saturday today. I was like, wait a second, it's Saturday? Wait, let me cancel games, please. But it is Friday. I think we're going to jump to the desk in just a brief moment, though, to break down this match and tee us up for the next one.
What's up, everyone? Here's your Watchpoint Game Break featuring Danny, featuring Jake, featuring Oh, what do we got?
Whatever you want it to be.
Michael.
Johnny with parentheses.
I mean, the H, that's something you
optional.
wanted
Alternate.
initially, but now you're steering
It's
away
optional.
from it. It's optional.
It's optional.
Okay.
But the parentheses is mandatory.
I appreciate the flexibility. So is there an empty?
So is it a silent H?
There's just an empty parenthesis.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it's a silent H. Who says Joni?
Jody. You're a Jody. You're such a
Jody.
Jody today.
I'm
silent H.
honestly a huge fan of Johoni.
Yeah, Jody. You know what? Let's go with that.
I'm also a
Sold.
big fan.
Sold.
That's the one.
Sold.
That's the keeper. I'm also a big fan of dominant performances, and that's exactly what we got from the Washington Justice, and that's exactly what you wanted to see in this match, Jake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we couldn't have asked them for more. What we wanted to see was a huge gap between these teams. That's exactly what we saw. The first two maps, it literally cannot get more dominant. I mean, it was a complete beatdown, shellacking, whatever you want to call it.
Shellacking.
I love that word, guys. I love it. But I mean, this team looked leagues above the Valiant, which it's where they need to be, frankly, if they want to break into that upper echelon. But that's something I like to see for these teams pushing forward. You know, going up against a weaker opponent, we have seen teams historically that kind of play down to their opponent's level. Yes, they get the win, but it's not clean. They don't look dominant. They sort of just barely eke it out. That was not the Justice today. They were leagues ahead, absolutely destroying the Valiant. And for Valiant, it was like, man, they look so much better against opponents we thought might be stronger.
I mean, and another thing was, I mean, they were showcasing a lot of different compositions, right? Like we saw a little bit of Winston in first map, Diva, and then Ramatra as well. So like I think they are, in a good place right now where sure, like they're not like top, but like I think they could really edge it out against a lot of different teams.
Do I have to be the fun police here?
Yes.
So far, they've beaten the London Spitfire,
the
Vegas Eternal,
hey,
and the Los Angeles Valiant. They're 3-0. Great job, Washington. You beat everyone you pretty much were mandatory to like beat.
I'm going to add on to that, but I guess the real test is going to be their next three matches. Because as far as I know, they're going up against Boston, Houston, and the San Francisco Shock next.
Yep.
So those three matches, if they are able to beat, I guess, at least one or make it close, that'll be a real test.
You beat one, I'm good. I'm happy with beating one of them.
Yeah, agreed.
I'll take that.
If you are the Washington Justice, this is an ideal scenario to kick off your season because you're going to be in a real good mental space there, right? You've already had 3 victories in the bag, and then you go up against opponents which you're not favored in, so there's a lot less pressure really to perform. Yeah. So they put themselves on a really good spot with this dominant showing. And Danny, you're got an interview ready now with the winner.
Yes, I do. Here, let me walk over to our interviewee. Everybody, please say hello to our player of the match and our post-match interviewee, Flora from Washington Justice. Flora, can you hear me? 자, 플로라 선수 제 목소리 들리시나요?
네, 잘 들려요.
All right. Thankfully, he could hear me. So, I mean, I just want to start off this interview by asking you, we were just talking about how many different compositions you guys were using today against the LA Valiant. Would you say that the Washington Justice is sort of meta-proof? 자, 첫 번째 질문으로 오늘 일단 승리를 거두신 거에 대해서 축하를 드리면서 오늘 경기에서 되게 다양한 조합들을 많이 보여주신 것 같아요. 플로라 선수가 보셨을 때는 지금 워싱턴 팀이 좀 어떻게 보면은 메타에 좀 덜 영향을 받는 몇 안 되는 오버워치 리그 팀이라고 생각을 하시나요?
저희가 메타에 영향을 안 받는 팀이라고는 생각을 해본 적은 없어서 잘 모르겠어요.
I actually haven't really thought deeply about that. I don't know if I could say that we're sort of meta-proof, and I think he just ended the answer that. I mean, maybe next time I'll probably come back to you and ask you again if you think about it a little bit more. 자, 지금 아까 방금 이렇게 생각을 많이 안 해보셨다고 했기 때문에 다음에 한 번 더 그러면 질문을 하도록 하겠습니다. I also do want to ask you, to be honest, I think, Flora, your last season in the Overwatch League you had a tough season with the New York Excelsior, but now Washington Justice, you guys are up 3-0. So I just want to hear your opinion. Like, how does it feel to, win all 3 matches so far? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 솔직히 말씀드려서 플로라 선수가 작년엔 좀 힘든 시즌이 아니었나 생각을 합니다. 그런데 이번에 새로 팀을 이적을 하시면서 벌써 3승 0패로 되게 좋은 성적을 거두시고 계신데요. 그거에 대한 좀 그냥 소감 한 말씀을 듣고 싶어요. 작년에 좀 힘들었다가 지금 들어와서 벌써 3경기 다 이기고 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주고 계시기 때문에 좀 어떠신가요?
솔직히 지금 저희 초반에 대진운이 좀 좋았다고 지금 생각을 하고 있어서 방심하지 않고 기분은 좋더라도 방심하지 않고 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
I mean, I do sort of feel lucky in a sense where, you know, we had our matches have been very fortunate for us. But I mean, I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and I think we're still gonna try hard and do our best for every single match that are coming forward as well. All right, Flora, going to end the interview right here. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 플로라 선수 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Danny and Flora. Congratulations, of course, to him and the Washington Justice as this team is looking to climb the standings this season. And if you also want to ascend to dizzying heights yourself, that's what you need. That's right.
Look at that.
Rock Climber Saga bundle, which is on until May 9th.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
such a good look. I love
That gun is the
look at
rock
gun.
climbing.
How do you call those? What's
What do you call
the handle thingies? The jiggy jiggy wiggy?
I mean,
What are they called?
Ooh.
The nubbles?
She's looking good.
No, the
how's it
rock climbing, what do you call it? Those pebbles?
Holds?
The
Holds. There you go.
Yeah, just like I said.
Hold.
The outer
Actually, they all have different names. You know, like a different type of hold. They all have a different name.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah, there's like crimps and jugs and slopers. They all are describing
Crimps,
different.
jugs.
These. Wait,
Put that on the names.
That's like the easy one right there.
Oh man, we're having a good time here today, and it's gonna get even better because once again, we get to witness the greatness that is the Atlanta Reign in their next match. So let's take a look at the schedule to see how we are going to close out our day. They will face off against the Vancouver Titans. Another exciting team, to be honest.
Yeah.
Vancouver Titans having a really good look so far. Of course, with a 1-1 score. They did put themselves so far in a good position for the spring qualifiers. But let's talk lineups. Let's look at who we're going to see on the server. First, we're gonna once again witness Aspire, Sugar Free, Punk, Faith, and Crimzo. Punk definitely one of the standouts alongside Sugar Free for that team. It's very exciting to watch them. And here, I don't need to point out an individual because they're all just scary. Everything there is just scary.
True.
Like you should be worried if you face any of those on the server, in the streets, wherever you are. Just walk the other way.
Yeah, cross the street. You see them
Cross the
come in.
street,
Stay
yeah.
out of their way.
Exactly.
Dangerous.
Don't
deadly
look them
players.
in the eyes.
Nope.
Stare at
no.
the floor.
Yeah, never make
Your
eye
eyes.
contact. It can only go downhill from there. But Jonathan, I did mention Punk here. He's one of the very exciting people to talk about heading into this season.
Yeah, he's also very nice. So if you do meet
This is
Punk,
true.
then don't be scared. Don't
Didn't
be
get
scared.
Employee of the
Meet Punk
Month,
in the
but-
streets.
Yeah.
He's a friendly face, you know. Give a handshake or something. It's all good. Hopefully, I hope he appreciates I can say that about him. Anyway, talking about the match itself. I mean, you're playing the Atlanta Reign. Atlanta Reign is the best team in the Overwatch League right now. So for Vancouver Titans, who we talked about in the pre-show, is a sleeper team. They're looking to upset perhaps some of the better teams in the league. This might not be one of them. I'm just gonna say that straight away. But for Punk, I think he is pivotal in this very matchup. You will be playing against the likes of Lip, playing his signature Sombra hero, for example. You'll be facing Stalker on the Tracer. So if you're a Winston player, that I suspect they'll be rolling out with Winston or maybe some D.Va, for example, you're going to take a lot of poke damage in this matchup. And the way that Atlanta Reign likes to play their Sombra Tracer composition is that they like to trap you. Either they force the Winston to engage, and that's where they'll hack you, they'll trap you, and end up killing you when you engage. If you don't engage, they'll just slowly poke you, they'll push you away. And so that's where extremely good decision making as a Winston player comes in. If Vancouver wants to have a good series today, Punk needs to have a standout performance.
I like the focus on Punk. It's going to be a tough test, especially facing Lip Sombra. He's really known for that like grinding style, getting so much value on the Sombra. He's very hard to force him to TP out. He really plays around the support of his team super well, and a lot of times he just shoots clip after clip and never TPs out. And that's sort of the worst thing that you can ever deal with playing against the Atlanta Reign. And I just think as much as like we can hope for this Vancouver Titans roster, that they can come together and make something magic happen. This is not the game. Atlanta's going to eat them for breakfast. This should be like an absolute beatdown stomp. I'm ready to be proven wrong, but I'm not. I mean, if this is anything, if it's anything less than a stomp, frankly, I think it looked bad for Atlanta. I think they want to solidify their place as the number one team.
Yeah.
I mean, a solid mid-table team like the Vancouver Titans shouldn't be trouble for the best team in the league.
Yeah, and I mean, if this one is even looking remotely close, it should only be because Atlanta is gonna troll the living things out of it. Like, if they make it close, then it should only be because they're clearly having a lot of fun with it and not because...
I don't think Atlanta's that kind of team, though, anymore.
No, they're not. They're not.
This is a different Atlanta than we've seen a little bit of, trolling from them in the past of the franchise, shall we say. But this roster, I don't think they're going to go easy. That's just not in the DNA of these players.
And if they do sort of troll, I think that gives Vancouver the upper hand. They're not like the low teams, right? So like if they troll, they might, put themselves on the risk of losing too.
Yeah, well, this is a great timeline for me personally, as I've been an Atlanta absolute fangirl, super biased, honestly, and not even hiding it. I never tried to hide it. So, yeah, I'm living my best life this season. It's been many years in the waiting. So I get to predict Atlanta each and every time they play, and I don't have to feel weird about it, or shamed, or scared even. Nothing, no feelings, just happiness, which I guess is a feeling also. I'm going all the way with Atlanta. Good luck, Vancouver. Where you go? Nice. Love that.
Sorry?
I'm gonna...
The Phoenix, obviously.
I'm gonna ascend and also go with Atlanta. Very easy decision for me.
From
Atlanta.
Atlanta. Where was your Phoenix? We all like at least one little wave. Like, you got nothing?
No, I don't.
Tahoni, please.
Such a coworker moment.
That's a real coworker moment.
I'm more of a Titans kind of person, so it makes more sense.
Oh, are you?
But I'm going with Atlanta Reign, yeah. I mean, so I'm sorry, Punk.
Yeah, we're all excited for the Titans season, but this match looks pretty brutal.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can make it one to remember or if we're just moving on as if it never happened. One thing that did happen is that Costa left us.
I knew it was coming. I saw it coming. She did the slow pan over to me and she's like...
Get used to it. It's gonna happen all season long, baby.
Every single time.
I apologized.
Can't we just be happy for each other?
He didn't do it sincerely.
See, Jake's got my back. Why don't you blame Jaws? Jaws said, yo, come cast with me. So it's really Jaws stole me rather than I left.
Did I say that?
So Jaws is the homewrecker here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look. I thought it would be kind of fun.
It would. Oh, it's fun. It has been fun.
That's what they say.
That's what they all, yeah. This got really deep real quick. Maybe a little bit dark. I like it. I think it's kind of funny. That's great. Titans versus the Atlanta Reign, though. Let's bring it back to reality. I like the way Jake was kind of spitting on the desk.
Really? That felt really aggressive coming out from Jake. I like to give Vancouver a little bit of hope. I would choose the Atlanta Reign as well, but I think I have a little bit more faith in them to at least make it close in some of these maps, or at least that's just me hoping.
Maybe it is. Maybe they can take a map. I'd be curious about the map prediction.
Well, Vancouver took a map against the Florida Mayhem, which is another team that we consider be incredibly strong in this league right now, probably top 3 in a Winston meta at least. So I don't think it's out of the realm that Vancouver can be competitive, but they have a lot to live up to. Atlanta Reign have just been dominant so far this year.
I'm curious at what match chat is going to be like this game, because Punk has a... I don't know what he got, but he's just perma-spamming Lip with just that... What is that GIF? It's like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to think about it now, but he's been spamming GIFs at Lip on Twitter for like the entirety of the off-season.
She's got the stink eye from Sully as she walked off the set.
Okay,
she's not going to let it go. This is going to be a long year, Jack.
It's never going to happen.
We see the Sombra come out here from Atlanta Reign. Lip is probably just the best Sombra in the world right now. Everyone agrees. But the Vancouver Titans, they don't want to take this matchup. They want to play this Junker Queen, which has been effective against the Winston.
Spire not having the greatest time in the world right now. But then neither is Lip. He had to translocate real quick. Lip right now I think is rank 3 overall. So rank 3 combined, like with tank support and DPS taken into account. The guy is a absolute menace on the server, both in solo queue and in officials. Doghack does end up going down though. Not the start we kind of expected for the Atlanta Reign. Good point cap for the Titans. Now, Punk playing the Queen here, especially with Donghack kind of diving in. That's a free axe swing for Punk. Might be quite easy to take him down. Wow, Chio, does he get away? Does he get away? Sugar Free!
His moves are so good. No, don't let him.
Oh, yeah, there's no way he escaped.
Sugar Free's everywhere right now for Chio, unable to get him. Stalker is going to commit the Pulse Bomb late to this fight, so really fighting for this one. Fielders just feels like he's in no man's land, but Donghack has finally returned to the fight, but time is ticking up for the Vancouver Titans right now, Jack.
Nice little boop there on Donghak, stop him from executing the backline. Pulse bomb on the shield. Donghak doesn't get affected at all by any of that damage. Big EMP from Lip, late beat from Faith. In fact, Crimzo used his Kitsune Rush 2 on point.
Trying to win.
And now the Atlanta Rangers need to hold back just a little bit, wait for that to fade away, and so does Faith's life there. Both Lucios have been traded, but easy clean out for the DPS of the Atlanta Reign, as this will be the point flip after the brief stall from Sugar Free.
Yeah, and that will be Atlanta Rangers confident in themselves with their players coming back and Lip just getting a fast EMP. He does it time and time again, and you were talking about how great Lip is as a player. We know how strong he is at the hit scan, but the one thing that he really excels at is this Sombra. He gets the EMPs faster than anybody else in the game, and ever since he shored up his EMP usage, but...
Nano Winston, yeah, straight to the back line. Oh, Aspire had no dash. There was a Suzu being thrown out by Crimzo, but that was too late. Another nice hack by Lib, stopping Crimzo teleporting away with Swift Step. I mean, the Atlanta Reign, they utilized one ult in that fight. Lib scored 40% towards another EMP. And that's slow too, mind you. Lib normally gets an EMP every single fight, but Vancouver Titans aren't really giving him that space to do that much damage. So at least they're, you know, stemming the bleeding just a little bit there.
And I think one of the reasons that Jake says the Atlanta Reign should crush the Titans is they're just so oppressive. They're in your face all the time. They're going to never give you any moment. And now that Faith doesn't have this sound barrier, utilizing it in a previous fight, they're going to be able to struggle to get out of any
just
door.
drop it on him. Oh, I was expecting the pulse bomb just to be dropped down there like a stone on the battlements.
Oh, that felt personal.
Was pretty nice. Hit Fielder, but an easy sound barrier for Chio there to save his backliner. Fielder does end up falling, but I mean, the pulse bomb up against the wall, and with Punk committing his whole self plus the supports to try and kill the backline of the Atlanta Reign, you haven't really got much gas in the tank there after you shout and the amp and the Suzu. Pretty rough for Titans to find their way out of that one alive. The Atlanta Reign still hold on to that point.
Yeah, they hold on to it, and they still have the EMP coming up from Lip. Spy does have this overclock and Sugar Free with the pulse bomb. They're going to need some magic from their DPS players, but they haven't been able to keep them alive.
EMP so big. Aspire again, just focused down by the Atlanta Reign. Pulse bomb to Fielder's pretty good start. Can Punk get healthy enough to actually be relevant in this fight? I mean, Lip is just hounding this guy down. Look, he almost delivered him straight to him there. Nice little boot from Faith to help Punk maybe set up for a kill, but it is overtime. It is Atlanta Reign in control of the point, and it is up to the Titans to try and touch. They do manage to get there in time as Aspire uses that overclock. Donghak takes a headshot and ends up going down. There'll be Faith and Aspire now just jostling on this point as Stalker also is trying to do the same thing, trying to keep it in control for the Atlanta Reign. Lip is back on the point doing the same thing, but it looks like the Titans kind of square it up now. All good. They do actually find that flip.
Yeah, the Rangers respecting the Titans, willing to back out of that one as Aspire with that opening pick. And now the ultimates are coming back up while Atlanta Reign don't really have much left. This Kitsune Rush could be incredibly clutch for the Titans because they can just use it to engage onto the backline of the Reign.
Pulse one for the Stalker. Suzu, wow, that was early too. Rush on point. Donghak's already gone in with that nano. Oh, and Aspire again. Dude, he is having the worst game right now. He's hard for him to get any value at all because he needs to charge up that railgun, but he just doesn't have time. The Reign is just way too oppressive. Maybe Sugar Free gets the final touch here. Not quite. Chio ends up taking him out. That'll be a boop. And there you go. Faith, no way near touching that point. And Reign take the first round.
And you saw on your screen, Stalker with a 20-player kill streak. We haven't even really talked about him so far in this map, but there's just multiple weapons for the Atlanta Reign, and Stalker is just almost running around for free because they need to deal with Fielder, because they need to deal with Lip, because they need to deal with Donghak. It feels like Stalker is just invisible. He went 29-0 in that map so far, and Lip also didn't die. They can't deal with this sort of in their backline setup from the Atlanta Reign.
29.
Yeah, 20 eliminations, 9 final blows, 0 deaths.
Wow. That is some great... Imagine holding tab in your ranked game and you see that. Okay.
To GG go next, guys.
We might need to kill that guy. Maybe focus him a little bit. Oh, a little bit of a different look here for Atlanta Reign going the Ryan. Punk is going to, again, try and like get in Donghak's face, but Donghak just unwilling to use shield. Now he's finally putting that shield up. Stopping a little bit of that damage. Yeah, Crimzo, shoot that little turret there. And with the Sim too, if you could just get him all the way back onto this board here, this wall, you could put the turrets up and it's just, like you said, so much damage because Lib's just charging this for free, and you can tell how much damage he's done. Dude has 90% to the sim wall already.
Just fully charged.
He's got it. Like,
just running at the Ramatra, and the Titans are not going to expect this one. They're going to engage into this fight, maybe use this Crimzo amplification matrix, but Lip will have an answer with this enormous wall.
He's got to be the quickest ult charger in the league currently. There is the window, and there is the wall. Yeah, now you can't do anything with the window. Completely nullified. Just completely shut out. And now Fiddle can use his own window if the Vancouver Titans end up pushing with a speed boost. But with the sugar-free deads, like, that's your main utility source to try and set up Punk for kills here. And Field is just free in the backline. He's got his Exo boost so he can jump up to the skies if he needed to escape, but he doesn't need to. Stalker and Lip still not dead. Fielder with a double, and that will be Atlanta Reign with 35% on the board.
And that's what makes Atlanta Reign scary this year. We talk about how good Lip Sommer is, how good they are at the dive. They go over to the Reinhardt Brawl and they play a masterful setup. They know their limitations, they get the walls, they ult cycle so well. Atlanta Reign really, especially with how deep their bench is, don't have holes in their setup right now, and that's a scary thing to go against.
Same thing just happened. TP down to the point as Vancouver Titans tried to TP upwards. And there's a Blizzard for Stalker too. Atlanta Reign can just sit. Make themselves a sandwich. Just wait for someone to get in to the point. Stalker still has Ice Block available to him as well, but Punk really not much of a threat, it seems like. There's the Shatter as well as the Blizzard. Punk permanently CC'd. He ends up falling. Those turrets are doing a little bit of work to Donghack there, and actually Stalker ends up going down. A return Blizzard from Sugar Free's good though. Shio's sound barrier just torn through. Lip at least kills Faith, but that will be about it for the Reign for this hole. The Vancouver Titans with a perfect response there. Sugar Free's Blizzard, soon as Atlanta Reign kind of overstepped their mark there, trying to kill Punk.
Yeah, Stalker's Blizzard does a good job of isolating Punk, but then Sugar Free just comes back with an even better one, catching Fielder. At the end of the day, as you said, the sound barrier from Chio just not enough to keep people alive, and Lip does have another, big shield coming out, but Punk with the Annihilation is going to be difficult to deal with.
Late TP there for Lip. He puts down the wall on the point, separating the Vancouver Titans. They've already used their lamp, but in fact, they've got a kill. They immediately answer back with Punk's ultimate. That Annihilation just annihilating the team. Well, there you go. That's the freest one of your life right there. That's the freest line of your life. Aspire with 2 kills on the sim. They're not going to have any ults coming back into this fight, but then neither are the Reign, and they're going to maybe get over the percentage. So a pure, neutral fight. It's like we're starting this thing all over again.
Yeah, and you're going to see teleports from both teams just sort of trying to jostle for position. We're going to see Atlanta Reign actually go through this mid part. The Titans don't seem to be expecting it. You can see on the left side, Lucio was in the spot, but Sugar Free takes out Lip on the entry.
Looks like Atlanta Reign still want to try and tussle. Playing a little bit more slowly though. I mean, with the Lip, you have a lot less damage, put it that way.
Yeah.
As soon as he gets ramped up to 100 on that beam, he's just annihilating Punk. And the issue is now, you are nearing almost final fight territory. These comps sometimes take a long time to find initial kills.
Oh, wow.
Stalker from behind, they wrap around, get that Blizzard, that teleporter, not helping the Vancouver Titans, but they all managed to escape scot-free pretty much. And now Sugar Free can build up his own Blizzard. It's only 5% away. There is a lamp and a window on the point for the Reign, so they're more than safe to fight here. But now Sugar Free's going to re-enter this with a Spire's Wall. Donghack in a whole world of her gets taken out by Faith. Atlanta Reign in the meanwhile, Scott did manage to flip that point, but the Vancouver Titans do not mind whatsoever. Find the fight win here, recap, maybe force Atlanta Reign into kind of a staggered final fight.
This is going to be desperation mode for the Reign. Who's going to be able to touch? We sort of see Donghack coming in through this main choke. I think they're chasing down Chio.
Dead. And they get walled. That'll be around.
And that's the Vancouver Titans. As much as Atlanta Reign were looking strong, the Vancouver Titans, with that one stabilization, they show, I guess, their temperament and their control that they will have. The Vancouver Titans are a very strong and smart team. And don't forget, Punk, Faith, Crimzo have been playing together for a very long time from the Boston Uprising. So this is a strong team that is able to take it, even if it is just around, to the Atlanta Reign. That is a good sign for their season.
Sugar Free, my God.
A young
Blizzards.
prodigy.
Yeah. Sugar Free was a name that has been spoken, I feel like, for eons at this point.
He was like 14 when I played, I think.
Yeah, he was not old enough and has not been old enough until this point to get into the league, and you can see why people still had his name on their lips because of how good this player is. He's switching over to the Tracer, so no more May. Very different style comps here. Classic Atlanta Reign comp, though, with this dive.
Yeah, and the Vancouver Titans, they're going to see this one coming. They need to be careful to keep Crimzo alive. Yeah, they were not ready for this trap that's coming down, and they're just surrounded.
You gotta go. You gotta go if you're the Vancouver Titans there. Rain is just way too quick. Oh, Gio, don't do it. Oh, Sugar almost got that kill. 8 HP. All good. You saw Lip, as soon as they got pushed, Lip's right behind him. He ended up hacking Aspire, so Aspire couldn't even like wall climb to get out of the way of the damage. And you have to just push forward if you're the Titans. Kind of ignore Lip, like you're not going to be able to get him. He's going to translocate away. You have to get some damage in, and they kind of half did that, and they ended up getting bowled over.
Yeah, a little bit of hubris, not expecting that dive, and it's going to come again. You see the nade does fall short from Fielder, so they don't have that dive potential, but Lip's just waiting for a good hack, and that will be the go button.
Yeah, there it is, the hack onto Aspire. Nice little boop, little translocate back. Not going to get an environmental. Not yet, anyway.
It's like a lion hunting a gazelle right now, just putting them in a corner.
Yes, sir. Striker. Oh, Stalker even, sorry. Pulsemon. He's got it available. But Gio dies. This Pulsemon could be big though. Nice stick! Lamp though perfectly timed by Crimzo, saving his own life, and Fate dashing out of the way too with that shield bash. But here's the re-engage. Nano boost on Donghak, and yeah, look, good luck. Just good luck. You stepped into the pain zone. Aspire with the wall climb. Nope. And not a change of expression on Donghak's face there, just another day at the office.
Yeah, you know, just Winston things, just pushing around, beating up the back line. And the Titans, feels like they're just sort of getting to their spot, but that's really where Atlanta wants them to be. They did find the opening pick and even got a flip in the middle of that. But now you can see Atlanta Reign. They have to be so afraid of Lip with this EMP.
EMP hits 4. Punk might be able to get saved by Faith. Here's using that rally. A nicely timed lamp from Kimzo too stops them instantly going down, Scott. They're going to create a lot of space with that Dragon Strike on the high ground, but here comes the re-engage. An alley-up nade hits 3, and that'll be the Vancouver Titans being history. Lip kills 2, and that will be the follow-up. And with 80% on the board for the Atlanta Reign, you're maybe looking at another fight. Punk just struggling to get the flux off here, but you're going to get hacked almost instantly out of it anyway, even if anybody touches.
Yeah, I'm just not in love with this composition from the Titans, and now we got Lucio Brig as if we're playing Jotes all over again. Punk is going to find it difficult to find value. You can see them just hunting down Aspire. It's over.
It's over. Atlanta Reign, man, their re-engages are just extraordinary.
Yeah. And that's the coordination that we expect from this team, and that's why I'm surprised that we saw the Vancouver Titans come out on this very slow, exploitable composition with the Brig and the Baptiste, because how do you stop Lip from just staying in your backline in this DPS setup of just going monstrous over your backline?
Whenever we look at Lip's camera too, he always looks like he's in a rave. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. The lights are always flashing. He's dancing, he's having a good time. It feels pretty good.
But, you know, and we haven't even talked about the strength of this backline. You know, this is the championship winning backline of the Dallas Fuel last year. Chio and Fielder, and Chio's just always there. He's so slippery and hard to deal with, while Fielder in the backline just feels like he's on a different island, keeping his team up. They're stacked from head to toe, and so far the Atlanta Reign have not had an answer because it's just running over him.
I mean, that was just gladiatorial combat right there, wasn't it? With Donghak versus the backline, and Aspire trying to get some arrows in to the rampaging Winston. Tough time for the Titans. However, getting around is still pretty decent. We'll see if they can come back on King's Row after the break. Man, the graffiti skins go kind of crazy though.
They
Maybe
do.
a little, you got graffiti tracer in the game. Maybe a couple more graffiti skins wouldn't go amiss. All right, King's Row is the next map. Titans did manage to take a round off Atlanta Reign there, beating them on a Village of all maps. A lot of that off the back of Sugar Free's May. Those blizzards were on point. More often than not, counter-blizzarding the Atlanta Reign as they went for their re-engages. And the Atlanta Reign, we know how good they were at dive. They took Sanctum, of course, kind of clean swept it. It didn't really feel close on that map because Atlanta Reign were on the comp. They are just so good at that Sombra, Tracer, Winston dive.
And historically, you'd be like, well, that's great then. We're going to King's Row. We can play this Brawl Rush style. Not really this year. It feels like Winston has still been the dominant force. We've seen a lot of Winston, Hanzo, Tracer. And I expect to see that once again here going on to King's Row. Maybe the Vancouver Titans try and force that against the Atlanta Reign, but it would come up to little success. So, you know, how do you come up with answers if you're the Vancouver Titans? Because it felt like they, against the Atlanta Reign's dive, they just weren't able to keep pace. Why are you so fun?
True. I didn't see the message before. I think someone had a big message I didn't see.
I think they called Punk fun.
Fun? He's a fun guy.
He is a fun guy. You know?
Homie. True homie.
I like this look from the Titans. We actually saw this in the first round, and it didn't work as well on Control, but I think it could work better here for the Titans on King's Road. The Junker Queen has been something that has worked quite well against the Winston. You can anchor at the front. I think the big difference that was happening for the Titans against this Reign dive was that they just weren't able to keep their DPS alive. Maybe Punk's just messing with me. Maybe he's not such a nice, funny guy.
Aspire with words of wisdom there. Why play if no fun?
Yeah, true.
Very true.
You have lots of fun when you play ranked Overwatch, right, Jack?
Yes, actually I do.
Okay.
I play it literally every day. I wouldn't play it if it wasn't fun.
That's true.
Thank you. Maybe it's just playing with you that makes the difference. All right, Sugar Free hacked on the entrance here. Nice little shout, though, to keep Sugar Free alive, but anti-nade again. My word. Now Faith, the key target for Liv. That tracking, too, pretty clean. And that's what you want to do, right? You kind of want to wait for Titans to get to the point because they're just circling them.
Yeah.
It's like the stadium watchers in the Coliseum, watching the Lions and the Gladiators fight, and the Gladiators being Donghak and Lip, and the spectators being Chio and Fielder up on the high ground.
It feels like the Titans are just forcing it. They're just like, well, we'll just run them down. But it feels like they need to bait the Reign in so that they can counter it at some point. Because right now it just feels like they're walking into a trap. There's the trap right there from Chio.
Sugar Free's like, I'm going to take high ground, guys. I'm going to take high ground. Boom. Concussion.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like they're providing any counterplay, and they're just letting Lip and Stalker sort of have their way with them. So maybe some adjustments from how Titans are approaching these fights might be better.
Not a lot of ult charge either.
Lip's 80% to an EMP as well.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He is pretty good. With this EMP, I mean, you got nothing to counter it. Face got 25% of a beat. Pretty rough. Sugar Free receives the shout, gets the high ground again. Chio takes a fair bit of damage there, but healed up by Fielder. Those sticky bombs almost killed him.
Crimzo.
Speaking of kills, though, nice little pulse spot, maybe a floor pulse there onto Crimzo. And Punk dead. And a reset once again for the Titans. And now the ults are going to come online. Unfortunately not for the Titans, though. It will be mainly the Reign.
Just to show you how bad of a time they're having, Faith has 37% ult charge right now, almost 2 minutes in. That's close to a record, and that's just how hard they're struggling. He's using the speed boost to get in, right? He's amping the speed, trying to get, and then he doesn't have the heal when this dive comes through.
It just... Honestly, every single one of them could be surgeons. There's no escape for you, Punk, unfortunately. They tried to get the pulse bomb there, which would have been a big pick. If they killed Chio with a pulse, they don't have rally for the next fight. They can go again very quickly. But it is now up to Crimzo's rush.
Yeah, and you can see Lip is just trying to charge up another EMP. The Crimzo rush, as I said, I would love to see them sort of bait the Atlanta Reign to come into them and their rush, make them play their game, but they want to deal with Fielder, who's just sitting on the high ground for free, it feels like.
Wow, Doghack went super low. Nice hack onto Crimzo, it will wear off. Oh, the teleport a little bit too late from Crimzo. A swift step, Suzu, not enough to save Sugar Free. There's a Goomba stomp there by Doghack. He got nanoed and not much more you can say apart from that. With a minute to go, Rampage from Punk Scott. where's it really going to land?
I think you have to try and hit somebody on the die, almost use it on the Sombra and the Tracer, just force them to use their cooldowns to back up, because Donghak has the Primal Rage. You're not going to find value hitting him.
Look at this. They're going to rush through Hotel again, but Stalker's already set up with a pulse. A shout to get Sugar Free up onto the high ground as the Kitsune rushes laid down on the point. But look at that, almost a one clip there from Stalker. Sugar Free going pretty low, and Fielder is there to deal the final blow. With Punk and Sugar Free dead, there's no hope really for the Titans to get back into this. Faith has almost got a beat, Scott. He's almost got it. 5% to go, and he has a beat. But, I mean, Lip's already 70% towards another EMP.
Yeah, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Titans are yet to have a kill. Spider switches over to the Widow, trying to make some magic, just find any value. Unable to find anything. He's going to have to switch back to something with more damage. They're going to have to just throw these ultimates, but Lip, once again, almost EMP.
He's going to have it. He's 5% away. Okay, high ground control very much in favor of the Rain right now. Early beat from Faith. EMP from Lips coming up. There's the copy. Sugar Free goes a tank, so they got double on the field. And now, Fielder and Chio getting chased away, but a perfect sleep on Sugar Free. And yeah, you can read the kill feed just about right. Faith and Punk already dead, and they don't touch. 44% though on the first point.
That's nice. Yeah, that's... Yeah, yeah, good. Okay, that was unfortunately a tough time for the Titans. And you know what I think is the most difficult thing for me is I'm watching the Titans. Obviously, they're not playing perfectly, they're struggling, but I don't even know what the answer is. Like, the Atlanta Reign have such a great setup of just pressure everywhere. Donghak sits on that statue. We have Fielder, who's going to play in the far back, who's going to be able to pocket him if they try and deal with him. If they go for Fielder, you have Stalker and Lip absolutely monstering their backline because you're not dealing with any of the DPS characters. There's threats everywhere.
I
know what you're about to say.
Oh, yeah, because you just saw me look at the tablet, didn't you?
Yeah, I called it. They didn't.
Yeah, so they didn't die at all. There's no kills, unfortunately, for the Vancouver Titans. 25 kills to 0 right now for the Atlanta Reign. So let's have a look at what happened in this final fight, though. 60 health for Liv, but he's good, of course. That EMP is just huge.
Oh, he's so smart!
No way! Oh. Okay. Ignore what just happened.
Okay. I've ignored it.
Let me get the Men in Black memory eraser pen. We're going to another round.
They're gonna play the Junker Queen on defense, Jack.
So, what the Atlanta Reign were doing that whole time was waiting for shout from Punk for Sugar Free to get up into the high ground, and then they would just counter diving Sugar Free so he couldn't get any damage in. Shio is now on Mercy of all things, just pocketing Lip.
Oh, Lip's dead. And Shio's probably injured. Oh, okay, never mind.
But Rez and Lip, get Lip out of there, saving Private Lip. No, he got dragged back in. Oh, tragic, honestly.
Yeah, Lip,
tragic stuff.
Maybe a little bit of overconfidence just stepping up there to the Vancouver Titans. But I actually like this Mercy Ashe pick. You could do the same thing with a lot of different characters, but the way the Titans are playing with this Junker Queen setup, they don't have any way to deal with Lip unless he walks into them. So if he just sits on this high ground, he's just going to put out consistent pressure and damage, and the Titans are going to have to step up and go into them at some point.
I remember this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could send Sugar Free even aspire to jump up onto height, but it's still pretty rough. Oh, with Crypto dead too. Even more rough. Only got Faith for heals. Sugar Free's antied, and Aspire's just trying to make a getaway. He does get out alive, I suppose. Crimson will be back in a moment's notice, Scott. He does have Swift Step, so at least he can get back to the point in time. Little chase there onto Faith, and there come the kills, and there comes the map. Atlanta Reign with a 2-0. I mean, looking like we thought this game would go. The Atlanta Reign and Jake set it on the desk, and I don't think he was too far gone with that. They should just crush the Titans because of how dominant and how scary this roster is. Scott, you picked it up already. Look, Chio Fielder. Close enough. That's, the next
halfway there.
They are a championship-winning backline. We also have Lip on this team, who has been a spectacular player for the entirety of MVP caliber for the entirety of he's played the game.
Yeah.
Donghak, new rookie, but everybody had a lot to say about him. And you put him on a team with a dependable backline like this, you can't really see the guy messing up.
Yeah, and honestly, it's hard to fault the Atlanta Reign right now. The only time they've stumbled was when they went into that brawl setup on Nepal, but this was just a masterclass of how you should be playing these dive setups, how you control the map, how you make it impossible for the opposition to deal with. When Lip is doing stuff like this multiple times, he gets 2 EMPs, he's killing people completely on his own, like it feels like. This is going to be hard for the Vancouver Titans, but I have hope on Shambali Monastery. Make sure to stick around and come back after this break.
One around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Hisu again. Starts off big. 4-4. Oh, make that a 4. Okay. I'm a 3. It's a bit. I'm telling you, Faith is an insane brick player.
Advantage down, there's no more lifeline. LNL yet it might not matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play.
Even in that video, Punk can't keep it together. He's such a funny guy, Jack. He's such a funny guy.
He's about to smirk. He was about to cheese, bro. I will say about the hype videos, the music choice on a lot of them are Very good.
Yeah.
I really like him.
I'm watching you over here jam to every intro.
I'm busting it down, dude.
It's as bad as you think it is. Yeah, you guys out there, it's exactly what you think it is.
Shambali Monastery is the next map. I mean, Atlanta Reign expected to win this one. However, when it comes to compositions we saw on Nepal, a little bit more brawl focused. Punk can play the Ram. You can put Sugar Free on May.
Yeah.
You can play a lot of things. It's not a solved map. It's something we said last week.
Yeah.
Scott, was that it's not really a solved map, not just yet. There's no like perfect comp right now. It's definitely trending that way, but there's still room here to attempt something a little bit different and a bit more in the wheelhouse of the Vancouver Titans.
And that's what happens when you have an uncertainty in the meta mixed with the uncertainty of the map. People aren't sure where the best places to hold are, where the best fights are to take. And we've seen some of these teams going for very early spawn holds to limited success, so you can try and get 3 fights, similarly to how you do on Havana. But Hawk coming into this matchup maybe should give them a little bit more confidence playing this brawl style with the Ramatra.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I mean, ideally there you match the brawl and then have your own little spicy addition to it, being lit on the Sombra. Even more free ult charge too. You're shooting Punk, like you're shooting a Ram. It's not the smallest hitbox in the world.
It's very different styles, right? Lip is going to play a Sombra, he's going to have those big EMPs, he's going to try and isolate targets, while Aspire has more of that one-shot potential and can pop off with the Sojin.
All right, how fast is Lip going to get EMP? That is the question. Crimzo does get his lamp forced, taking the little 1v1. A lot of faith in his team there, though, by the way. The entire time was just trying to DPS Lip down. Lip gets out alive, or should do, yeah. He is in cloak? Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was in cloak, but he was not. All right, they're broken the spawn hold. So yeah, like you said, 2 very different styles of play with the Atlanta Reign. They do want to find a hack, jump on somebody. Vancouver Titans, much more front-loaded damage.
And Atlanta Reign, so if you take this very early fight at that spawn, you get 3 fights. Stalker, inexplicably being able to find Aspire absolutely out of nowhere, maybe some great icicles coming out from him. It's going to force the Titans back. They should make sure to get back before they lose their entire team fight, because look at Lip. He's just charging this entire time. They're going to walk into an EMP in this next fight, Jack.
If you want to know how to play Sombra or learn how to play Sombra, Lip POV, Lip stream or something. He's just too good. He's just too good. And like this is, he's just permanently doing this too. And he's quite brave with it. Staying that long against someone like Aspire, who's very cracked aim. Like obviously everybody at this level has very cracked aim. But he does take liberties sometimes, I feel like. But he gets away with it. Like that's how he's so good. He has EMP already. And they're on high ground, all grouped together. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is going to be hard.
Mean, look at this. He's just chilling. EMP hits for Crimzo, luckily. Managed to get a lamp off. There will be a window as well to try and stop Atlanta Reign capitalizing on some of these kills. Blizzard and everything thrown at Hawk to try and find that kill, and they do so quite successfully. Stalker's got a Blizzard of his own, but looks quite unlikely that they want to go for something unless they get the kill onto Crimzo, which they do end up doing, but at the expense of Stalker's life. And with Punk being alive, and yeah, even in the window, he's still going to stay up. All right. Vancouver Titans get one of the biggest ultimates out from Atlanta Reign.
And there goes the greed from Lip. He actually gets punished for it that time from Aspire, not expecting him to still have some of that Sojin rail charge. And with some of those late deaths from the Reign, it's going to be an even fight, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. You can see Hawk trying to get out of this window early before they get walled off. But with 1 minute 30 remaining, this is going to be Vancouver Titans' best shot.
There's the beat, sound barrier from Faith. I think it just got hacked.
Oh,
Faith
no.
losing a sound barrier, and Hawk, he's got the annihilation. However, he has to deal with Punk's ones first. He's going pretty low, but Fielder all the way the back line's going to be able to keep him up. Even manages to get some damage in and kill Faith. Hawk still pretty low, though. Lamp available from Fielder in just a moment, I would imagine, but they might not need it as Punk's annihilation ends up wearing off. But no, Punk managed to swing a left hook, a mean one at that, and take care of Hawk. An EMP from Lip, really thinking they can win this one, but with the heals and the damage that the Vancouver Titans still have, looked very impossible. 3.5 minutes for the Vancouver Titans as they cap first.
That was a lot of hubris there from Atlanta Reign. They really wanted to win that team fight. Hawk, recognizing they had the Annihilation remaining when Punk didn't, he just went aggressive and wasn't ready for the amount of damage that would come out. Then Lip does the exact same thing with his EMP, just unable to find the value. And now they have no ultimates other than this amplification matrix moving forward. But Sugar Free has the Blizzard, and he's been so good with them, with his walls. Isolate Hawk and drop the Blizzard on him.
Yeah, Hawk's right out in the open. The Blizzard straight on top. He's trying to look round, trying to get away from the wall. Shio as well was also in the front line. Had to escape somehow, trying to take the tunnels away. Both Lucios are dead, but importantly for the Atlanta Reign, Hawk is still alive. But another good wall from Sugar Free. It's a fair amount of damage, but it forces his ice block, so he's going to have to play a little bit more safe. And Lip, by the way,
it's a menace.
Still farming in the back line. And that chip damage turns into a lot of monumental damage if you leave him there for too long, plus free ult charge, of course.
Faith has got to be careful. That's the second team fight in a row where he has been the target and he's gone down first. We can see the Vancouver Titans trying to regroup, but the ultimates are starting to come up. Aspire with this overclock, he needs to show the reason why he is playing this Sojourn pick over the Sombra, because Lip has just been getting so much value on that character.
All right, overclock time. This is Aspire's time to shine. Can even use the ship up to high ground if he really so chooses. Oh, nice little catch there on Lip. Even takes that headshot. Lip is still there. He's still vibing. He's still chilling. Both walls are down. So now it's Aspire's time to go. Overclock straight under the point. And he's trying to find heads. He's trying to click them, but there's a lamp in his way too. I mean, he landed a couple of them, but there was too much going on. There was not a clear sight line for Aspire to get any meaningful impact kills.
And Stalker's Blizzard just slows down the Titans and doesn't allow them to aggress into the Atlanta Reign. So it just felt like Aspire was peppering the feet of the Atlanta Reign, but to little success. And now they have so many ultimates ready to go. They have 4 of them. They can use whichever one they want at any moment. The EMP is the choice, though.
Nice EMP. Lamp comes out from Crimza. He frisbees that towards Aspire and Punk. Very early window. Wow. It's going to force Hawk all the way back, but that window is pretty much useless at this point. And now Hawk can go in. Annihilation was too good. The heals weren't there for Punk, but that window was still up, by the way. Yeah, it didn't shatter quite yet. Aspire just donks him in the head. Boom. A little kill for Aspire. In fact, 2. He got Stalker on the end of that one, too. 50 seconds to go, Scott. A lot of ultimates used by the Atlanta Reign, but they can re-engage in here with a beat, knowing full well Titans have none of their own.
Yeah, Titans had to use everything to close out that fight, and Lip is just once again charging up a lot of EMPs. You can see them trying to get Punk back into this fight. It is going to be an even brawl on this point. This is the last fight for the Titans on this second point.
Surviving in the back. Oh, nice little hack. Oh, stops Crimzo getting the heals over the wall too. Sound barrier from Atlanta Reign on the other side of things as Lip is finally getting checked by Faith. He ends up chasing him away, but now Lip's in the front line with another EMP coming up. There's only 14% before he gets another one, and with 15 seconds to go, the Titans are not going to expect it. Or maybe they should. Aspire in trouble. EMP is huge, and that'll be it. They're going to get wiped from the face of Shambali Monastery, just crumbling in ruin. Goodbye, Faith. He's touching the point, but it doesn't matter. He gets booped away. Decent payload push, though, for the Titans. Getting it up that hill.
Yeah.
Going to second point is pretty damn tough. So still winnable there.
Yeah, it's not an awful push for the Vancouver Titans. As you said, getting to the third point is actually quite rare, unless you're seeing a major differential coming out from these guys. But Lip had 15 enemies EMP'd that round, just in that. That's, what's that, in 6.5 minutes or something like that on this map? He's just getting them so quickly. And even in that last fight, Lip gives his life. He jumps in, he dies, but he EMPs everyone. The damage is done. And the team follow-up for Atlanta Reign is always there. Atlanta Reign bringing in Hawk. He has gotten over-aggressive at time, but it still looks good.
Playing a selfish version of the tank. Just giving space, the rest of his team trying to set up something. He is a large component of the damage, however, especially in Nemesis form. It's worth keeping in mind. It's not all Stalker and Lip that can finish people off. Oh, this must be the hack. There you go. Faye trying to hit the beat.
He's so late. No, don't do it.
He's so... Oh my god, he was challenging that hack for so long, man. Oh, that's rough. And you can hear the little...
Well, you can't, all right? Like, as much as you can in that fight,
yeah,
it's
there was
so
much going on. Yeah, I totally respect that.
You're so focused on other things. You're looking at your health bars. You're looking at things. You're trying to dodge, you know, any sort of damage. And Faith just getting punished for that one. And that hurts.
Dialing up the broadband and getting taken out. Very unfortunate. Another close hold, though, from Vancouver Titans. I really like this close hold, actually, on this map. 2 big doorways you can kind of come out of, but if you can get some early kills, it's pretty nice. If you're the defending team, that is, not if you're the attacking team. That's not so great.
See, here's the thing. We always say we like this, right? Because it gives you more fights in this hold, and I agree. But I feel like nobody ever wins the first team fight on the defense. I feel like they always lose it instantly, and that's because the Atlanta Reign backline is just so free, or the attacking backline is so free to just stand back, and there's no aggression that can be made from the Titans. As much as it makes sense from the macro of let's take 3 fights on the first point, it can be difficult because if you don't win the first team fight, all of a sudden ult charge goes against you. Lip's already at 61% EMP.
Yeah, the ult charge differential is going to be pretty big. I mean, Lip just disappears with a snap of his fingers, and so does Aspire with a snap of an icicle through his cranium. Punk in trouble in the corner. You can't even hop over that little bin there either. So, yeah, he either gets kills or he faces death, and death, unfortunately, he chose.
He hacked the pack accidentally when he was trying to hack Crimzo.
That's pretty. Hey, that's macro play right there.
That's a nice mini to have, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, faith in the skies. Oh, there we go.
The unfortunate thing that just happened here is the Atlanta Reign were moving the cart as that fight was happening. So I don't even think the Vancouver Titans are going to get another fight, and if they do, it's not going to feel good.
Well, Chio's also just chilling out by the window. You're not even going to be able to touch. You get boot back, and that's pretty much it. Take an early fight, though. But look at this. Who has EMP? It's your boy, Lip. That's a 3-man. Oh, yes. Nice lamps again from Crimzo, trying to keep him alive. They lose both their maze, okay. And with Hawk dead, actually, hang on a second. That EMP not going Atlanta Reign's way at all. However, Lip is still doing damage somehow, and of course, they were able to just slowly eke out a victory at the very end. Even Fielder put in some nice damage stats.
Yeah, he's just so good on these flex supports. And with Atlanta Reign with the closer spawns, that's not a bad fight for them, especially considering they only use that EMP. And look at Lip just he's just hounding them at all times.
He's got 50%
again.
So,
yeah, like
I mean,
he has to be doing something different. Like I feel like no one can charge it anywhere near as fast. But the Vancouver Titans with the ultimates up of their own. Sugar Free does get a wall into Hawk.
Nice Blizzard. Actually, that wall, Sugar Free's in the block for a fair while here, so might not go down instantly, but no, the lamp not even enough to save him. Aspire, on the other hand, though, has ripped that overclock. Chio dead, but he is still fighting against a window and a shield now from the Atlanta Reign. I mean, still, you're waiting for Chio to come back with the sound barrier. Titans will be able to hold on for just the time being, unless Atlanta Reign want to go even more aggressive.
Lip's in the back line. He's just hacking and putting so much pressure out.
Annihilation from Hawk on the point, but look at that. Punk is going to receive that sound barrier from Faith. Not interrupted this time around, but now Punk's going to have to play a little bit more defensive. EMP comes out. That's a 5-man. Another nice lamp, though, to save Punk, but look, he's just holding his arms up, trying to get that damage mitigation, but couldn't end up getting kept up by Faith and Crimzo. Sugar Free takes a nice kill onto Lip, and in fact, his Spire's going to use that window to one-shot Stalker. There's 3 minutes to go, and they're still trying to fight on this point with only the Lucio healing on the Atlanta Reign side. Hawk is full HP, yes, but the Vancouver Titans have the spawn advantage.
Yeah, they have the spawn advantage. You can just see they have the numbers, and Hawk is just in Frowny Town right now. So many people around him. Fielder is back and dropping the application matrix.
How is this man still alive? Fielder's put up the window, a few extra healing grenades being flung out. They eventually go down. All right, but in the meantime, Sorka did build up towards another Blizzard, but Aspire also dishing out some nasty work on the Soj.
And that's just good play by the Titans, able to use those numbers, and Fielder thinking he can turn that tide, he can get Hawk's health bar back up, but he just couldn't. And we talked about this. Getting to that third point is so difficult, especially because you can see Atlanta Reign have to do such an important walk up and down these sort of ramps that the Vancouver Titans can just put out so much pressure, and it's going to be hard for them to get in the back line. You can see Lip once again trying to charge up this EMP, but Vancouver actually giving a lot of space.
It's pretty slow at this point, though, with Lip charging up the EMP. There's not too many places you can hide on these pillars, I suppose. Spire with that overclock. Punk is frozen in the front line, but a nice defensive wall from Sugar Free is going to save his life. And now a counter Blizzard's available for the Vancouver Titans, and no support ultimates for the Reign. This is a very good fight for the Titans to win here if they do manage to do it. A nice Nemesis form from Hawk to keep himself up as the armor refreshed on his body, and he was able to fight through a little bit of that damage. And now the Titans are actually in a position they could take this map. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, but it's all down to Lip. If he it's another giant EMP and Hawk hits that Annihilation, there's little to no hope for the Titans.
This is shades of what we saw in Nepal Village. When Vancouver Titans are having to trade, cooldowns and abilities, they're actually quite good at that. And as much as Lip is getting value with the hacks and applying pressure to the backline, it feels like they just lack damage to get that punk over the line. We're going to see Atlanta Reign route around the outside of this point. You can get a pretty even fight right here. Here's Lip with the EMP.
Faith has got the beat though, he just needs to survive. Another clutch lamp from Crimzo. Manages to get Faith out of there, and so he lands a 5-man beat. Here comes the Annihilation and a return beat from the Atlanta Reign. So now Titans are on the back foot. There will be a sound barrier, a window, almost everything available for the Atlanta Reign, but Lip is now dead. A lot of damage still being pumped out from Hawk, though, as Stalker lays down that Blizzard. Punk, Sugar-Free, dead, and that should just be it. Faith on the point, and it's only Aspire on the other side. He's got the overclock in 4%, but it's not to be. The Atlanta Reign will take the series 3-0.
Yeah, the Atlanta Reign just too strong. We got some signs of life from the Vancouver Titans there, playing that brawl style, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. There's just too much going out from this Atlanta Reign squad. They're just a different level. Jake honestly was right when he was talking about this team. They should crush Vancouver Titans, and they did.
Yeah, it was a upwards hill battle. We kind of knew it was going to go one way, but taking a round off Atlanta Reign, who right now considered the best team in the league, plus going pretty close on Shambali Monastery. You're walking away from this, if you're Titans, feeling pretty decent. It was a loss, yes, it was a 3-0, but they faced one of the strongest opponents they could have possibly faced this week.
And you're seeing the personality of the Vancouver Titans and how they want to play as well. They like playing that Ramatra Rush. They like playing that Junker Queen against the Winston. As much as it didn't work against the Atlanta Reign, we have seen the upside of that, and it might work against some other teams.
All right, let's have a look at player of the match. This one is going to be Stalker. Played a lot of the main, a little bit of Tracer to start off with too. There's a lot of him and Sugar-Free kind of dueling with the May walls and the Blizzards. It's kind of an interesting like little 1v1 that you're playing. Just do you use the wall defensively? Are you waiting for the other May to use their wall so you can help your tank, or maybe isolate their tank? It's a very interesting game of chess between the two Mays. But his Tracer is something he's really known for, and you can see him putting in so much work on King's Row.
It just feels like he is able to do anything. He's just running around, and I wouldn't be surprised to see how low. Okay, well wait, he did. Okay, I was going to say his death was low. I didn't think it would be 0 low. 13 minutes and 12 seconds played, and he didn't die a singular time. He is just running amok, and it's not even like he's not doing anything. 9.3k damage per 10, 17 final blows, and he isn't being punished once.
That's ridiculous. A huge pulse bomb attach rate.
Yeah.
And pulse bomb kills per 10, like 4.6, pretty good. Yeah, that's... he didn't die. Analysis doesn't exist when you don't die. You just play... I don't know.
Numbers speak for themselves. And his May was exceptional, as you said.
It was.
He is such a great player, and I feel like we didn't really get to enjoy him in his rookie year because he was playing under probably the GOAT in Profit. So it's awesome to be able to see him sort of stretch his legs and show, I'm a dominant player in this league. He is so far having performances to be in the MVP conversation if he keeps it up. Obviously, there are other great candidates in this lineup, but right now he is putting up MVP level performances. He didn't die, Jack. You look skeptical. He didn't die.
No, I'm not looking skeptical. I mean, if you just don't die for the rest of the season, that's a free MVP too. If you just don't die for the entire thing, feels pretty good. Atlanta Reign with a swift 3-0. The desk all predded Atlanta Reign. Jake said it would be a crushing. It kind of was, but bright spots there for the Vancouver Titans. We're going to hand it over to the desk to round out the day.
Thank you, Jaws and Costa.
Good job, guys.
Good job.
Good job.
Loved
That was
it.
great. Good job.
Loved it. Fun fact, Costa's shirt is actually looking very much like the tapestry in my baby's room.
And Johnny's
and
name
also,
production is going at it today. Gani. Now
Gani.
Gani. Oh, you kind of look like a Gani too.
Gani. I don't. And he do be gone.
Come back.
I'm back. Put the wrong man in the seat. Johnny's back.
There he is. There he is. You love him.
We love him.
We love him.
We love Atlanta Reign.
Yes, lots of love, and rightfully so. I mean, a dominant performance. However, I mean, Vancouver Titans, they weren't the team like to beat them to begin with.
Yeah.
So as Costa and Jaws already said, for them to, have moments, bright spots like that, where they were able to make Atlanta sweat a little bit. That's not a bad performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone expected them to get the win against Atlanta Reign, and I think Costa and Jaws mentioned this as well. Like, they're sort of showing their own colors as well. They were leaning sort of heavily into the brawl composition. They looked pretty good as well. But yeah, I mean, against Atlanta Reign, man, it was a tough match. But I know that Vancouver Titans, even Punk, remember last time we talked to him in a post-match interview, he said that he's always looking to improve his gameplay. So I'm sure he's going to level up after this loss and, probably come back stronger.
I appreciate the idea from Vancouver Titans, because they're probably like, well, Dongak's probably going to roll out on the Winston. Junker Queen seems to be kind of coming into the meta right now to counter these Winston compositions. And there's no way we're going to beat Atlanta Reign at their own game at playing the Winston comp. So let's try the Junker Queen. It just fell incredibly flat, to be honest. And that's kind of how it goes when you play Atlanta Reign. You kind of go in with a plan and you're like, maybe this will work when we play the best team in the league. Alas, it didn't. And so now you just kind of have to move on. Just
Yeah, but now we know,
We tried. We gave it our best, guys.
All right.
It's just that map, right? King's Row is a very hard point to force point A, and Junker Queen just standing on point. I mean, she just takes way too much poke. She can't stay there. You're not even getting ticks like that. Definitely. I like to see teams own colors. I like when they're innovative, but it just fell flat against the Atlanta Reign here. I mean, like, it felt like you had to mirror them, even if they are a stronger team. I would have rather seen Vancouver at least try, because, I mean, that Junker Queen comp is just hopeless on King's Row. I really think that's too crazy to work.
It looked suboptimal. We're just like, we're gonna go to the point, we're gonna shout to give everyone movement speed and health, and we hope Sugar Free pops off. And he just ended up getting picked every single fight, and he didn't.
What does Queen contribute in there? Like, she's just standing on the point. Like,
I'm not arguing for it, Jake. I don't know.
Yo, calm down. It's all right. Everything's all right. Calm down.
But they tried. They were like, we're gonna hard engage. We hope we kill them. They didn't.
I love that Jake is trying to pick a fight there. I was like, come on, argue against me. No, but I mean, you did say, right? Like, you got to do something.
Right.
Straight up mirror, they know they can beat it. So let's maybe include the element of surprise, because they certainly don't see Junker Queen coming on King's Row. Alas, we know why, because it's not working. But imagine if it would have. Imagine if Sugar Free would have gotten those crucial picks.
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It was worth a shot. They took a shot. It was awful, but they took a shot.
Agree to disagree. Honestly, I'd rather
You
see
wanted
the
to
mirror.
see
You'd rather
the
see them play
mirror.
Winston. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Or at least, like, maybe
maybe.
your colors are Devo, or maybe you're going to run a Ramatra comp and try and cap the point with Ramatra. I just think, that Queen was like, that was some questionable stuff.
I agree.
Unless you're going to do some crazy rotation around the map and get the Queen on high ground. The hero's not connected.
Yeah, well, we can backseat coach all we want here, Jake. Like, we're not the players.
I love, of course, the backseat coach. That is my purpose.
You actually are qualified. I am not. However, if you watching want to get involved, not as a backseat coach, but as a player yourself, you can take a chance if you're into the competitive Overwatch scene. You can take part with a lovely program called Calling All Heroes. The minor one is actually happening on May 20th to 21st, and on the 27th and 28th. And all you have to do is head on over to callingallheroes.gg. This is where you can find out more information about this beautiful program and all the surrounding programs as well, because we have the Speaker Series, the Challenger Series is very exciting. And you can also join the Discord community, so I hope to see some of you there as well. Now, let's once more take a look at the matches today and the scores to go with it. It felt like a quick day, although the first match actually went the distance, which is something we didn't really expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think of the matches, the first one was going to be the closest, with Defiant looking like one of those weaker teams at the top. But yeah, New York showed us some great stuff, looking awesome on the rush, but no one else really doing much to threaten an upset, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, New York, Excelsior, they were off to a rough start, now 0-3. But honestly, just seeing them take 2 maps against the Toronto Defiant, it gives you some kind of hope that, like, hey, they're competing with the likes of Toronto Defiant. And perhaps you take the set of, like, well, Toronto Defiant, they didn't play well enough. Well, I prefer to look optimistically at Excelsior instead. They have an exciting match coming up tomorrow, for example.
Yeah, tomorrow.
There are some opportunities for Excelsior now with this match in behind them to actually get a couple of upset wins against some of the middle of the pack teams.
Love the optimism. All about that positivity here on the desk. And that's why we every single day want to look back at our favorite moments, our best of the days. Danny, what you got for us?
I'm just gonna say, my name is Danny, because that is my my best of the day. I think we had...
You are the best of the day?
In-game chat, a couple of players were mentioning my name. So when I saw that, I was like, oh. And I think one of the players said, I love Danny as well. There was a lot of Danny going on as we were seeing.
We need video evidence.
Yeah, and video evidence. I'm Danny, right? And then I think, I don't know who it was. Someone says, I love Danny. And I was like, oh, I love you too. And then I realized that their head coach was named Danny. So I was a little bit sad. But at the same time, all Dannys are great.
Yeah, they're assistant
There's
coach
no bad
Danny.
Dannys, yeah.
So, sorry, Danny. I thought it was Danny too, but...
I like that the joke went completely over Tara's head.
Yeah, and then Tara said, I'm Jake, and so I was like, wait a minute, no, I'm Jake.
That got me confused too. That's why I got confused.
Are we picking like favorite desk members?
Yeah, I don't think the players
we're all Dannys. Everyone can be Danny. Danny's great. I love being a Danny.
Hey, Danny, yeah.
What's up,
Great
Danny?
job today, Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
Tiro is Jake.
Tara is Jake.
Well, when Tara comes on, we'll make sure his lower third reflects that.
Yo, next time he does an interview, please do that.
Jake.
Put his name Jake. That's Jake.
He's Jake. Also, of course, if you have social media, head on over to Twitter. Angie immediately went to work and made a great comic out of Tara who's stealing your name. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes you just lose against, Tara.
I'm fine. If players want to, that's actually, it's funny. It's a kind of a common thing historically in the league that a lot of players will make alt accounts with their coach's name and try to get it to the top of the leaderboard. It's like, like sign of respect and love for their coach. I think it's kind of like a cool thing.
Did a player ever do that for you?
Well, it's weird for me because I play under my main all the time. I'm in the high rank, so it's like a little bit more strange. But I think we had some players with like putting Junk Buck up on the leaderboards.
His answer was no.
Last year.
So let me translate that for you. No. Jake, what was your highlight today?
Well, my highlight, speaking of Danny, was the Washington Justice putting on an absolute clinic against Los Angeles Valiant. I mean, we talked about this team sort of having some potential and looking strong, and we said they needed to put down a dominant win. And I mean, it does not get more dominant than this. This was everything that you could hope for from the Justice, showing that they just were nonplussed by the Valiant as an opponent. They really weren't challenged at all in this series. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Justice fan. I got to give props to Danny as a coach,
Thank you.
I think, well, okay, Danny. Different Danny. But this squad has looked really drilled. They look very clean. And we've seen teams historically, going up against weaker opponents, they haven't looked that strong. Sometimes teams play down to their opponent's level or get caught up by unexpected styles. But the Washington Justice, we didn't see any of that in this match. They were in control the whole time. They executed their vision on the game. Valiant just didn't have any kind of input on the course of the match. And that's what you want to see from a dominant team. So although we have said, yes, Justice, these are maybe expected wins. They haven't faced the toughest opponents yet. It's a fair criticism, but they've looked as good as we could hope them to look against these opponents.
Yeah. My best of the day, I got Valiant's best play of the year so far.
Oh, wow. So far.
This is an incredible play. All right. So we know the Valiant got absolutely stomped. But look at this lineup. From downtown all the way to the point.
This is a classic.
In overtime. Swoosh with the Baptiste lamp.
Whoa.
Through the window.
Love this. Wow. That's a clean
all
lineup.
the way to the point. And who's here? Well, Crowie just got DMAC'd, unfortunately. You got CJ on Delucio jumping around on the point. You got Seeker or the Tracer just battling it out, and the lamp gets some kind of value. Now, it doesn't actually matter, like, they lose the point.
No, but it's pretty sick.
But,
that's
I'm going to take that.
What a sick
look at this lineup. We could, right there, we got that lineup. You just copy that in your end games.
Yeah, you made that sound so easy. Just copy that, and then it just needs to bump that corner of the window in order to drop down.
You stand left side of the spawn door, and then you're aiming right side of the tower, and then you'd have to check the
I can guarantee you, for no reason whatsoever, even if I do exactly what he did, it will not happen.
It's an incredible play.
It's
nice. That's kind of good. That's crazy.
I've seen on-nades from spawn. I think that lamp makes sense that it's possible, but props to the supports for taking the time to actually know that lineup. It's one of those things you've got to get in the game and try it out, practice it, and remember it.
Yeah. Now, I didn't see this play. Our fantastic production and observers didn't see this play. Instead, it was someone who snuck into my DMs during the game. So shout out to Hayden RHN at Norway Hayden on Twitter for sneaking into my DMs. So we're like, yo, Lio got this sick lamp on Lighthouse Ilios. You should totally show it on the show. He shot his shot. There you go. Hey, thank you, Hayden, for that amazing
Because I was literally just about to compliment like you spotting that.
Yeah. I did not. I wouldn't dare take credit for that.
Well,
it was all
hit
hated.
us up if you need. You know, we can always make room on the desk. Get rid of one former pro. I think.
What? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't know if Hayden is ready for the spotlight, okay?
All right.
Need a couple more plays, Hayden, before it's your time to shine.
One former pro is enough, right? The next time Johnny gets a leak, he's like, yeah, and I just saw this. I
saw this thing.
Let you guys know. I pay a lot of attention to the game. So.
No, but yeah, credit where credit is due. Thank you so much for the spot. That was a sick play. You love to see that. Now, another thing I love to see is, of course, exciting matches heading our way, and we got plenty of those tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule because, boy, do we have some good ones. Valiant will go up against Excelsior, but after that, Washington Justice, Boston Uprising, LA Gladiators, Florida Mayhem. I think some teams are really going to be tested tomorrow, and I think tomorrow we might end up with some questions being answered in regards to where we can rank those teams.
Yeah, this is a day no one's going to want to miss. I mean, there's so much implication for all these teams facing opponents where I think we might get some actual conflict in our predictions tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't expect these to be one-sided either way.
I mean, we got a Pro-Am finals rematch between the Florida Mayhem, who won the Pro-Am going into the season, where they faced up against the LA Gladiators. So I can't wait to see that matchup. It's going to be great.
And the Washington Justice versus Boston, that one's also an interesting one because we saw what Washington could do today. But Boston, I think going into the season, we're like, oh, this team's going to be the greatest team. But honestly, they seem to, like, it seems like they're, like, struggling a little bit. So I think it'll be an interesting match.
Yeah, considering the star power they have, we definitely hoped to see a little more from them. So let's see if they're going to go the distance tomorrow. And there's another reason why you should be very excited about tomorrow, because after a long delay, tomorrow, our very favorite fashionista from Down Under returns. The man, the myth, the legend, father of 2, 3 if you count the strike.
Wow.
Is gonna come back.
What is that?
Uber
He's looking strong, though.
A lot of hair.
Goodness gracious.
Nice hair.
Yeah,
nice armpit hair.
Off-season did something to him. Yeah.
He really grew out his hair and permed it, right? Oh wow, it looks great.
It's a great look. He just couldn't. You can pull it off, you know. And when you're built like that,
looking strong.
Everything goes. Exactly. Matt will also be here, I guess.
Oh yeah.
So,
oh yeah, that guy. The other guy.
The guy with the boxes.
Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah, I just remembered.
The other guy.
Yeah, the hoodies and.
Yeah.
Actually, I love Matt. Matt's my favorite analysis caster, I will say, personally. So I'll give some love to Matt.
Okay.
You're dead to me.
Wow.
What do you mean?
All right,
Not even an analysis caster.
We're all about the conflict here. As you can say.
Johnny?
We started the day with all friendships and whatnot. And now we're in
slowly.
Yeah, that was a downfall if I've ever seen one. Either way, we will be back. Whether we'll be friends or not tomorrow, we'll see. But we will be back with more Overwatch action. You don't want to miss it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. And let me pick your wrinkly brains all throughout the day. More of that tomorrow. So make sure to come back and we see you then.
See you tomorrow.
Engage. Winston. Gracias. Apagando las luces.